Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Bakugou Fell for the One He Hated. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the dim light of a flickering lamp, the white-haired man stood amidst a sea of bodies, his soulless black eyes reflecting a boundless evil that echoed the horrors of hell. The ground was stained, blending into the scarlet carpet, as lifeless forms lay scattered across the floor. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, and the silence of the dead was broken only by ragged breaths and the distant hum of the city, which remained oblivious to the chaos. His presence was a dark force, a shadow that chilled me to the bone. He moved with an eerie calm, his black eyes locking onto mine with a chilling intensity. A cruel smile curled on his lips, and I could feel the malevolence radiating from him, a palpable, suffocating presence. I stumbled backward, falling to the ground, my heart racing, my mind screaming for me to run, to escape this nightmare. Not again. I felt myself scream. Please. Not this. I can't stop. Just stop. My voice shattered the silence, a desperate plea that seemed to fall on deaf ears. The white-haired man stepped closer, his eyes never leaving mine, his smile widening into a grotesque grin as he approached me with his weapon. Suddenly, the world around me shattered like glass as I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding inside my chest. I lay in bed, disoriented and trembling, the remnants of the nightmare still clinging to me like a dark fog. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly came into focus, offering a fragile sense of safety against the terror that had invaded my sleep. I took a deep breath, shaking the nightmare away, pushing it to the back of my mind. After all, I had more important things to focus on for now. Today would be my first day at UA. I'm nervous. Can I do this? I don't think I can. Oh God. Oh no. Okay, it's okay. Just breathe, deep breaths. Everything will be fine. I paced back and forth in my bedroom, a lump in my throat, my heart racing, butterflies in my stomach. Nervous feelings rushed through me. But at the same time, I was so excited. As the remnants of my dreams began to fade, I soon found myself smiling. Wow, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe this is really happening. I paused to look at myself in the mirror. There I was, all dressed up in my UA uniform. Oh wow, look at you. The bedroom door swung open, my mum appearing behind it. You look so grown up, our little YN. I felt a bit embarrassed but understood that it was just a motherly thing to say, so I awkwardly laughed in response. Yep. But I've really got to go now, can't be late on my first day. She began listing items, making sure that I had everything with me. My lunch, my keys, my phone, my bag, my notebooks, my pens, the whole lot. Stop worrying, I haven't forgotten anything. I appreciated the reminder, though. Okay then, she smiled. I ran downstairs and grabbed a piece of toast, eating it quickly and taking another slice on my way out the front door. Today was my first ever walk to school here in Japan. The air was fresh, the sun was shining, and I could even hear the birds singing in the distance. What a beautiful day, I thought. Today would be a good day. Although I had recently moved to Japan, I tried my best to get used to my surroundings and learn where everything was. I was pretty sure I knew the right route to take to school, but since it was my first day, I had Google Maps open just in case. I walked along, following the directions, spotting the UA building gleaming in the sun a little in the distance. I approached closer, walking at a decent pace with music blasting in my ears, helping calm my nerves. When I finally reached the gates and walked onto the school grounds, I realized I actually didn't have a clue where I was going. I was here, yes, but which way to my classroom? Where was Class 1A? I checked the time and recognized that I still had about 10 to 15 minutes left to find my classroom, but I hurried into the building. I was walking down a corridor when I made a sharp turn and bumped into something. Not something, someone. I clumsily fell to the floor as did they. That's when my gaze locked with that of a young man. His striking features included beautiful half-white and red hair, a prominent scar running along one side of his face, and mismatched eyes, one gray, the other a mesmerizing sky blue. Despite the scar, he was incredibly handsome, almost princely, and I felt my cheeks flush at the thought. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. It's my first day. I was rushing. It's my fault. I'm sorry." I felt guilty as he looked back at me with a small, gentle smile. His mismatched eyes sparkled with a princely radiance. "Oh, it's okay." He stood up, offering his hand to help me. I reached for it and it was soft, a little cold, but it felt like holding hands with a cloud. "Thank you," I said, bowing politely. In all honesty, I felt rather awkward. Yet his demeanor exuded genuine kindness, his presence serene and calm. It was as if he was completely unfazed, a man of remarkable beauty. Despite the faint smile on his face, his expressions remained somewhat unreadable. Was he just being polite? Did bumping into him annoy him? What if he secretly hates me now? "Everything all right?" the boy asked curiously, his tone light. "Oh, yeah, sorry, I chuckled awkwardly, feeling utterly embarrassed by my overthinking and slightly flustered state. I hadn't expected to bump into someone so handsome within minutes of my first day. Now he probably thinks I'm an idiot. "Are you new to this school?" he asked, tilting his head slightly and glancing me up and down. "Actually, I just started today," I replied awkwardly, scratching the back of my head and glancing around the corridor. "Do you think you could help me? I'm looking for my class." "It would be okay to ask, right? He seems nice." "Yeah, surely asking him would be fine. Right?" "God, stop overthinking." "Oh sure, which class are you looking for?" Thank goodness, he really is a genuinely nice guy. Class 1A, I responded, glancing down at my timetable. "That's my class." Now that was pretty lucky. He smiled, tilting his head once more, his princely locks falling effortlessly to the side, making him appear even more charming. This handsome guy was going to be in my class? Was everyone as princely and charming as him? "Todoroki-kun." I heard someone calling nearby, his tone reflecting that of a sweet and cheerful guy. I glanced in the direction of the voice, noticing a green-haired boy jogging toward us. "Morning." He beamed with an incredibly bright smile. "Ah, Midoriya, good morning," the prince-like boy replied calmly. He then explained to Midoriya that I was a new girl joining their class. The sage-haired boy looked at me in awe, giving me a massive smile. "Welcome to you. You can walk to class with us." He was a cheerful guy, radiating friendly energy. I followed them to class, feeling thankful that I bumped into the boy with a scar on his face. Meanwhile, Midoriya seemed very energetic, asking me all kinds of questions. It was a little overwhelming, but nice that he was just as excited as I was about starting here as a new student. We got to the classroom and let ourselves in. The pair of them took their seats, leaving me behind by the doorway, unsure of what to do. I stood there awkwardly, glancing around to see if there were any empty desks. Luckily, no one noticed me. My new teacher quietly ushered me in, closing the classroom door and bringing me toward the front. I remembered him from my recommendation interview. His sleepy expression, the bags under his eyes, and his long flowing black hair all seemed very familiar. Mr. Aizawa, that was his name. The class finally quieted down after he cleared his throat to speak, and now everyone was staring at me. I hated it. "This is YN. She's starting a couple of months late due to complications processing her application. Be kind to her," Aizawa stated firmly, introducing me to the class. "She's also a recommendation candidate, much like you, Todoroki, and Yaoyorozu." That seemed to spark everyone's interest, but I didn't want that. I wanted to make new friends, but I hated having attention. It made me feel anxious. I was so excited to be at a new school that I didn't realize how much I was dreading being new myself. I looked ahead at the students before me. These were the people I'd be spending my days with. I wondered what they were like. There was a guy sitting in the front row. He had glasses and looked serious, like he could be class rep. I noticed a cool girl in the back corner with purple hair, who had a nice set of headphones around her neck, similar to mine. In front of her was a yellow-haired guy who had a dorky air about him. Then, I noticed a blonde boy seated by the window in the second row from the front. He was the only one not looking at me. He seemed indifferent, and I kind of liked that about him. There was a moody gaze in his eyes as he continued to stare out the window. Aizawa gestured to a seat in the second row, close to the window but not right next to it, in between two other students. "If you'd like to head to your desk just over there," Aizawa stated softly. I bowed and headed over. To my right sat the half-red and white-haired boy from earlier Todoroki. To my left was a girl with bright pink hair, who turned to me with a smile. I smiled back. People were friendly here. The blonde guy sat 2 rows ahead of me, his spiky hair in view. As I took my seat, a few people nearby turned to glance at me, but he didn't. His attention remained focused solely on the window. I glanced behind me, where my eyes met with a friendly red-headed boy, who also offered a welcoming smile with a toothy grin. Bakugou's POV. Aizawa mumbled something about a new student. Bakugo wasn't really listening as he didn't care much. Aizawa then mentioned that this new student was a recommendation candidate. This piqued his interest ever so slightly. He glanced up for a brief second, but his eyes met with a girl who looked nervous and lost. "How disappointing," he sighed. She sat down somewhere, he wasn't sure where, but he didn't really care. Chapter 2. After class ended, Aizawa asked the pink-haired girl next to me if she would be my guide for the day, and she enthusiastically accepted. We headed to our second class, and she walked with me along the way. "Aizawa kept you quiet. We didn't have a clue another student would be joining us." I smiled. "Do you not get many new students here?" "No, you're actually the first one. It's a pretty big deal." The red-haired dude and the dorky guy joined us. "Why, nice to meet ya. The name's Kaminari." He winked at me. I blushed a little. The wink caught me off guard. "Kirishima," the redhead stated with a huge toothy smile. "Oh yeah, and my name's Mina." "It's nice to meet you guys," I replied. We continued our way to class, Mina explaining things along the way. "Everyone is really welcoming here. It's exciting having a new classmate. I'm sure we'll get along really well." "I hope so," I said with a shy smile. "Have you met everyone yet?" she asked. "I met the Todoroki-kun and the green-haired guy. I forgot his name." Midoriya." "Yeah, that's it. They were really nice and helped me find the classroom." "I'm not surprised. They're always happy to help," Kaminari said reassuringly. "Hey, where's Bakugou?" Kirishima asked from behind. "Bakugou?" I wondered. "Hey, if this was a race to class, you'd be losing," Kirishima taunted someone behind us. "Huh? Whatever, Rockhead, keep walking," someone shouted in response. It was loud and intimidating, making me feel a little on edge. Kirishima and Kaminari both burst into laughter. Mina noticed my tense exterior. "That's Bakugou." "Well, he's Bakugou," she laughed. I turned around to look at whoever they were referring to, but I couldn't really see him. He kept a distance from the rest of us, yet continued to shout inaudible threats to Kirishima. After a short walk, we made it to our next class. The morning classes were typical studies that every school participates in. However, after lunch was when we would be doing our physical training class, the one I was most excited for. Lunch was approaching, and I was beginning to feel nervous. Who do I sit with? How do I order food? God, I hate ordering food. I don't know why, but it makes me feel so awkward. Then I realized I had brought a packed lunch with me today. The bell rang, signaling it was time to head over to the cafeteria. Mina grabbed my arm. "Come on, I'll show you to the cafeteria." We moved ahead, and the girl with purple hair joined us. "Why, and this is Jairu." "Hey," she said with an awkward smile, twirling her ear. "Hey. It's nice to meet you. I like your headphones, they're really good ones." "Right? Perfect for songs with a deep bass," she replied, suddenly enthusiastic. "Jairu loves music." Me too," I said excitedly. I felt happy. I was finally making friends. We got our lunch, and Mina asked if I'd like to join them, which of course I did. We all sat together in a booth on one half of the table. There were 3 guys already sitting on the other side: Kaminari, Kirishima, and the spiky blonde-haired boy who had been staring out the window this morning. Sitting on an extra chair at the end was a boy with black hair. I noticed the blonde guy didn't say much. Instead, he quietly ate his lunch without making eye contact with anyone. Hey, the name's Ciro, the black-haired boy said, shaking my hand. Hey, it's nice to meet you. I replied politely with a friendly smile. Bakugo, you not gonna introduce yourself? Kirishima said, nudging Bakugo's side with an awkward smile. Huh, the ash blonde responded with an irritated tone, casting a quick glare my way. Come on, Kirishima said playfully. Bakugo Katsuki, he muttered, his voice low and laced with irritation. So this was Bakugo. This was the boy behind the loud, intimidating yelling I had heard earlier. His presence felt rather intense, and I could sense a hostile energy emanating from him. The way his eyes locked onto me made me feel slightly on edge and uncomfortable. Nice to meet you, I replied with the friendliest tone I could muster despite his cold stare. In response to my words, he looked at me as if I were a nuisance. It was extremely awkward. I didn't know why, but there was definitely an uncomfortable atmosphere. I could feel it. For whatever reason, he absolutely could not stand me. Bakugou POV. Mina got paired up with the new girl. How bothersome, he thought. Now she would be sitting with them for lunch at his booth, with everyone asking her questions and being all nice. He hated the idea of that. It was annoying. Bakugo didn't care where this new girl was from or what her name was. He didn't want to be forced to listen to her talk about herself, her quirk, or why she wanted to be a hero. He had already heard it all from everyone else, their stories and goals. It wasn't like she was anything special. So why did everyone make such a fuss over her? Was it just because she was new? Within a couple of weeks, she would go back to being a nobody, just like she was before she came here. It was pointless. The new girl, who did she think she was, the main character? She was merely an extra, and Bakugo preferred to keep it that way. But now he would be forced to sit with her for lunch, knowing his friends would be pestering him to be nice on top of it all. Forget that. Class ended, and Bakugo headed to the lunch hall, taking a seat at his regular booth with the two guys he liked to refer to as Tweedledum and Tweedledee. Dinner had barely started, and the pair had already managed to annoy him. That new girl's kinda cute, right? I was thinking of asking her for her number, Kaminari said in a teasing manner. This was exactly what Bakugo had been concerned about. Dude, she literally just started school here. Trust me, she doesn't want your number, Kirishima said, patting him on the shoulder with a look of sympathy. Will you shut up about the new girl? It's not that big of a deal, Bakugo huffed, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes. Is someone jealous? Kaminari teased, a glint in his eye, causing Bakugo's frustration to simmer. Jealous? He scoffed, his tone sharp as he taunted. Jealous of what exactly? The rejection you're definitely gonna get when you ask for her number. Kirishima suppressed a chuckle as Kaminari stared at him blankly. Bakugo's anger flared as he saw who was approaching the booth. Mina, Jiru, and the new girl. She had soft-looking eyes and shimmering hair. The classic girl next door appearance, yet Bakugo was blind to her beauty. All he could see was the weakness radiating from her. Ciro introduced himself. Kirishima forced Bakugo to do the same, but Bakugo didn't want to talk to her, let alone sit with her in his booth for the entirety of lunch. He grunted his name, looking at her with a glare, wanting her to know that he did not want to be friends and did not want to get to know her. Why did his group have to be burdened with the new girl? Why didn't Aizawa give her to Deku or something? Why did they have to be the babysitters? He couldn't stand it. He hated new people. He knew enough losers and didn't need to meet any more. Bakugo had already had enough and got up to leave. Bakugo, where are you? Kirishima started, but the explosive blonde stormed off without another word. Chapter end. Chapter 3. Lunch came to an awkward end. I didn't understand what that guy's problem was. I hadn't even spoken a word to him, and he somehow managed to adopt some deep-rooted dislike toward me. I guess the best thing to do was try to stay clear of him. Finally, physical training. Aizawa told us we would draw lots to see who we were paired up with for a one-on-one training exercise. I was eager to see who I'd be fighting against, although worried at the same time. Mina asked what quirk I had, and I winked at her, telling her it was a secret. The element of surprise could give me an advantage. I glanced around, taking in the sight of everyone in their hero suits. It was truly impressive. The entire class looked incredibly cool. I couldn't help but feel delighted with my own hero outfit. The colors were stunning and rich, complementing my physique far better than I could have ever imagined. My gaze fell upon the ash blonde standing in the corner as I scanned the room. He completely stood out among everyone else. Witnessing him in his hero attire for the first time filled me with awe. Bakugou exuded an undeniable coolness, and his hero costume emphasized his powerful presence. The bulky gauntlets he wore highlighted his perfectly sculpted arms. A fiery determination radiated from him, leaving me thoroughly impressed and captivated by his aura. However, I quickly pulled my gaze away, not wanting him to notice. I looked down at the piece of paper and recognized that I had been paired with Todoroki, the boy with mismatched hair and pastel eyes. A part of me felt a little disappointed. He had shown me such kindness that morning, even helping me find my class. It felt wrong to go up against him, but I wouldn't let that stop me from giving my best. What's his quirk? I wondered aloud. Oh, I cut Mina off before she could finish. Oh wait, no, don't tell me. That wouldn't be fair since he doesn't know mine. I was genuinely curious about what his quirk could be, knowing that he too had earned his place here through recommendations. We made our way over to each other, and he appeared quite composed. Clearly, he didn't lack confidence in his abilities. From a single glance, I could tell this boy was incredibly strong. I'm looking forward to training with you, Todoroki, I said with a smile. Please don't feel the need to hold back. He gave me a stern but calm look and nodded in response. Your first training lesson. And you're against Todoroki. Please be careful, Wyan. He's incredibly strong, Mina warned me. I'll be just fine, I said confidently, smiling. Mina's eyes widened in surprise. I winked at her. Despite my shyness, when it came to my training, I gave it my all. I could feel people staring. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Bakugou's scowling gaze but did my best to ignore it. We made our way down to the training arena, standing at a considerable distance from one another. As we settled into our stances and readied ourselves for the fight, Present Mike started the countdown. 1, 2, 3 and go. Immediately, Todoroki propelled himself toward me. Something white sparkled ahead as he moved forward. I couldn't help but think he was beautiful. There was an angelic aura about him. His movements were fluid and precise. Suddenly, a massive surge of ice shot my way. I had only seconds to act. It was accelerating toward me, but just before it could hit, I vanished. My quirk was teleportation. I know, it sounds kind of boring, but I'm stronger than you think. Growing up, I always hated my quirk, but over time, I learned to live with it. No, my quirk wasn't built for fighting villains, at least that's what I had always been told. But that didn't matter. I wanted to prove them all wrong. I aspired to be a hero that people looked up to, someone they could think, maybe I can be a hero someday too, regardless of their quirk. I had trained hard my entire life to reach such a high standard with a quirk often looked down upon in the hero world. But I could do so much more than anyone realized. I reappeared behind Todoroki. Hey, I said with a smug little smirk. I clearly startled him. He jerked backward upon hearing my voice. He lunged toward me with icy intent, but I continued to vanish and reappear behind him. It was amusing to spook him like this for a while, but playtime was over. I used my quirk to create multiple teleportation gateways in a zigzag pattern throughout the air, resembling a mesmerizing, ethereal route. These gateways, with their pretty blue and radiant white hues, created a captivating trail that unfolded in the sky. They were like luminous, floating portals, each one connected to the next in a zigzagging sequence, offering an otherworldly and almost magical path for travel. Not only could I teleport myself instantly, but I could also create teleportation gateways for myself and others to use. However, every time you enter a gateway and come out of another, the speed of travel accelerates. I had spent years training to keep up with this momentum and learn how to utilize it properly. Thus, I was able to create, use, move, and manipulate these portals to my advantage. I flew through the air back and forth through the gates, gaining both speed and altitude. Todoroki trailed behind me, creating a tower made of ice that rapidly grew toward the sky. I created a gate just above him and moved myself through it, landing a strong punch that knocked him off balance. He fell from the top of the ice tower. The entirety of Class 1A froze in shock. Yes, I was strong. But that wasn't it. While zigzagging my way upward in the air, I manipulated the placement of gates behind me, lining them up perfectly. When Todoroki fell from the tower, he would also instantly fall through my gates. The speed of teleportation was so fast that when gates were lined up one after another like that, it was nearly impossible to break free. Therefore, Todoroki found himself in an endless cycle of falling at an incredible speed, and I knew he wasn't prepared for this kind of travel. I used this to my advantage. Time for the final blow. Todoroki passed through the last gate at an astonishing speed, slamming deep into the concrete below. Debris and dust flew all around the arena. As the smoke began to dissipate, I glanced at my classmates, my gaze meeting crimson eyes peering at me beneath a black mask that attempted to conceal their expression. However, the shock they held was too overwhelming to hide, and it made me smirk. I remained in the air a little longer, zooming throughout the sky, teleporting around the arena, unable to find the princely boy I was training with. A pang of guilt began to settle in. Maybe I had taken things too far. Todoroki had been kind to me, helping me find my class when I was lost, but I needed to take my training seriously. I teleported back down to ground level and made my way over to a Todoroki-shaped hole in the concrete. It was a dark void that seemed to stretch on forever, and I started to panic. "Todoroki-kun," I called out, worry creeping into my voice. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of a blinding light. Seconds later, he shot up into the sky on another sparkling white tower. He turned to face me, speeding toward my direction, much faster this time. All I could see was a blur of orange glow, and it felt like the air around me was heating up. The sensation of ice and fire enveloped my entire body. I felt my skin grow as cold as the Antarctic wilderness, accompanied by an intense warmth at the same time. I had never felt so powerless. Wow, so this was his power, huh? How strong. I tried to teleport backwards, but a massive block of ice appeared in my path. Todoroki was closing in on me, his flames becoming more intense. I couldn't bear the heat. It felt like my skin was starting to sizzle. His expression softened, the heat subsided, and suddenly a rush of cold washed over me. I looked down to see ice wrapping around me, completely encasing me from head to toe. I couldn't move, couldn't teleport, couldn't break free. I felt utterly defeated. Todoroki had won. The fight was over, and Todoroki stared at me with deep sadness in his eyes. I was unsure why. He used his fire to melt the ice, and although my body felt numb, I was okay. "Are you okay?" I asked gently. He simply nodded, not saying much or showing much emotion, continuing to melt the ice. Shortly after, I headed to Recovery Girl's office so she could patch me up. Todoroki-kun is amazing, I thought to myself. Yet, I felt disappointed. I was hopeless when Todoroki truly began to try. He had probably gone easy on me at first. How could I ever compare? I started to feel defeated and began to doubt myself. A while later, I sat in Recovery Girl's office. My temperature told me to stay seated for a little while to ensure everything healed correctly, and left the room, shortly returning to let me know I had some visitors. Todoroki, Deku, Uraraka, Mina, and Kirishima had dropped by together. I felt genuinely touched. I hadn't known these people for long, but they were already so caring. What a lovely class. "Are you okay?" "We were worried," Uraraka exclaimed, with Mina nodding beside her. "Huh? Yeah, I'm fine, no need to worry." I awkwardly laughed with a smile. "You were so cool," Kirishima said energetically. "The way you were like bam, bam and just kept disappearing. It was awesome." Mina laughed at his enthusiasm. "I'm sorry if I hurt you or took things too far," Todoroki apologized, bowing slightly. "No, you were amazing, Todoroki-kun. You're so strong. I was really impressed." I paused, feeling a mix of emotions. "Actually, fighting against you made me realize just how much harder I need to work. I have to try a lot harder than I thought." I clenched my fist, feeling frustrated about losing. I didn't like it at all. "No. You were really strong," Todoroki stated matter-of-factly. I had to use my fire. His voice implied that he only reserved his fire for what he considered a genuine threat. I was shocked to hear him say that. Todoroki-kun thought I was strong? Someone like him thought someone like me was strong? Yeah, you were so fast I didn't have much time to think during the first couple of minutes. He gave a soft, subtle smile that made me feel a lot better. Recovery girl returned, informing me that I was free to go, and I walked with the rest of the group back to class. We had our final class of the day with Aizawa. After some time passed, the bell rang, signaling it was time to head home. Hey YN. Which way do you walk home? Mina asked. Oh, I don't live too far from Yude. It's about a 20-minute walk, near Castle Park. Oh yeah. We can walk together if you like. Mina and I walked home together after school. She mentioned that Jairu lived in the opposite direction, so she wouldn't be joining us. We talked about all kinds of things, especially my fight with Todoroki. Man, I don't think I would have survived nearly as long as you did. Todoroki's a strong guy. Handsome too, she giggled. Yeah, he is, I smiled. When we reached the park, we split off in our separate ways. It was nice walking with her. I had definitely made some friends today. I continued my way home, breathing in the fresh spring air. Dinner smelled delicious. I told my mom all about my day, and she was just as excited as I was. As night drew closer, I went to bed, feeling pretty exhausted. A couple of weeks had gone by. I had made some great friends, had a promising future ahead, and was feeling excited. Today was the day we got to choose where to complete our internship. I got up, got dressed, and practically threw myself out the door. I made my way to school with a spring in my step, eager to see which pro heroes I would be interning with. Ahead of me was Bakugou, his spiky blonde hair glimmering in the sun. He must have lived nearby. I always saw him on my way to school but wouldn't dare approach him. I had made some great friends, yes, but apparently I had some enemies too. For some reason, he still hated me with every fiber of his being, so I made my best attempts to keep my distance from him. We were both heading to school, practically walking to class together. To avoid this, I started to walk at a slower pace, hanging back so he would continue ahead. Funnily enough, he did the exact same thing. Huh? What the heck are you slowing down for extra? He looked at me with absolute disdain, a scowl on his face and his hands buried in his pockets. Extra. I sighed. I noticed he gave nicknames to everyone he deemed lesser than him, and clearly, I had become one of them. I was at the bottom of the list. Extra was reserved for those who truly meant nothing to him, people rendered utterly useless. It was for those who didn't even deserve a proper nickname like Pinky, Shitty Hair, Icy Hot, Sparkplug, or Deku. No, I was extra, and it stayed that way. That's how much he hated me. I chose to ignore him, quickening my pace and walking past him straight to class. Hey! His voice boomed across the campus. Don't you dare ignore me. I ignored him. Considering I was just an extra, it was ironic that he was the one yelling at me not to ignore him. I could still hear him behind me murmuring possible threats and insults, but I brushed it off. I had grown to dislike Bakugou. I didn't want to. In fact, reluctantly, I thought he was really cool. He had an amazing quirk, something I could only dream of, and his hero suit. It was definitely the best in class. As much as I hated to admit it, I thought it looked awesome, like a real-life professional heroes. I really wanted us to get along, but we just didn't. My friends said that Bakugou was difficult with everyone, that was just the way he was, and not to take it personally. But sometimes it felt personal. Well, actually most of the time. He still refused to call me by my name and often acted as though he couldn't remember it, resulting in him referring to me as extra, idiot, dumbass, nerd. The list went on. Yet still, no personally insulting nickname, which somehow made it hurt more. I just didn't understand him at all. Why did he have to be so angry all the time? What was going on there, and why did he come to dislike me so much? What had I done? I had been afraid of him at first, never wanting to provoke him, always trying to brush off his insults, ignore and avoid him. But lately he had started to get on my nerves, and I found myself almost talking back to him. I felt that he was a bully, and I wouldn't stand for it. I hated the way he treated Midoriya. I hated the way he looked down on others, and most of all, I hated the way he hated me. But harboring feelings of hate was never good for anyone. I took a deep breath and decided to push those feelings deep down, ignore them, and hope to eventually let them go. Class started. Aizawa announced that the internship requests were in but still needed to be reviewed and processed. He continued to say that in the meantime, he would discuss our class project, A History of Heroes. For this project, you will be put into pairs, conduct research on a specific hero, and create a presentation together. This actually sounded like a lot of fun. Everyone in class will have a different hero for their project, so each pair will draw lots to see which hero they will be working on. But Aizawa, how will we know? Kaminari was cut off. Now introducing the pairs. A screen slid down from the ceiling. Have we always had that screen? Kaminari questioned. I've never seen him use that before, students in the class whispered. I gazed at the board to find a list of names and their partners. Tokoemi x Urark, Midoriya x Shoji, Ida x Denki, Jaru x Mineta, and so on. I began to scan for my name. It was at the bottom. Oh no. Please. Bakugou x YN. Bakugou rolled his eyes but surprisingly didn't yell or shout anything. Aizawa then told the set of names on the right side to come up to the front and draw lots. I went up, reaching my hand into a little hat Aizawa had put the hero names into. I looked at the name and showed it to the class. Bakugo looked up at it with his narrow, moody gaze but didn't display any kind of reaction. I sat back down. Everyone started talking excitedly about what to do for their projects, but I remained in my seat, Bakugou in his, a couple of rows away. We hadn't said a word to each other. Aizawa dismissed the class for lunch and let us know we would learn all about our internships in our last class. I waited behind for everyone to leave, then approached Aizawa. Sensei, is there any possible way I can trade partners with someone else? I asked rather sheepishly. I'm sorry, but no, he stated firmly. Everyone is paired up with specific people for a reason. It's to help build teamwork with peers you might not usually connect with. I see. I left the classroom feeling a little anxious and disappointed that I was unable to switch partners. I headed off to lunch, unsure of what to do, my stomach filled with a chaotic swirl of worry. Hey, extra! A deep voice spoke up from behind, causing me to spin around quickly. Bakugou had been waiting outside the classroom door, and he had definitely heard what I asked Mr. Aizawa. My heart began to race. You really tried to swap partners? He asked, slightly aggressively, but not as hostile as usual. I can't believe you'd actually ask that. So what, do you think I'm stupid or something? Animosity began to fuel his voice more and more as he edged closer to me. Do you think I lack basic intelligence? Think you can find someone better to work with than me? He was right in my face now, his sharp and narrow eyes inches away from my own, causing me to gulp in response. H. No, it's not that. So what is it then? He interrupted with a loud shout, slamming his arm against the wall, making me feel trapped. I was close to losing it. How dare he talk to me like this? It was infuriating. He just kept getting worse and worse. Of course, I would never want to work with someone like this. That would be insane. Maybe he really was foolish, but I sufficed. I took a deep, calming breath, collecting my thoughts as I began to reply softly and gently. Bakugou, I paused, his eyes glaring into mine like a wild crimson fire. I don't think anything like that. I said simply. It's just. Well, I think it's pretty obvious that we definitely do not get along. I figured working with me would be your worst nightmare. It was definitely mine. I thought maybe it would be best for both of us if we worked with someone else, I said in the nicest way I could manage. I inhaled another deep breath. It really took a lot to try and speak to him calmly when he treated people the way he did. Tsuke, I don't care who I work with as long as my work is still the best. His arm slipped away from the wall, and he walked away without casting a single glance back. I felt absolutely terrified, as though my stomach had just done a somersault and then launched my heart directly into my throat. However, in a strange way, I sensed that he had come to accept that we had to work together. I only hoped he was willing to do so. We went ahead to lunch separately, despite sharing a regular booth within the same friendship group, the Baku Squad. Ironically, I was good friends with all of them, except for him. So you got All Might, huh? That's so lucky. Kaminari beamed. I was incredibly lucky. When I thought about it, this project might be easier than I originally assumed. I knew that Bakugo's favorite hero was All Might. It had naturally come up in conversation a couple of times before. So even if he was his moody self, surely he would somewhat enjoy it, right? There was also a ton of information about All Might out there, so it would be easy enough to research. As long as Bakugou could put his feelings aside, our project could potentially turn out pretty well. Lunch was coming to an end, and I started to feel nervous about our internships. We walked back to class, took our seats, and watched as Aizawa handed us each a sheet. I looked down to see a list of hero names and contacts from different hero agencies that wished to get in touch for my internship. One hero in particular stood out to me, Interstellar. I'd never heard of that hero before. By this point, I was pretty well known for not having a favorite hero. Everyone thought it was really weird, especially since I wanted to be a hero but didn't have a favorite. Even though I didn't have a favorite yet, I still always felt that professional heroes were amazing and aspired to be just like them, so I knew a lot about the top heroes. Yet, I'd never seen or even heard of Interstellar before. After handing out sheets to everyone, Aizawa asked if he could speak with me privately. I wasn't too sure why, but we got up and left the classroom. Bakugou POV. Do you think she didn't get any offers? Mineta asked. That's so sad. Surely that can't be true. Mina responded, worry and secondhand embarrassment evident in her voice. Are you both really that clueless? Bakugou cut in. Of course she got offers. Did you not see her fight with Half and Half? He remarked snarkily, then went back to gazing moodily out of the window. Chapter 5. Aizawa had taken me to a small office and asked me to sit down. I was a nervous wreck. Maybe this was about me switching partners with Bakugou? But then why wouldn't he be here too? I need to talk to you about your hero study offers one particular offer, in fact. I was eager to hear more. Interstellar, he paused. She works for an incredibly important hero agency. However, there are some things you need to know if you were to take on your study here. Okay, I replied, somewhat confused. Interstellar is a hero who works alongside the Public Security Intelligence Agency. Essentially, it is somewhat similar to the FBI and CIA. I waited for him to say more. Doing your study here would mean working with heroes who perform undercover work. You would only be allowed to discuss certain things you have learned here and will have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I didn't know what to say. I was dumbfounded. A lot of what you will learn here will have to remain a secret. You cannot discuss it with your class, he said in a serious tone. I started to feel a little scared. I understand that this is a lot. However, I have worked for this agency a couple of times in the past. They are great heroes. I can see why they picked you, and I highly recommend that you go here. I paused for a moment, debating what to say. Naturally, I couldn't help but ask, Sensei, who is Interstellar? I've never heard of them before. Interstellar is an undercover hero. She works at the Multi-Realm Operations Network, EMRON. Her quirk is very powerful. A lot of the heroes who work here have strong but unusual quirks. They are not well-known heroes. Their names are kept off-grid and completely out of the ranking system for many reasons. However, I do believe that if she wasn't, Interstellar would rank within the top 5. Wow! I gasped. But why would she want someone like me? This is an amazing opportunity, and I really do hope you consider it. Have a think about it. We left the little office and walked back to class in silence. I kept thinking about what Sensei had told me over and over. It was all so intriguing yet scary at the same time. We reached homeroom, and the entire class fell silent once we entered. I took my seat, trying to avoid eye contact with everyone. What was that about? Mina said in a low whisper, nudging me. Oh, my mom forgot to hand in my permission slip for the hero study, but it's all sorted now, haha. I shocked myself with how quickly I slipped out such a lie. I felt bad for lying but understood Aizawa was being serious. I couldn't quite tell her that basically the FBI was trying to get in touch with me, could I? Oh, that makes sense. Not too long after, my day at school came to an end. I walked to the park with Mina like we always did, split our separate ways, and continued home. "Hey, extra!" A deep shout came from behind. I turned around to see Bakugou catching up to me. Oh no, why? What did I do for the universe to turn against me like this? And why was he shouting and trying to catch up to me? What did he want? I had enough of his intimidating presence earlier. I definitely did not want to be in the position of staring into that glaring blood-red gaze again. "Hey, you walk this way home too, right?" he asked casually. "Yeah," I responded. That was strange. I had never seen him act so casually with me before. What was going on? Oh, I was thinking we probably need to meet up soon to go over that project, or whatever. He seemed unusually calm. I had never really seen him like that before. It was actually kind of nice. I felt relieved that he wasn't yelling at me for once. "Oh yeah, good job getting All Might, I guess." He made obvious attempts to avoid looking at me. Was I really that bad to look at? It seemed like the mere act of making eye contact ignited his rage, compelling him to look away just so we could have a conversation. Yeah, All Might was one of the top choices. "I think this project is going to be really good," I replied, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. No. He scoffed. "This project will be the best." His determination was evident in his gaze. We walked in silence for a bit, and surprisingly, it wasn't uncomfortable. I found solace in the quiet. It was much more pleasant than having him yell at me. Still, after a brief pause, I couldn't resist the urge to speak up. "I think it's cool." I hesitated, trying to find the right words. You always want not just to do well at something, but to be the best at it. I realized I probably came across as awkward. Regardless, I offered a small smile. I really admired his drive for greatness, despite his rudeness. I couldn't bring myself to completely dislike him, even if he was a bully. He had qualities I lacked: strength, determination, confidence, elements I wished to possess, so I couldn't help but admire them. He looked at me. He never did that. Yes, he often stared at me with a fierce intensity, but this time, it felt different. It was as if he was really seeing me, not just staring through me. Our eyes locked for a moment. Although narrow and fierce, I could tell they had softened slightly. Even the fire of hatred seemed to dim, if only for an instant. "I thought you were weak when I first saw you," he stated bluntly. His eyes met mine again briefly. I didn't say anything, just looked down at the ground. "You looked so scared standing up there. In front of the whole class on your first day." He was right. I was scared, especially in that moment, with all eyes on me. It was nerve-wracking. But then when you fought against that half-and-half guy. His jaw clenched when he referred to Todoroki. I realized there was a reason why you got in through recommendations. Bakugo's voice was low and calm, though a hint of aggression lingered when he mentioned Todoroki. He stared ahead, avoiding eye contact with me. I felt something deep in my chest, an indescribable feeling I had never experienced before. My eyes widened slightly. Something clicked in my mind. He had been watching during that moment. I thought he hadn't paid much attention to me back then, but clearly, I was wrong. I looked at him, and for the first time, I felt as though he might have begun to respect me. "That means a lot," I said, giving him a small smile. He didn't respond. "Especially coming from you," I continued. "I've always thought you were the strongest in our class." I noticed his mouth part slightly, but no words came out, as if he was at a loss for a response. Don't get me wrong, this boy had treated me horribly since I started at U, but facts were facts. Reluctantly, I had to admit he was one of the strongest people I had ever met, and I hated that it was true. We were approaching my house now. I don't know why I said the next part, it just slipped out. But I couldn't deny the truth of it. I'd always felt this way since the day we met. Despite how awful he treated me, how harsh and cruel he was, I still thought highly of him. I watched him during our training and listened intently whenever he spoke, even if I made a conscious effort never to respond. I respected him, his views, his opinions, and his advice, even if he was too blind to see it. I hated him. I truly did. But I hated myself even more for thinking he was just so incredibly cool. It was obvious to me that Bakugou was strong and smart. However, I didn't want him to know that. I didn't want him to know how I felt about him, despite his atrocious attitude. There was no way I could let him know how remarkable his quirk was or that I had no doubt he would achieve his goals. I didn't want to slide his ego. He didn't deserve it. Yet, in this moment, it just slipped out. If anyone were to be the next #1 hero, I wouldn't be surprised if it was you. I turned into my garden and walked toward my front door. See you tomorrow. I noticed him standing there as I looked for my keys. I opened the door and headed inside without giving him a chance to reply. Although, I wasn't sure what he would have said. Bakugou turned away and walked home. I felt really glad we had that conversation and was starting to finally look forward to working on our project. Oh, you're back. How was your day, lovely? My mom called from the kitchen. I rushed in to join her. It was good. I replied cheerfully. Oh, well, something's put you in a good mood. Yeah, it has, I smiled. We had dinner, and shortly after, I headed upstairs, wanting to feel refreshed for tomorrow. Bakugou POV. If anyone were to be the next #1 hero, I wouldn't be surprised if it was you. She turned into the garden and walked toward her home. Bakugou stood there for a moment, watching. He was taken aback. He never expected her, of all people, to say something like that to him. Yet, he could see it in her eyes, her sincerity. She truly meant every word. Bakugou never thought someone like her would think that of him, especially considering how he had treated her. What was wrong with her? Why would she say something like that? Guilt began to creep in. No, that was what she wanted. She was just trying to get inside his head. He wouldn't let her. He turned away and started making his way home. After all, he only lived 2 streets away and had to walk past her house to get home anyway. After debating it in my head over and over, I concluded that I would take my hero study at Emron. I tried my best to research the company, but nothing came up. Aizawa mentioned that they had a partnership with the MT agency run by Mount Lady, so on paper, I would be working under them. After another chat with Aizawa, he assured me that although it was an undercover agency, I would still only be performing work suitable for someone my age and promised me my safety. I felt much better about that. My mom had a meeting with Aizawa regarding the studies, and I was at least allowed to tell her about it. After a couple of days, once the paperwork was complete, I began my hero studies. I was taken to MT agency and introduced to a few heroes who worked at head office there. They too had heroes who worked for Emron in the past on certain missions. I took the lift to the 4th floor and was led by security to a small investigation room. It felt a little intimidating. I was told to take a seat and that Interstellar would arrive shortly. I waited patiently for about 15 minutes, starting to worry that maybe she wouldn't show up. My anxiety began to take over my thoughts. Maybe this was some kind of prank that the entire school was in on, even Aizawa. But what? No, that was crazy, I thought. Moments later, an ethereal-looking portal appeared before me. A beautiful, angelic light shone around it. I could see through to the other side, and what a breathtaking view it was. Beyond the portal lay a vision of the night sky. A faint, hazy light stretched across like a luminous ribbon wrapping around the galaxy. In this cosmic tapestry, millions of stars twinkled like diamonds. It looked like the Milky Way. A central bulge shone brightly in the heart of the galaxy, surrounded by swirling arms of dust tracing around a spiral structure. As I gazed upon this magnificent sight, I couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder and awe at the vast beauty of the universe. The interdimensional portal shimmered and sparkled with energy. Then, a vision of pure beauty emerged from its depths. Clad in a flowing gown of shimmering gold and black, a woman appeared, radiating a divine aura that lit up the space around her. Her hair, a cascade of lustrous black and gold waves, fell around her shoulders, framing a face that was the epitome of grace and elegance. Her bright, piercing eyes seemed to hold the secrets of the universe itself. As she stepped out of the portal, her movements were graceful and fluid, like a goddess gliding across the heavens. Her skin, the color of warm honey, glowed with an otherworldly radiance, and her every gesture seemed imbued with power and majesty. In her presence, one could not help but feel a sense of awe and reverence, as if in the presence of a being of immense cosmic importance. She was a sight to behold, a true embodiment of beauty, power, and grace. I was frozen with astonishment. But who was this woman? It's lovely to meet you, she said with a soft, gentle voice that had a motherly tone. And nice to meet you too, I stammered nervously. Oh, don't be nervous, my dear. I am your mentor, here to accept you as my apprentice, she expressed, bowing gracefully. Your power stood out to me. I was impressed. You use it well, yet there are always opportunities for enhancement. She paused. Let us walk amongst the stars together. I was unsure what she meant by that. She gestured for me to stand up and join her. I stood next to her, confused, a sense of dread building in my throat. She placed both hands on my shoulders. Do not be afraid, my dear. She linked my arm and floated through the portal. It was unfathomable how, but there we were, standing in the middle of space, watching over the galaxy. Stars stretched for miles. I wasn't floating but could breathe and stand still as though there was a pavement beneath us. Her arm remained linked to mine. Beautiful, isn't it? She asked. Yeah. It really is. I took a moment to comprehend the sight that lay before my eyes. I can travel through different planes of existence, across planets, galaxies, and dimensions. But I never knew that such a hero could do something like that. This kind of power was incredible. You understand why I must work undercover, don't you, my dear? She questioned, her elegant air suggesting she was from a completely different era. I assumed it was rhetorical, so I didn't respond. My quirk is unique and holds great power. If the villains were to ever get a hold of this, the universe would descend into unimaginable chaos. Her face conveyed a deep sorrow. I see, I replied, looking up at the stars. She took me back through the portal and to my own world. My head was spinning, and I felt a little nauseous as I sat back down. The portal behind her closed. Water, my dear? She extended her arm, and with a flick of her wrist, a bottle of water appeared. She handed it to me. I had never seen this brand before, but I drank some quickly, and my nausea immediately subsided. Better. I nodded while taking another sip. She took a seat across from me. I'm looking forward to working with you, YN. I'll have to introduce you to the rest of the team sometime. Today was just an introduction, and I understand it's a lot to take in. Please get some rest. She gestured toward the door, and I got up to leave. Although my nausea had faded, I still felt faint and weak. I teleported home to my bedroom and instantly collapsed onto my bed. I couldn't hold myself up, everything felt so heavy, as if the weight of the universe was pressing down on me. I hadn't even started any physical training yet, but my body ached unbearably. Exhausted and in pain, it didn't take long for me to drift into a deep sleep. A couple of hours later, I awoke feeling a little drowsy but definitely better than before. I checked the time and realized it was already 5 p.m. Oh no, I thought. I was supposed to meet Bakugou for our project at past. I dragged myself out of bed and rushed to get ready. I teleported to UA and headed toward the library. I wasn't really supposed to use my quirk outside of school yet, not without a provisional license, but I hoped I could get away with it just this once. The last thing I wanted was to upset the hothead. I entered the library and spotted him seated by a window in the far right corner. You're late, extra, he stated. Only by 3 minutes, come on. Whatever. He rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed, and continued to pull out a notebook from his bag, opening it to a page overflowing with notes. I've already completed a lot of the research side of our project anyway, he huffed, looking away from me. Oh wow. You must have been up all night doing this. That's impressive. I accidentally let my thoughts slip out. Well, some of us take our studies seriously, he replied, narrowing his eyes. I couldn't help but roll mine in response. Did he always have to throw digs at me? You look awful, by the way, he said, looking me up and down. That kind of irritated me. I couldn't be bothered dealing with his attitude today, but to be honest, I probably did look terrible. I definitely felt it. I sighed. I had my first internship lesson today. I rubbed my eyes, still out of it, and finally noticed his hair was styled completely differently. Well, it couldn't have been worse than mine, he shot back, his eyes narrowing like daggers, gritting his teeth. He didn't look angry, He looked as though he was about to explode. I finally noticed his hair looked ridiculous. What happened to you? I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. I don't want to talk about it, he yelled back, his hair spiking back up to normal. A librarian shushed him from the front desk. I tried my hardest to hold it in, but I let out a giggle. An angry-looking red cross appeared on his head. There was something amusing about it springing back into place whenever he got angry. Your hair definitely looks a lot better now. I sat down next to him, suddenly realizing what I had just said. Did I really just compliment his hair? Why did that slip out? Thankfully, he didn't respond. I glanced over his notes, and I was impressed. He had written extensively about the history of All Might, detailing how he became a hero and made a name for himself. There was a thorough analysis of his career progression and notable battles with specific villains. I was astonished by the amount of effort he had clearly put in. For the first time since I had known him, he didn't interrupt me but waited for me to finish my sentence. It's just, this is amazing, you know so much. Whatever. Just shut up and do something useful. He scowled at me in his usual aggressive tone, but his expression told a different story. He looked a bit embarrassed. I found it kind of, oddly endearing? I couldn't help it. This was Bakugou we were talking about. He was known for being ruthless and fierce, someone I often disliked, yet his research was surprisingly charming. His admiration for All Might was overwhelming, and it was beautiful to see someone hold a hero in such high regard. I wished to find a hero who could inspire me in that way. I felt a pang of guilt for not being able to contribute when Bakugou had worked so hard and clearly held some resentment towards me. Even though he had chosen to handle all the research on his own without informing me, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I discreetly opened a small portal beside me, just enough to reach my arm through. I pulled out some supplies, an A3 piece of paper, pencils, an eraser, and some glue. I transferred parts of his notes onto an A3 piece of paper, and after a while, we swapped back and forth. I began to draw a variety of pictures of All Might in his different suits from over the years. Not many people knew this, but art was a little hobby of mine. I loved to draw and was quite good at it. It felt nice to excel at something that didn't rely on a quirk in a world like this. You draw? The blonde asked abruptly, glancing down at my sketches of All Might. Oh, a little bit, I replied, suddenly feeling self-conscious and embarrassed. His crimson gaze met mine, holding my eyes for a moment that felt almost timeless before he looked back at the sketches. They're good, he said with a huff, returning to highlight his notes. Really think so? I asked quietly, feeling a bit caught off guard by his compliment. He hummed in response, actively avoiding my gaze. The 5th generation one. Looks the best, he added, staring at the pen he began spinning in his hand. Yeah, his 5th gen costume was one of my favorites. I smiled as I shaded in the last section. Really? He cast a sideways glance. Yeah. Same. I smiled to myself. It felt as though we had finally found something in common. Even if it was something small, I could feel warmth rising inside me, content to be working together on a project like this. Hero costumes are pretty cool too, I mumbled awkwardly, staring down at the pencil in my hand. Should I have said that? He probably already knew and would respond with some arrogant remark like, "Of course it is." I glanced over, waiting for a response, but the blonde definitely struggled to look in my direction. I couldn't help but wonder why. Did my face really annoy him that much? Like my costume? He raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I twisted my lips a little nervously and caught him smirking. Of course you do. His tone was smug, causing me to roll my eyes. I knew he'd say something like that. Your costume's all right too, I guess, he sighed, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head. All right? My eyes narrowed. Did he really think that was some sort of compliment? He thought my costume was just all right? I spent hours designing it, sketching different ideas to send to the company, researching various fabrics and heroes with similar quirks to mine. I didn't do all of this to be told that my costume looked all right by some overly confident boy in my class. This guy really knew how to push my buttons. I was seconds away from giving him a piece of my mind. Yeah, it fits you really well and the colors suit you, he replied casually, sipping from a bottle of water. My face immediately began to flush. It fit me. Really well? Why did he say really like that? I felt flustered, sensing the blush rising in my cheeks. Yet he looked completely unfazed. I took a deep breath to calm down, resting my face in my palm as I continued shading. Oh, well thanks, I mumbled. Bakugou POV. Bakugou had been dreading this project all week. The fact that he had been assigned to work with the one person he couldn't stand, almost as much as he couldn't stand Deku, was pretty unbearable. However, the project was about All Might, Bakugou's favorite hero. Admittedly, he had been a little excited about being able to work on a project about his favorite hero, although he would never admit that out loud. He assumed YN wouldn't care about the project as much as he did. But as they began to discuss ideas, he was surprised to find that YN was passionate about All Might too. She knew about the different generational suits? Bakugou assumed only hardcore All Might fans would know about those things, but nonetheless, he couldn't help but find it cool that she did. YN POV. We worked together to compile all the information we had about All Might's hero career, his fighting techniques, training regimen, and the impact he made on society. I noticed that Bakugou was much calmer when it came to his studies. He took them seriously. A couple of times, I caught him staring at me intently, actually listening to what I had to say. At first, he was a little aggressive but calmed down once we got into it. It was like seeing a completely different side of him. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but his expression was something I'd never seen before. He looked so focused and calm. I found myself staring at him in awe. It was incredible to see him like this. I liked him better when he was calm. I began to notice his eyes and their crimson glow, the way his ash-blonde hair naturally spiked up, and how he bit the corner of his lip when concentrating. His jawline was perfectly sculpted, outlining his face. I had never realized just how handsome he really was. My cheeks began to feel warm thinking about it. I felt embarrassed knowing that if he knew what I was thinking, he'd completely lose it. But for the first time ever, he looked attractive. What the hell do you keep looking at? Bakugou raised his voice fiercely, locking his intense gaze onto mine. I must have been staring at him the entire time while lost in thought. I wasn't sure how long I'd been staring, but oh my. How embarrassing. I was lost in thought. Well, will you stop daydreaming and realize we have a project to finish? He huffed, clearly annoyed. I was so embarrassed. I tried my best not to blush. Him seeing me blush would be far more embarrassing. I lowered my head toward the desk, my hair falling in front of my face so he couldn't see the shades of red that had crept onto my cheeks. We continued to finish the project in silence after that. By the time we finished, we had created something truly remarkable. We compiled a comprehensive report on All Might's hero career, complete with diagrams, illustrations, and quotes from interviews. Our project was one of the few chosen to be displayed on the wall in the corridor outside our homeroom. We even received perfect marks. I stood in the hallway looking up at it and noticed, by YNLN and Bakugou Katsuki. I didn't remember putting my name first. Since my time at UA, I'd become close friends with quite a few of my classmates. Mina had somewhat become a best friend. She'd looked after me since day one, which made us rather close. It turned out that Mina was in a pretty tight-knit friendship group, the Baku Squad, so I ended up hanging out with them a lot, especially during lunch. We all got along pretty well, except for me and one particular guy, Bakugou Katsuki. Other than that, I had become close to some of the others in my class too. Todoroki and Deku were reliable study companions. I often revised with them after school. Ochako got along with Mina really well, so we became friends through that. I really liked her. She was a sweet girl with a good heart. She reminded me of Deku in some ways, and when I saw them together, my heart melted a little. I always felt they would make such a beautiful couple. Mina and I talked about it all the time. Although I tried my hardest not to bring it up, Ochako would be so embarrassed. I believed that after our project together, maybe Bakugou and I would grow closer too. I hoped that was the case, but apparently not. On the brighter side, he was at least less aggressive toward me. Yet he still acted as though he couldn't recall my name. He was a liar. He knew my name. I knew he did. But he just refused to call me by it and pretended as though he didn't remember. I just didn't understand why. What was wrong with this boy? It frustrated me. We sat together during lunchtime, Bakugou not saying much to anyone. So, we're all thinking of going to the library tonight to do some studying if you wanted to join us? Mina asked. Oh, actually, Todoroki already asked me to revise with him for the test coming up on Monday. Bakugo looked up from his lunchbox and stared at me with an intensity that felt like he was looking right through me. I averted his gaze. What was he so mad about? Oh, you and Todoroki studying alone together? Mina teased, nudging me playfully. It's not like that, I responded defensively, a light blush creeping onto my cheeks. I felt a little embarrassed by what Mina was implying. Bakugou started to look visibly agitated, grinding his teeth as though he was about to say something. Why bother asking the extra to study with us? Literally no one even wants her there, he scoffed. He was wrong. These were my friends. I knew he was wrong. The others were my friends. But why did he have to say something like that? It hurt. It really hurt. Despite how he had treated me before, I tried to look past it. I thought that maybe we could get along, that working together on our project would change things. Maybe not overnight, but at least something. He wasn't as snappy and aggressive as he once was, but he still threw sly little digs when he could. It used to make me mad, but now it just hurt. Our eyes met, and I stared into his fierce gaze, matching it with my own defiance. We locked eyes for what felt like the longest time, the tension building, yet we refused to say another word. I got up, slamming my hand on the table, breaking the silence. I think you'll find it's you no one even wants here. I turned away without looking back and left. Oh boy, it felt good. His jaw dropped at my words, though he tried to shrug it off as if it didn't mean anything to him. But I knew it did. I could tell from our few interactions that he was a complicated guy. I didn't know what had happened to him, but he clearly had some serious issues. So I said what I knew would hurt, just like how he did to me. Shortly after our last classes, I met up with Todoroki outside the homeroom. We decided to walk to the UA library together. I wasn't in the best mood after everything that happened during lunch. It kept replaying in my mind. I hated how he got inside my head with his hurtful words. But I hated even more that I let him. After walking in silence for a short while, Todoroki initiated conversation, sensing something was off. You okay? He asked gently. We paused, looking at each other. I didn't want him to ask that. It was the last thing I wanted anyone to ask when I was definitely not okay. My eyes subtly filled with tears, but no words came out. Todoroki's face showed nothing but concern. He leaned in close and wrapped an arm around me, his touch gentle and warm. I felt myself give in, letting him hold me for a while. We didn't say anything to each other, but we didn't have to. I started to feel a bit better. His kind gesture made me feel safe and warm inside. We pulled away after a while. Whatever it is, it'll be okay, he said with a soft smile. I knew he meant it. Bakugou POV. Bakugou lingered in a corner, unnoticed, as a witness to the entire thing. A throbbing pain presented itself deep in his chest, yet he failed to understand what it was. Seeing her with Todoroki like that, he felt an indescribable emotion inside. Earlier that day, after the library incident. What's wrong with you? Why would you say that? Mina yelled at him. Bakugou scoffed. She was annoying me. She didn't even do anything to annoy you. He narrowed his eyes, glancing off to the side. Whatever. But Mina was right. Wyan hadn't done anything to annoy him. Unable to admit it, it was Mina who pushed his aggression to the edge this time. The way she kept teasing about Icy Hot and the extra was infuriating. He didn't know why, but listening to it made him sick to his stomach. He knew Wyan didn't deserve that. Things between them had gotten so much better, and now he'd ruined it all. He slammed his empty lunchbox back into his bag and slung it over his shoulder. Where are you going? Kirishima asked. None of your business, he replied sharply, storming off. He was angry just like always, but hurt at the same time. It's you no one even wants here. Those words played on his mind. It frustrated him. He spent the last 2 classes trying his best to concentrate but couldn't stop thinking about her. The extra. Thoughts of YN clouded his mind. The way she stared back at him, showing no fear, standing up for herself. He begrudgingly admired it. Then her words came back to haunt him, and it started to hurt again. But he pushed those feelings deep down, just like all the others he chose to ignore. Feelings are weak, he thought. After the last class of the day ended, he found himself watching the extra pack up her things, and a sudden urge to talk to her washed over him. Mina and Kirishima approached his desk. I think the manly thing to do would be to apologize, Kirishima said politely, tapping him on the shoulder. Fine, Bakugo huffed. Mina and Kirishima exchanged excited glances. Only if it'll keep the two of you from bothering me, he added coldly. By now, everyone had left the classroom, and Bakugo remained in his seat, packing away his own things. YN was one of the last few to leave. Thoughts swirled in his mind, all jumbled. What should he actually say to her? A knot formed in his stomach as nerves began to creep in. He left the classroom and walked down the empty corridors, unsure of which way YN had gone. Most students had cleared out by now. He caught a glimpse of her flowing hair and instinctively reached out, her name almost slipping from his lips. But before he could call out, another guy came into view. It was the half-and-half BSRD. Bakugo hesitated, pulling his hand back down and deciding to retreat before they noticed him. He watched them for a moment as they walked together, then suddenly stopped. She turned to face the dual-quirk user, her profile visible to him. He noticed her misty eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks, glistening in the light from the window. Then half-and-half leaned in closer, wrapping an arm around her. Bakugou turned away, not wanting to see any more. Good morning, YN said cheerfully. Oh, someone's in a good mood. I'm guessing he apologized then. Mina replied, glancing toward the ash blonde. Bakugou. I thought you. YN laughed, cutting her off. Bakugou apologize? I don't think those words are in his vocabulary. It's okay though. We're good, right, Bakugo-kun? His eyes met hers, looking a bit bewildered. She was in a good mood today. Todoroki had really helped her feel better. After school yesterday, he told her not to let Bakugo get to her. Once they got to the library, she ended up sharing everything that had happened. Todoroki also mentioned that he was pretty sure Bakugo didn't mean half the things he said anyway. She decided to trust him. Waiting for an apology from the hothead seemed pointless and not something she would ever expect from him. It just wasn't in his character. But that was okay. Clinging to hurtful words and awkward situations wasn't part of her character either. So, she thought it best to forgive and forget, even without an apology. We're good, Bakugo replied, not showing much emotion. Well, as long as you guys are okay, I guess. Mina said, looking a little confused. We're headed to the arcade tonight. Do you all want to go? Yes. Definitely. YN exclaimed excitedly. Going to the arcade with this group was definitely something she didn't want to miss out on. Awesome. We got YN to come. You can try to beat my high score on Street Fighter. Oh, I challenge you to that, she replied, grinning. She had been hanging out with these guys for quite a while now, and it was clear to Kaminari and Kirishima that she was quite the gamer. She loved video games and was pretty good at them too. Bakugou, you're going to come too, right? She asked him, smiling. She knew he could be an absolute JRK to the point where it even made her cry, but she didn't want him to know that. No, she had to play it cool. As they say, kill them with kindness. I don't really feel like it, he said, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. He got up and left. Is he okay? She asked Kirishima. Dunno. Where does he go? You know, every time he randomly wanders off like that. Where is he going exactly? No one knows where he goes. We just leave him to it. He likes his space when he's not feeling good, Kirishima replied casually. I don't think he's ever feeling good, she said with an awkward chuckle. Everyone acted as though it was normal, not giving it much thought, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He was usually so moody and snappy. He would typically say something like, "No. Why would I want to go to the arcade with a bunch of losers like you?" And then scoff until Kirishima magically convinced him to join. For the rest of the day, Bakugou was suspiciously quiet. Not the calm kind of quiet he was during studying. It was a completely different silence. She didn't like it one bit. He avoided pretty much everyone throughout class, even during lunch, and barely spoke a word to them. She knew she wasn't the best person to approach him at a time like this, but no one else seemed willing to, and she understood why. Still, she didn't like it. She tried her best to find a natural opening so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. While walking to their last class, she noticed him drift toward his locker, swapping out some books. She decided to join him, as her locker was only a few away. Casually, she swapped out her own books while trying to figure out what to say. "Bakugou," she called out to him. He looked across at her from behind his locker, his gaze completely different from before. It was as if the fire inside him had been extinguished. "You should come tonight, to the arcade. We all want you there." She paused to take a deep breath. "Even me." As she began to close her locker door, it suddenly slammed shut. "Why would you want me there?" Bakugou shot back, glaring at her. He was staring her down, the fire reignited in his eyes, the anger returning. He was close, one arm stretched across against the locker beside her, his face inches from hers. She couldn't help but smile, which only seemed to irritate him further. "Wow, really? That's all it took for you to be yourself again? Thank goodness for that. Your moping was really starting to annoy me," she said playfully. "What did you just say?" he bellowed. She began to feel a little scared now. Maybe she had pushed too far again. She was just trying to make a joke. Actually, she wasn't sure what she was trying to do. I was just glad to see him as his usual self again, but now I was starting to regret that. I felt my eyes widen. He sighed, dropping the arm that had been pressed against the locker. "Yeah, I'll go to the arcade." He slung his bag over his shoulder with one hand. I walked alongside him to class, and this was always followed by an awkward silence. "You weren't yourself today," I said gently. He didn't look at me or even reply. "I didn't like it," I admitted. He glanced towards me, furrowing his brows. "Being all moody is just a part of who you are, isn't it?" His eyes began to widen. "You're not going to change, and I think that's okay," I smiled. "But if something's bothering you, you can talk to us. Maybe not me. I understand that I'm not really your favorite person, but maybe Kirishima or someone," I said quietly, trailing off. He turned to face ahead, not responding. "I can tell something's up, but again and—" Interrupting, he heaved a heavy sigh. "Who do you talk to when things bother you?" he interjected. I was too stunned to speak. What a question. It felt so out of the blue. "There's Mina. I tell her all kinds of things." "What kind of things?" he asked coldly. What was with all the questions? "Well, not many things really bother me, to be honest." "So what does bother you?" he interrupted, stopping in his tracks and turning to face me with an intense expression. He stared me down for a couple of minutes, waiting for me to say something. His red eyes seemed to glow with intensity. "Be honest." His voice was a low whisper as he leaned in closer. "You," I said quietly, feeling a bit sheepish. "Oh yeah? So do tell Pinky about that then, or someone else," he yelled, pulling away from me. "What are you? Did I do something?" I wasn't sure what he was getting at, but I could feel a sour tension building between us. I didn't like it. It felt as though he was about to explode. "It doesn't matter," he grunted, picking up the pace and walking to class. I stood there, mainly confused. I honestly didn't have a clue what he was talking about. "Do you tell Mina about that or someone else?" I couldn't fathom what he was getting at, but I would definitely be more cautious when talking about him from now on. Clearly, he didn't like it. It was Friday, the best day of the week. We had arranged to go to the arcade after school, and I was pretty excited. I hadn't been with my new friends from Udata yet. Mina and I met up, heading to Jirai's house together to get ready. We wanted to look nice. Mina then informed us that Ochako, Deku, Todoroki, and Ida would be joining us at the arcade later. That was a nice surprise. I studied with those guys a lot outside of school, but I didn't get much time to just hang out and relax, so I was looking forward to. We got ready and headed out to the bustling sights of the city. I spotted a trio of guys waiting outside the arcade for us. Kirishima and Kaminari's brightly colored hair stood out from a mile away, both of them waving exaggeratedly so we could see them. It made me chuckle. Bakugou kept to himself, leaning against a wall away from the others, scrolling on his phone. We made our way over to join them. Is Ciro coming? Mina asked. I dunno, I asked him, but I think he's hanging out with Tokoyami tonight. Ah, fair enough. Well then, where should we start first? We can head into the arcade and then grab something to eat later? Kaminari suggested. Sounds like a plan. Jiraiya chimed in. As we entered the building, a symphony of flashing neon lights surrounded us. The air was filled with a mix of excitement and nostalgia. I could hear the clattering sound of tokens being inserted into machines, echoing throughout the space, accompanied by bursts of laughter and intense concentration. The smell of popcorn and sugary treats lingered in the air, tempting my senses. I navigated through the crowd, feeling a surge of anticipation as I approached a specific game, ready to embark on a virtual journey. Yes, it was Street Fighter. Ah, no way. Someone has beaten my high score. It's gone. Demon dude that Esiges. Who beat it? Lord Explosion Murder E. Bakugou? Bakugou looked up from his sulking in the corner. When did you do this? Kaminari exclaimed. I couldn't help but start laughing. Huh? What's so funny? Bakugou barked at me. I couldn't answer from laughing too much, but I found it hilarious that, of all people, of course, it was Bakugou who had beaten his high score. He had to be the best at everything. And the Lord Explosion Murder definitely gave it away. Finally, I calmed down. Lord Explosion Murder? Haha, that could never be anyone else. I wiped a tear from my eye. I glanced over to see the high score, 9,085. Whoa, I uttered under my breath. Well, you won't be able to beat Kaminari's score. Looks like you'll have to challenge Bakugou instead, Kirishima teased. I felt my stomach drop. I didn't even know Bakugou played games. I mean, he's a guy, and most have done at some point in their lives, but he'd never mentioned it. It's just not fair. How did you get your score so high? Kaminari sighed. You're not even good at games. Huh? Since when did I say I wasn't good at games? I'm good at everything. Bakugou expressed in his usual loud, confident tone. But you never come to our Mario Kart sessions even when we invite you. That's because I hate you. Not because I'm bad at games, idiot. Bakugou snarkily replied, rolling his eyes and playfully whacking Kaminari's head. I don't know what had gotten into me or why I was in such a giggly mood, but I couldn't help myself. After what Todoroki had told me about Bakugou, that he didn't really mean the things he said, it was like everything changed, and now I just found him hilarious. Seriously, what the hell's so funny to you, princess? He yelled, focusing his attention on me now. Princess? Did he really just call me that? Was he trying to insult me? I guess that was a step up from extra. Princess isn't really much of an insult. Katsuki, Kirishima whispered to him. An almost undetectable hint of red graced his cheeks. Yeah, it is, he yelled back at him with assertiveness. They're always useless, needing to be saved by a hero. His voice grew more intense. Another term for useless. Although he definitely could have called me a lot worse, and to be honest, he already had in the past. Princess was better than extra, even if it still meant useless. Useless was better than meaningless, right? I realized that when I didn't take Bakugou's words too seriously, he was actually pretty fun to be around. I started to understand why everyone wanted to hang out with him despite his aggressive personality. Okay then, Lord Explosion Murder, I challenge you. I declared with a confident smile, pointing at him. If I beat your high score, you have to call me princess for an entire week. I was going to suggest that he had to be nice to me, but I figured this would be far more embarrassing for him. Oh, Kirishima and Kaminari said in unison, glancing back and forth between us. A bag of popcorn had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Bakugou met my gaze with a confident smirk as he approached, leaning in closer. Why did he always have to get so personal? If it was meant to intimidate me, it worked, but sometimes he got so close that it made my cheeks warm. Okay, princess, he scoffed mockingly. You're on, he continued with a cocky tone, certain I wouldn't be able to beat him. He edged even closer, lowering his face to mine, his eyes glimmering with challenge. But if you lose, you have to drop out of UA? The bag of popcorn fell to the floor, creating a mess. I stood there in shock. That's way too far, what the heck, dude? Kirishima said, disappointment etched on his face. Bakugou continued to stare at me coldly. The laughter I had earlier faded. I remembered that it was comments like this that hurt the most, those nasty remarks that made it clear how much he disliked me. You always have to take it one step too far, don't you? I replied, feeling a lump form in my throat, the kind that comes when you're holding back tears. I turned to walk away. My words must have struck him hard because I didn't expect him to reach out for my wrist. YN. His voice was softer, a bit shaky. He just said my name. For the first time, he addressed me directly, not using a nickname. I looked back to meet his gaze. I didn't mean it, he said, looking tense. I just wanted to see how far you'd go. He averted his eyes, staring at the floor, looking awkward but still holding onto my wrist. Let's just play the game, he mumbled, letting go of my wrist to pick up a controller and pass it to me. A tension had built between us, and I didn't want our night at the arcade to end like this. I wanted us all to have fun. I felt annoyed at him. He said he didn't mean it, but it felt like he did. Yet he looked guilty now. Okay, I said, forcing the biggest smile I could muster. But just so you know, I'm a pro gamer. I winked at him. I was good at turning situations around. I remembered what Todoroki said and tried not to let Bakugou get to me. Even he said he didn't mean it. He looked shocked but also relieved. Taking the other controller from him, we sat next to each other and started playing Street Fighter. He was really good. Incredible, in fact, but I was better. I won the first couple of rounds and racked up a high score. I caught him glancing at me out of the corner of my eye, smirking again. What was he planning? Suddenly I was losing badly. He completely dominated me round after round. His combos were insane, and I was in disbelief. I looked at him, a wild aura surrounding him. He was a force to be reckoned with. I started to realize he had let me win the first few rounds. I wasn't sure why, maybe out of guilt, or maybe he was trying to be nice. But after a long, intense battle, Bakugou Katsuki emerged victorious. Whoa, Bakugou, that was insane. You're crazy, what the heck? I sat there, feeling completely defeated, the controller slipping from my hands. I looked at him, unsure of what to say. A congratulations seemed in order. Well, I go. Finally, someone who can actually try to keep up with me. Bakugou exclaimed, beaming with excitement. I froze in shock. He didn't look happy in the traditional sense, but he had the same expression he wore when defeating villains that put up a decent fight. He grabbed my wrist and pulled me up, leaving me bewildered by the sudden shift. YN, you gotta try this other game right now. I've been trying to do it for weeks. But it takes 2 players, and these guys are all useless. He dragged me deeper into the arcade. I looked back at Kirishima and Kaminari for help, but they were too busy laughing at the situation. We made our way to the game he was talking about, which involved using a fake gun prop to play. It looked so cool. He handed me a vest and a gun. You gotta put one of these vests on, it's like a motion detector. I was baffled. He was acting like a completely different person. He wasn't exactly being nice, more like using me to achieve his high score, but it was better than bullying, so I couldn't complain. A lot of time passed as we played various games together. I hadn't realized how much time I'd spent alone with Bakugou. We finally had something in common. For once, we were both genuinely having fun, or at least it felt that way. I almost completely forgot about earlier. Do you know where the others are? I asked. They said they were gonna get food, right? Do you want to text Mina and ask where she is? I'll message Kiri. Sure. I'm actually pretty thirsty. I'm gonna grab a drink. Will you be okay to wait here? He asked. I felt something deep and unsettling rise in my stomach. He wasn't going to come back, was he? He was going to leave me here all alone. That's why he took me away from everyone, wasn't it? This was his plan. I started to feel lightheaded, my heart pounding as anxious thoughts raced through my mind. Then my heart began to shatter. I knew he could be mean and downright nasty sometimes, but this was just cruel even for him. Okay. I croaked, knowing I couldn't stop him. I wasn't going to beg him to stay. I kept texting Mina and tried to call her, almost on the verge of tears. I guess I could just head home and try to forget this night had ever happened. Without warning, a guy crept up beside me. "Is that you, YN?" he asked, his voice sounding suspicious and unsettling. I felt something grip my arm tightly. I looked over to meet the eyes of a boy I wanted nothing to do with. He was dressed in a hooded jacket that obscured his face, a black mask resting on his chin, but a smile emerged from the shadows. My heart sank, pounding faster than ever. "Nowhere to go?" he taunted. The main drawback of my quirk was that while I could teleport instantly and even open gates to places I had been before, if someone was touching or holding on to me like this. If I teleported, I would be bringing them with me. The last thing I wanted was to teleport elsewhere and be left completely alone with this guy, and he knew that. I stood there, paralyzed by fear and consumed by shock. I could feel the icy grip of terror creeping up my spine, rendering me unable to move or utter a single word. I was at a complete loss for what to do. "Come on. I just want to have a little chat, that's all," he said, leaning closer. I was horrified and traumatized by the entire situation. I had literally moved halfway across the world to get away from this guy, yet here he was. My body felt useless, trembling uncontrollably. I found myself reduced to tears. "You like strawberries, right?" a familiar voice asked from behind. Immediately my eyes widened. I whipped my head back to see Bakugou Katsuki. The sound of his voice, for once, gave me a sense of relief and safety. He came back. His presence alone provided me with a sense of security amidst the unsettling scenario. Our eyes locked, and I could see the crimson glow of his gaze mirroring my own unease, silently acknowledging the shared sense of apprehension. "Get your hands off her!" Bakugou shouted, storming toward him with a threatening aura. "Bah!" The boy's hand gripped me tighter, his nails digging into my skin. I winced. Bakugou's eyes blazed with intense fury, like smoldering embers ready to ignite. He prepared to confront the guy, his gaze promising a storm of explosive power. I had never seen him so furious. "I said," he growled, his crimson irises glowing with a threatening light, "get your filthy hands off of her." He paused, readying himself for action. "Or I'll make you regret it." With a loud shout, he smirked, catching the attention of bystanders throughout the arcade. Then he lunged forward, propelling himself through the air with tremendous force. He landed a strong hit, knocking the boy's hood off. The sheer strength of the punch sent the recipient hurtling across the room, crashing into the wall, leaving a lasting impression of raw power. He had only punched him and hadn't even used his quirk yet. I stumbled back in astonishment and awe at his overwhelming display of strength. I was impressed and at a loss for words. After everything that had happened, I needed a moment to myself, so I silently disappeared using my quirk. Chapter 11. Bakugou's POV. Bakugou was taken aback. He remembered seeing her with icy hot, the tears streaming down her face, how the dual quirk user held her in his arms, and how it was all Bakugou's fault. He didn't want to be the one who hurt her like this. Actually, he didn't know what he wanted. He had seen her cry before, but she didn't know that. The sight alone had become something he never wanted to witness again. He watched her for a moment, unsure of what to do. But then, something inside him softened. He couldn't explain it, but he felt a sudden urge to comfort her. Without thinking, he said, "YN." Her name slipped from his lips. She had such a pretty name. It suited her perfectly. He felt nervous saying it, having never actually said it out loud before, at least not to her. Despite that, it was the one word that seemed to find its way into his head the most. Although, there was no way he would ever admit that. "I was just seeing how far you would go." He messed up. He knew he had. What was he thinking? He didn't like her being at UA because ever since she arrived, it drove him mad. He wasn't sure what it was, but she stirred something inside him. It was confusing and frustrating. He didn't know what to do about it. He had always been so sure that he hated her, but in moments like this, when she stood before him, looking as though she was about to cry from his harsh words, he couldn't help but wonder if maybe he was wrong. Let's just play the game." He looked away, avoiding eye contact. He struggled to communicate with others in general, but even more so when it came to Yan. No matter how awful he was, she always found a way to make light of the situation, gloss over it, and make things okay. Unlike others, she never sought out an apology from him but chose to accept him for who he was. Being all moody is just a part of who you are, isn't it? Her words replayed in his mind more than she knew. How could she accept him when he hurt her so much? Okay, but just to let you know, I'm a pro gamer. She smiled smugly. This ignited a passion inside him. Bakugo came to the arcade a lot, often alone. He enjoyed playing games too. He had come a couple of times with the Baku squad but pretended to have little interest in games. He knew that if they realized he actually enjoyed these outings, Kirishima would be dragging him out even more on these seemingly pointless adventures. After spending time playing games with Yan, he realized he had finally found someone who matched his skills. Someone who wasn't completely inept, and this ignited a surge of excitement within him. Finally, he could beat that high score on. Without thinking, he grabbed Yan by the wrist and urged her to play. As the night progressed, he found himself leading her around the arcade, trying out all his favorite games. He was genuinely enjoying himself, but they had been at it for quite a while now, and it was only a matter of time before they had to reunite with the others. Still, there was one more thing he needed to do. I don't think the words, "I'm sorry," are in his vocabulary. Yan's words echoed in his mind. She was right. He had never apologized to anyone before, even though he probably should have by now. But he didn't know how to say sorry or where to even begin. Yet, something inside him urged him to make amends for what he had done earlier. No, for everything he had done to her. During the past few weeks, she hadn't done anything wrong. She consistently gave him space when he needed it but still found ways to be around him and his friends, despite his visible disdain and how he treated her. She even tried to comfort him when he seemed off. But what? He knew the answer. The truth was, she was genuinely kind, radiating warmth reminiscent of the sun, like an angelic being. She made an effort to understand him and never judged his behavior. He knew she didn't deserve the hurtful things he had said or done, and he was aware that he needed to make it up to her, even if he had no idea how. "I'm actually pretty thirsty. I'm going to grab a drink. Will you be okay to wait here?" "Okay," she replied softly. She must be thirsty too. Bakugou scanned the arcade for the nearest drink stand. The vibrant atmosphere was a bit disorienting. She would definitely wait for him, right? Of course, she would. She was a good person. He began to mentally prepare himself to muster the courage to apologize before they returned to the rest of the group. This was their only chance to be alone together. He spotted a milkshake stand that looked promising, and the line wasn't too long. As he stood there, reading the menu, he realized he had no idea what kind of milkshake she would like. He felt foolish for not knowing such a simple detail. "Well, I have a feeling she's the kind of girl who likes strawberries," he thought aloud. In the end, he decided on a strawberry milkshake and a caramel one. If she didn't like the strawberry, she could have his. It didn't matter much to him. He retraced his steps, scanning the crowd for Yan. When he spotted her beautiful hair shimmering under the neon lights not too far away, he made his way over. However, he noticed a strange-looking guy with his hood up standing next to her, and something about him sent a chill down Bakugou's spine. Maybe he was just a weird friend she ran into. "Hey, you like strawberries, right?" he called out. Bakugo had never seen someone turn around so quickly, but when their eyes met, he instantly knew that this guy was not a friend of hers. His heart raced as he saw the distressed look on her face, her body trembling, tears welling in her eyes. Unable to speak, she silently screamed for help. He tried to assess the situation calmly until he noticed the guy's hand gripping her arm tightly, causing her to wince in pain. An uncontrollable rage bubbled up inside him. He wanted to confront this guy. How dare he? There was no chance of remaining calm in a situation like this. She was clearly terrified. No, she looked traumatized. This guy was trouble, and Bakugou needed to act fast. Before he knew it, he was shouting threats at the guy, ones that carried weight. He charged through the air and, within seconds, sent the hooded boy flying across the room, crashing into a wall. The arcade fell silent. Security guards rushed over to take statements. Kirishima, Kaminari, Mina, and even Deku and Todoroki noticed the commotion from a distance and hurried over. Bakugou, you okay, man? I'm fine. Where's YN? I saw her just a second ago. She was right behind you. She's disappeared, hasn't she? He sighed. I really hate it when she does that, Bakugou said, taking a seat nearby, resting his head in his hands. It's okay, we'll find her, Mina reassured him. Mina grabbed both Jairu and Uraraka by the arms. She wouldn't have teleported far, right? Do you think she just went home? Jairu pondered. No. I think she just teleported somewhere else for a moment, probably to collect her thoughts, she concluded. I agree, Ochako chimed in. Then where would she? It has to be a place she can picture clearly, right? It felt as though a light bulb had gone off in their minds simultaneously. The bathroom. They made their way to the ladies' room, only to find YN curled up in a ball, crying alone in one of the stalls. She didn't mind them seeing her like this, even in her mess. They were her friends, and she knew they would understand. It was just the guys she didn't want to see. She felt too ashamed, too embarrassed. Hey, it's okay. You're safe now. We're all here. What happened? Mina asked gently, stroking my hair. I don't want to talk about it right now, I replied, still visibly shaken. I wasn't ready to delve into my past with these friends just yet. But that boy was trouble. Okay, that's fine. We're all going home together now, all right? You can stay at my place tonight, Mina said softly. Okay, I stuttered, still struggling to find my voice. We can all have a fun sleepover at Mina's to take your mind off everything, okay? Ochako beamed, with Jairu nodding in agreement. I looked up and managed a smile. After calming down, they helped me up and led me out of the bathroom. We headed to the front entrance, where the guys were waiting. Todoroki and Deku rushed over. YN, are you okay? We were worried sick. Kaken told us what happened. Are you hurt? Is your arm all right? Who was that guy? Deku asked innocently. My eyes widened. I didn't want to talk about him. I wasn't ready. Tears began to stream down my face, completely beyond my control. I didn't want to remember who that guy was. But I needed to thank Bakugou. He had saved me, and I had just retreated without saying a word. How selfish and disrespectful, especially after the danger I had put him in. Baku, I started, but he was leaning against a bike stand, looking up at me with a stern expression. He got up and walked over, his hands buried in his pockets. You good? He asked, his eyes narrowed. I'm good, I responded shyly. Good. We should all go home, he replied coldly, walking off by himself. I felt a little scared seeing him walk home alone, but I knew saying anything would only hurt his feelings. Realistically, after the display of strength he had shown tonight, I should be more concerned for anyone who dared to mess with him. The rest of the guys walked back with us to Mina's house, acting very protective. It was nice and made me feel a lot more at ease. Everyone seemed to understand that I didn't want to talk about it and moved on from the subject. We chatted about everything that had happened at the arcade before the incident, and I was enjoying it. Oh, Bakugou said he was supposed to give you this. Kirishima said, handing me a milkshake. Ah, right. He went to get a drink. He got me one too. I replied curiously. Oh wow, strawberry's my favorite. My face flushed a little at the gesture. I think it's probably his way of trying to apologize for what he said earlier, Kirishima said, placing his hand on my shoulder with a soft smile. So many events had occurred that I had completely overlooked all of that. It didn't matter anymore. My mind was solely consumed by the hooded figure and his current whereabouts. Hey, you like strawberries, right? Bakugou's voice echoed in my mind, that sentence now a source of comfort, warmth, and safety. I couldn't help but relive the moment when he punched that guy square in the face. I had calmed down quite a bit from earlier, and now I felt incredibly grateful. I didn't know how I could ever repay him. My thoughts became clouded with conflicting feelings. I still couldn't quite understand why he could be so harsh at times. His words really hurt. I thought back to earlier, how we were enjoying ourselves so much, or at least I was. The one thing I knew I would never forget was that he came back. Despite the confusion of my feelings, I didn't think I had any space left for hate in my heart anymore. Today he was a hero, a true hero. And I started to think that maybe there was a lot more to Bakugou than he let on. Perhaps there were hidden depths that nobody got to see. Maybe he wasn't such a bad guy after all. We shared a mutual dislike for each other, but even so, he was the only one who came to my rescue when I needed it. From that day forward, I knew I would always be grateful to him. The weekend was over, and it was time to go back to school. I still didn't want to discuss the incident at the arcade last Friday, but luckily none of my classmates brought it up either. It seemed the whole ordeal had been forgotten, and everyone had moved past it. However, I hadn't given Bakugou a proper thank you, and it had been weighing on my mind. He saved me, and I needed to find a way to express my gratitude, but I didn't know how to approach him. When lunch came around, I found him alone in the halls by his locker. I figured now was my chance. "Katsuki-kun," I called out to him. He looked up from his locker, not showing much emotion but narrowing his eyes as usual. "What do you want?" I began, feeling a bit awkward. After everything that had happened, I felt so relieved that he came back and did what he did. Yet I would never forget how angry he looked staring down that villain. The fact that I had just randomly disappeared after the whole incident too made me want to express my thanks, but I was scared I'd have to answer questions, and I didn't know how Bakugo would react. Would he be calm and rational, or would he give me his usual nasty attitude? "I wanted to thank you for," I started, but he interrupted me. "No need to thank me," he said with a lofty sigh. "Beating up bad guys is just what a hero does." He turned to face the other way, throwing a bag over his shoulder. He paused for a moment to say something else. "I'm actually disappointed in you." I felt crushed. "I thought you were a lot stronger than that, YN." He looked back at me, his eyes glimmering with a hint of discontent. "But you completely crumbled once alone with a villain. I guess I was wrong." He turned back to face the opposite way. "You are weak." I didn't know what to say. It felt as though his words had pierced directly into my heart. Disappointed? That was far worse than him being angry. Bakugou was someone I always thought of as harsh and cruel, yet I couldn't help but admire him. He could say the most inconsiderate, nasty things, but this time, even though his words hurt, I didn't sense any malicious intent. He was genuinely disappointed in me. I felt useless and in need of saving. "I know," I replied, sorrow etched across my face. In an instant, I teleported before him, ensuring our eyes. "It won't ever happen again," I promised with determination. He leaned in closely, scrutinizing my eyes as if searching for any hint of deception. As he began to walk away, I realized I hadn't expressed my gratitude. Even though he refused to accept my thanks, I wanted to say anything that could reach his distant heart. "Also, I love strawberries," I said quietly while walking beside him, a faint blush rising to my cheeks. He paused to look back at me, his eyes softening just a bit. "I thought so," he smirked before walking off without another word. That interaction was enough for me to know everything was okay. He wouldn't ask questions, and he understood my gratitude. But still, I was left confused about my feelings. One moment he seemed to hate me, saying the most hurtful things, and the next, he saved me. I couldn't understand him. His thoughts were a mystery that drove me crazy. Yet, he was the only one I could see as a true hero. If anyone were to be the #1 hero, I wouldn't be surprised if it were you. I had forgotten I said that, and I felt a blush creeping up at the memory. It was true. After witnessing how he acted when he saved me, my feelings only deepened. But what did he really think of me? My heart ached for an answer. I had never met someone as confusing as him, but I had to push those feelings aside. Thoughts of Katsuki had begun to invade my mind lately, even though I had more important matters to focus on. For the rest of the week, I spent my time on hero studies like the other students. I learned how to enhance the utility of my quirk and traveled to various places with Interstellar. She asked me many personal questions, including my hobbies. I shared that I loved to draw, and she encouraged me to use that skill to improve my quirk. I began drawing the places she took me to repeatedly, helping me visualize them better in my mind. This strengthened my visualization skills, making it easier to access places beyond the immediate scene. I met her team, other undercover heroes, who took me to a smaller prison for villains who committed petty crimes. I memorized the layout of the empty cells, preparing myself for any future encounters where I might need to send criminals to captivity. Although I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement, which felt intimidating at first, the training was what I expected from a hero internship. The real reason for the NDA was due to the identity of those I was working with, which eased my nerves. Rift Runner, her second-in-command, focused on self-defense and reflex training. He taught me various techniques and had me perform reflex tests to improve my combat form. I had been training hard these past few weeks, and I often wondered how the rest of my class was doing. I hadn't spoken much to Todoroki or Deku lately, and I missed hanging out with my friends during lunch and the shenanigans we got into. With my internship coming to an end, I was excited to reunite with them. Tomorrow would be my last day, a day I would never forget. Interstellar informed me that we would be venturing into a mysterious and dangerous place that would test all my newfound knowledge. I felt nervous, unaware that this journey would take a terrifying turn. She arrived at MT Lady's agency to pick me up. Her presence commanded respect and filled me with awe, and I eagerly followed her. As we walked through the training facility, I noticed our surroundings changing. The path shifted from gravel to solid stone steps leading to an underground facility, which Interstellar cryptically referred to as HQ. There, we reunited with the rest of the team, who held a meeting to discuss the day's plan. I wasn't told much, only that we would be venturing into the most dangerous place known to the universe. I sensed that the others knew much more than I did. Once we left, their silence only amplified the mystery of our destination. As we walked from HQ toward the outskirts of Tokyo, a beautiful sunset bathed the city skyline in an orange-pink glow. Gradually, the scenery around us began to shift. The once familiar cityscape transformed into a nightmarish realm. Jagged rocks emerged from the ground, casting eerie shadows under dim light. The sky, once golden and inviting, twisted into dark shades of crimson and black. This was her quirk, she was taking us somewhere. A thick gray fog enveloped us as we navigated the unknown. The grand city of Tokyo was replaced by darkness and shadow, a ghost of its former self. My heart raced as an overwhelming sense of dread consumed me. What was this place? It felt desolate, emptiness clutching my soul as if despair was the only thing to be found here. I wanted to go home. I didn't want to do this. If being a hero meant coming to a place like this, I didn't want to be one anymore. This place was worse than any nightmare I could imagine. It was beyond anything I could conceive. My eyes began to tear up, fear creeping up my spine, the grip of unease tightening around my heart. An ethereal voice pierced through the darkness, rescuing me from the clutches of fear. For a moment, I felt as though my soul had been thrown back inside my body. I was no longer alone. My dear, don't let this place get inside your head. You are safe with us. Her ethereal beauty came into view, her golden hair illuminated by her otherworldly aura. I felt safe. I would always be safe as long as I found her by my side. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, Todoroki, Deku, and Ida had found themselves in quite a bit of trouble with the hero killer, Stain. They fought bravely, almost as if they were professionals, though the police deemed them reckless kids. All three ended up in the hospital, some of their injuries being quite serious, especially Ida. The next day, we were back at school, but he was absent, and many rumors were circulating, leaving most of Class 1A concerned. Todoroki had asked me to join his friends for lunch, saying there was something serious he needed to tell me. An anxious feeling settled in my stomach. Something must have happened during their work placement. Both he and Midoriya were covered in bandages, and I had overheard that Ida was still in the hospital. Uraraka and I sat together at their booth, patiently waiting for what the boys had to say. They filled us in on the events that had occurred, the Nomus, Stain the hero killer. They recounted their fight against him and how the police handled the situation. They were lucky to be alive and in a lot less trouble than I had thought. Uraraka and I sat therein. I was shocked to find out that they, alongside Ida, had actually fought back against the renowned hero killer. As impressed as we were, I couldn't help but feel anger bubbling inside me. Are you for real? You could have gotten yourselves killed, I exclaimed, my voice rising. They stared back at me in sheer shock. They had never seen me like this before. Yes, I considered these guys to be some of the top students in our class, always incredibly strong. I admired them, especially Todoroki, but at the end of the day, we were nowhere near what it took to be a pro. They shouldn't be walking when they hadn't mastered how to crawl. I know. We're lucky to be alive, Todoroki responded quietly. I couldn't help but smirk at him. It was hard to stay mad for long. Despite my anger, I felt proud of their achievements and got up to ruffle Todoroki's hair. I'm so proud of you. I beamed. He looked back at me slightly bewildered but offered a soft smile in return. You too, Midoriya. Although I sure hope Ida's okay, I added, my thoughts and prayers going out to him. Uraraka remained quiet, not adding much to the conversation. I sensed something was bothering her. Perhaps she was just as worried for them as I was. It was useless trying to keep these boys out of trouble. Across the room, Bakugou watched as YN didn't sit with them for lunch that day. Instead, she had chosen to hang out with the two people he disliked most. What could they possibly be talking about? Whatever it was seemed serious, and anger began to simmer inside him. Without warning, he heard YN's voice. I'm so proud of you, she said excitedly to Todoroki. His mood soured as he watched her play with his hair and smile. His thoughts yearned for that kind of attention as well, but he quickly halted that line of thinking. Suppressing the voice of his heart, he struggled to comprehend why his mind veered towards such peculiar notions. He despised this girl. She was bothersome, and he wished to have no association with her. He repeated this affirmation to himself, attempting to convince his own mind. Yet in her absence, he couldn't help but long for her presence. Oblivious to his lingering gaze, he found himself lost in thought, staring at her from across the lunch hall. I wonder what they're talking about? Kirishima whispered to him. Bakugou abruptly snapped out of his trance, redirecting his focus toward his friends at the table. Who cares? He answered casually, moodily gazing at YN for one last quick glance. He averted his gaze in the opposite direction, forcefully suppressing these feelings deep within his heart. Feelings are weak, he reminded himself. As lunchtime drew to a close, I caught myself scanning the lunch hall, easily spotting the distinctive ash-blonde hair from a distance. His typical moody gaze was facing the opposite way. Reluctantly, I couldn't deny the truth. I missed him. Throughout the day, the rest of the class became aware of what had happened regarding the stain situation. After all, it had been broadcast on the news that morning, even though the boys were never mentioned. Aizawa announced that we would be participating in a hero training camp. Well, everyone who passed the exams anyway. We changed into our hero gear and headed to the practical exam location. Aizawa then announced our pairs and which heroes we would be fighting against. I was up against Ectoplasm, partnered with Tokoyami. If I'm honest, I think Tokoyami is a pretty cool guy. Every once in a while, he hangs out with us, mainly because he's good friends with Zero, but most of the time, he keeps to himself. Although I personally like Tokoyami, we haven't interacted much, making us an unusual pair. The exam began with Ectoplasm stating in a rather intimidating manner that all the teachers were doing their best to challenge the students. Suddenly, we were surrounded by clones. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to throw me onto the platform above us. Before Ectoplasm's clones could reach him, I created a gateway, enabling him to reach my level. Ectoplasm then commended our teamwork. It's good to see you're taking this seriously and doing well so far, young heroes, he stated casually. Ectoplasm then began to pursue us through the upper floors of the building. We found ourselves running through disorienting corridors until Ectoplasm created more clones, cutting us off. I noticed Tokoyami struggling to keep the clones at bay. So, I started creating a multitude of gateways, guiding me among his clones as I fought through them, one by one. Looks like Rift Runner trained me well. The whole class of 1A was watching us from afar. Wow, they actually work really well together, huh? Kaminari remarked, looking up at us in awe. Yeah, it looks like YN is getting much stronger too. She's a lot faster now, Kirishima replied. Actually, I think she's always been that fast. She's just become more aware, Deku said shyly. What do you mean? Chaco asked. Oh. She's always been able to teleport quickly, but I think what she's really honed is her understanding of her surroundings. For example, the gates she places aren't completely random, and ectoplasm hasn't been able to land a single hit. I think it's her reflexes that have really improved, Deku explained. Yeah, you're right, Kirishima agreed as I continued dodging ectoplasm's attacks. Flashback. Your reflexes appear to be lacking, Rift Runner stated, his voice deep and strong. His gaze met mine from beneath the curve of his cowboy hat. He had piercing bright blue eyes, reminiscent of the oceans of Neptune. I know. He was a strong hero. It was day 2 of my hero studies, and I still didn't know what his quirk was. Nevertheless, he was fast and effective in attack without using any power, which made him an excellent training partner. He wore a distinctive ensemble, enhanced by a black leather jacket and a weathered cowboy hat. Flickers of blonde hair peeked out from underneath. He was incredibly handsome. Where's Time Twister today? I asked curiously. He's on an important mission. He'll be back pretty soon, Rift replied, taking a drag from a cigarette in the corner of the room. Getting up, he flicked the cigarette onto the floor and promptly extinguished it with his foot. He then exhaled a long, deep breath of cloudy smoke. Let's get started. Flash forward. Dark Shadow was able to take out the clones in front of Tokoyami, but more clones suddenly appeared behind us. I took a deep breath and analyzed my surroundings, clearing my head for a sense of clarity. Multiple clones began to attack us forcefully at once. Dark Shadow tried to shield as many of the attacks as he could manage. Meanwhile, I found myself dodging their strikes repeatedly, counterattacking by flipping the clones onto their sides. I used teleportation to move through the air, landing a solid hit on one of the clones' faces. Tokoyami looked impressed. I then created a gateway and smashed ectoplasm through it. He landed on the other side, where Dark Shadow handcuffed him with a sneak attack. Our quirk combination and teamwork skills earned us high marks, and we both passed the exam. You were really good, Tokoyami. Dark Shadow is amazing. Tokoyami looked back at me. He was a complete enigma to the class, but I could tell he was a nice guy. Thank you. He bowed slightly toward me. I was rather impressed with your skills too, he said with a gentle smile, which I couldn't help but return. We then headed back to where the rest of Class 1A was situated to watch the remaining exams. YN, you were amazing. I'm so proud of you, bestie. Mina squealed, hugging me tightly. Minaea. Thank you. I hugged her back, my smile shining brighter than ever. You guys were awesome. We were all so impressed. The way Dark Shadow got you up on the platform straight away at the start. So manly. Kirishima said, making a fist with tears in his eyes. Dark Shadow looked a little bashful in response. Yeah. I think we made a great team. I beamed, tilting my head. When did you learn to move like that? Kaminari asked. Oh. I may have picked up 1 or 2 things during my hero studies. I winked at him. I began to think back to the training session with Rift and Twist. Flashback. It's only been half an hour and you're all beat up. Rift said hopelessly. I can still go on. I was slightly struggling to stand but still determined to train. Are you causing harm to this little girl, Rift? How could you? I thought you were a hero, not a villain. Tut tut tut. Twist teased. Oh great, he's back. Rift rolled his eyes, then looked back at him with a smirk. Suddenly he pounced toward Twist, and they began to spar. Interstellar had informed me this would be a regular occurrence. Time Twister, or Twist as we called him, was one of the few heroes here who was actually part of the ranking system. He was ranked number 42 but was needed for certain undercover missions, so he was often recruited by the agency. They both burst into laughter, bringing their fight to a halt. Twist was a cool-looking guy who exuded confidence and charisma. Everyone around him was captivated by his presence. His costume featured a sleek modern design, primarily blue, symbolizing the cosmic essence of time. As for his quirk, he was a time manipulator. He could slow down or speed up time around him or anyone within range. He could also rewind time by 5 to 10 seconds. What he lacked in brute strength, he excelled at in everything else. He was an intelligent hero who used his quirk very effectively. Well, my quirk should help speed the process of this particular training exercise. Twist winked at Rift, acknowledging his own cheesy pun. At least wait until you have a child before making dad jokes. Rift remarked. Okay, let's do this. With this training exercise, Rift Runner began by continuously attacking me. Meanwhile, Twist used his ability to slow down time, making it easier to utilize the counterattack techniques Rift had previously taught me. It was amazing. Once everything slowed down, it was almost as if I could see the mistakes I made and stop them right before my eyes. Everything became much easier. He would rewind every time Rift landed a hit so I could retrace my steps and learn what I should have done instead. After a while, Twist began to speed up time, meaning that my movements were faster as well as Rift's, making it much harder to counteract. If you can fight and dodge well at a faster speed, think about how much better you will become at the normal rate of time, he advised me. I trained with them daily and they were right. My reaction time, counterattacks, and reflexes had improved significantly since then, even Class 1A noticed. Flash forward. Not too bad for a weakling, Bakugou remarked slyly. One day I might even be stronger than you. I responded with a smirk. You wish. He smirked back, then looked toward Midoriya. The smirk on his face began to fade, replaced by his usual moody expression. Mina and Denki's exam was next, and it didn't seem to be going well. I was worried they might fail. I didn't know if I could go to the training camp if my friends weren't going to be there, especially Mina. It wouldn't feel the same without her. Todoroki did really well in his exam, which didn't surprise me. However, I was incredibly impressed with Momo. She may be a shy, innocent girl from a wealthy background, but she was incredibly intelligent and her quirk was useful in any situation. Todoroki-kun. You passed. I'm not surprised, you were awesome. I exclaimed. I noticed Bakugou glaring at me from the corner. You too, Momo. You were incredible at thinking on your feet. I was really impressed. She looked a little bashful at my compliment. I got the feeling that she didn't have much confidence, despite possibly being the strongest girl in our class. Bakugou's exam was last, and it was the one I had anticipated the most. Both he and Midoriya were up against All Might. Katsuki-kun. I called out to him. He looked back at me with narrowed eyes, giving off an air of, don't talk to me. I know you obviously don't need it, but good luck out there. I smiled. Whatever. He walked off toward the grounds to begin his exam. I watched from our observation room as Bakugou and Midoriya made their way to the practical exams. I've always felt that Bakugou has amazing potential to be a hero. He's already incredibly strong. Nonetheless, the one thing he really struggles with is working with others. I couldn't understand why, especially with Deku. From what I've heard, they're childhood friends. I've never understood why he treats Midoriya the way he does or why Bakugou is the way he is. It completely baffles me. Yet, despite it all, he has genuine friends who truly care about him. I get the feeling Kirishima sees him in a much different light than the rest of us do. I would even say they've become best friends. Ever since he saved me, I felt as though I caught a glimpse of that precious light too, no matter what kind of wall he tried to put up. The battle itself was quite distressing to watch. Mainly because they kept fighting each other. Katsuki can be so reckless sometimes. What is his problem? Although we couldn't hear their dialogue, the tension in their exchange was palpable. Bakugou wanted to fight against All Might, most likely to prove to himself that he could. Meanwhile, Deku opposed it, his admiration telling him he could never fight All Might. When I took a step back and looked at the two of them, I realized they were actually fairly similar, though I imagined Bakugou would despise me for ever having such thoughts. They both want to be the best they can be, but in very different ways. I watched them uncomfortably, witnessing All Might's overwhelming power as he pushed them to their limits. It was hard to watch, but even harder to look away. Both of them, young aspiring heroes, looked as though they were falling apart. They had no plan, were uncoordinated, and were heading in completely separate directions. Everything was total chaos. This doesn't look good, Kirishima said to me, his eyes full of concern. I know, I sighed. The atmosphere in Class 1A had grown silent and tense as their exam commenced. It felt like watching a real-life drama unfold before our eyes. Everyone was gripped, wanting to know what would happen. "Please, Katsuki," I whispered to myself. Suddenly, I caught sight of Midoriya positioned stealthily behind All Might. I glanced at his left hand, where he wielded one of Bakugou's explosive gauntlets. My jaw dropped in astonishment as I witnessed their unexpected alliance, a mixture of surprise, shock, and pride welling up within me. Finally, they managed to come together, finding a way to win through compromise. Bakugou kept attacking All Might while Deku made a run for the gate. In the end, they both made it out. Midoriya had gone back to pick up Bakugou's unconscious body, allowing them to get through the gate together. They had both passed their exam, and I was incredibly impressed. I mean, it was against All Might? Even so, Katsuki seemed pretty upset throughout the whole thing. He had fallen unconscious by the end of it and was now being seen to at Recovery Girl's office. I figured it was best to avoid him rather than try to comfort him. Then, at the end of the day, while I was walking home from school, "Hey loser," a voice shouted from behind. "Bakugo-kun." I turned around, my eyes meeting his ash-blonde hair. "Are you walking by yourself?" "I guess. Mina has dance after school on Wednesdays." "Oh right. Is Todoroki not walking with you?" "No. Why would?" I felt a little confused, and he evidently seemed aggressive. "Great, guess I'll have to walk with you then," he said as though I was some kind of burden. "You don't have to. Whatever, it's fine. Let's just go already." He raised his voice slightly. We walked in silence as usual. I didn't mind so much, but considering we're friends, it felt a little awkward. "So why were you sitting with half and Deku at lunch?" His voice carried resentment. "Why not?" I looked back at him questioningly. "They're the two people I hate most." His eyes pierced into mine, and I could sense his frustration. "But Todoroki said you guys are friends and Deku..." "Friends? With half and half? We're not friends." God, he really is clueless. He barked back at me. "Whoa, dude, calm down." "Don't tell me to calm down," he snapped, his voice filled with anger. A heavy silence settled between us, tension filling the air. I was tempted to retort but exercised restraint, recognizing that it would be wiser to hold my tongue. The silence lingered until eventually he spoke again. "You wanted to be friends with me," he said, his expression revealing the unmistakable signs of hurt and confusion. "I do," I replied honestly. "I want us to be friends, more than anything." As he looked up at me in that fleeting moment, I could swear his eyes sparkled just a bit. "But I'm allowed to have other friends too. And you can't talk to me like that all the time, okay? It's not cool." I crossed my arms and looked away. He fell silent, his eyes narrowing, still holding on to a flicker of anger, but it seemed to settle down. Tisk, whatever. We were almost at my house by now. An awkward tension hung between us, and I couldn't quite figure out what to do about it as we approached my front garden. "Night." With that simple statement, he turned and walked away, not bothering to look back. "Good night, Katsuki-kun." I went inside, wondering what was up with him today. It felt like he was acting out more than usual. I would never understand why he couldn't seem to get along with my friends. Whenever they were mentioned, his voice turned bitter and aggressive. Bakugou was a complete mystery that I desperately wanted to understand. "Guess I'll have to walk you then." I pondered what he meant by that. I sensed he didn't want me to walk home alone. Bakugou POV. On his way home, he noticed YN's beautiful hair glistening in the sunlight. He hadn't had much chance to talk to her today, having passed out during his exam but recovering after visiting the nurse. As he made his way home, he spotted her alone. "Hey, loser," he called out, trying to sound casual. Why was she by herself? She mentioned that Mina had gone to dance after school. "Oh right, Todoroki isn't walking with you?" Bakugou asked, narrowing his eyes. "Why would he?" "Guess I'll have to walk you then." He tried to make it sound like a chore. Little did she know, he hated the thought of her walking home alone, especially after what happened at the arcade. Yet, despite his concern, he found himself shouting at her again. Often, he didn't mean to, but her actions managed to infuriate him, and on top of that, he had said something he didn't mean to. I thought, You wanted to be friends with me, he mumbled, trying to keep his emotions in check. Embarrassment washed over him as he realized he had said those words, unable to comprehend why she would choose to be friends with him, especially compared to others in their class. I do, she replied sincerely. An awkward silence followed. He knew he was at fault for his outburst regarding the people she hung out with, but it pained him to see her with his rivals, though he wasn't sure why. It hurt him to be the cause of her distress. He accepted it as an unfortunate reality. She was probably upset with him, confused and conflicted. He hated that. But it didn't matter. Above all, she was home and safe. That was the only thing he truly cared about. The radiant sun illuminated the sky, casting a warm glow on the beautiful day. The sound of birds singing filled the air, harmonizing with the vibrant display of cherry blossoms in full bloom. As I prepared for school, a familiar figure with ash-blonde hair strolled by my house. I quickly decided to leave in hopes of catching up to him. Bakugou, I called out. Hey, he replied in his usual deep voice, though a bit startled. Good morning, I said cheerfully. Morning, loser. You're running a little late today. You usually pass my house earlier than this. Oh really? Well, yeah, sometimes I might see you go past. He didn't say anything, and we walked a few more paces in comfortable silence. Do you want to walk together? I asked. Sure, whatever. Isn't that what we're already doing right now? All right. I was unsure why I felt awkward today. Maybe it was because yesterday had been so tense, but I was determined for today to be different. Spring was in the air, and the roads ahead were decorated with pink trees and grassy verges. It was a nice walk. So, you looking forward to the training camp? I asked. Yeah, he said with enthusiastic energy. I'm going to train past my limits. And you better too. He smirked at me. Oh, just you wait. I mean it. I'm destined for greatness. Just you watch me. We approached Castle Park, a beautiful place in Japan where you could see the towers of UA across the way. Should we walk through the park? He asked. Sure. It was nice, really nice. He seemed calm this morning. His blonde hair shone in the sun, bringing out the crimson in his eyes. He looked good today. An innocent thought crossed my mind. Why did I think that? I wasn't sure why I'd thought it. Then again, I always thought Todoroki was beautiful whenever I looked at him. It was okay to appreciate beauty in the world. Not everything had to mean something. Bakugou looked handsome when he was calm, that was a fact. As we ventured along the path, amidst the trees and past the fountain, we engaged in various conversations, including his recent fight with All Might the day before. You did so well, I was impressed. All Might? There's no way I could have passed that exam, I told him truthfully. Well yeah, of course I did. You shouldn't expect anything less from me. I smiled. You're right. His eyes widened, and he looked a little taken aback, but he smiled back. I didn't bring up yesterday. The walk home had felt so tense and awkward, but today was different. We finally arrived at UA and made our way to class. Aizawa then informed us about the details regarding the training camp. When break time came around, we were preparing for third PRD. I sat with Mina and our usual group of friends, Kaminari and Jairu. So, are you going to sit with Todoroki on the bus? Mina winked at me. What? I was confused. She giggled and looked toward the others. Wait. Jairu paused. You like Todoroki? Denki asked. Well, they're always studying together. I thought it was obvious. Mina teased. And no, it's not like that. We're just friends. I blushed in utter embarrassment. Seriously, just friends. She gave me a look, then glanced back at the others with a teasing grin. Are you sure? She said in a playful tone. You shouldn't say things like that. Especially if you don't want me to. Reveal your secret crush. I teased back. She looked at me in shock, her jaw dropping. I don't have a crush. Sure you don't. I shot her a mischievous grin. She laughed. Okay, truce. So if not Todoroki, someone else? She whispered so the others couldn't hear. They had zoned out midway through our conversation and were discussing music anyway. Mina was obsessed with pairing people up in class, always trying to match them. If I'm honest, I often joined in. We enjoyed being little matchmakers. Jairu and Kaminari were actually one of those pairs. Kirishima, Shiro, and Bakugou were walking over to join us. Shiro and Kirishima took the seats opposite, while Katsuki took the seat next to mine. I felt my cheeks warm. Mina was staring, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I shot her a serious glare, the kind that suggested if she spoke a single word of whatever she was thinking, I would be furious. She understood and kept quiet. I knew what she was thinking, which was why I blushed. It wasn't anything else. Bakugo looked at me. What? You feeling okay? He asked, a bit serious. Huh. Your face is kinda red. He stated matter-of-factly and poked my cheek. What? My face felt even hotter. I paused. I felt flustered. Mina had caught me off guard, and I'd been having awkward thoughts that made me uneasy. Oh, actually, I don't feel so good. Maybe I need to get some water. I tried to get up to leave. But Bakugou grabbed my arm, reaching out with his other hand to pass me a bottle of water. Here. His face was expressionless. Oh, tea, thank you. I looked at him, our eyes meeting. I blushed even harder, my face now visibly red. My heart began to race. The last thing I wanted was to look him in the eyes right now. What? Are you blushing? He shot me a cocky smirk. He leaned in close, as if to analyze the pinkness of my cheeks and see if that would make me blush more. I was frozen in shock. Am I? He asked me what? Am I blushing? This felt so out of the blue. Bakugou usually acted so serious all the time. He'd never said anything like that to me before, and I didn't know how to respond. He then leaned back and smiled, a real, genuine smile that I'd never seen before. I was unsure if anyone had, but wow. He looked better with a smile. My eyes widened in awe at seeing his face light up like that. Ah! He snickered. The genuine smile shifted into a smirk, then back to his usual moody expression with narrowed eyes. I'm not being nice to you, you idiot! He shouted while lightly tapping my head with the bottle. It wasn't hard and didn't really hurt. Hey! Whatever. You wish I was blushing. I stared him down, hoping my face wouldn't get any redder. Just give me the water. I snatched it from him, taking multiple gulps to calm down as the redness faded. Then I looked back at him, slightly annoyed that he tried to tease me. He smirked, taking the water back and drinking some himself. Does he think I actually like him like that? His confidence and cockiness irritated me. His smirk felt like he was looking down on me. I mean, I've come to like him as a friend, and I respect him too. He may have been a JRK when I first started here, and most of the time he still is, but if I'm honest, there's something fun about being around him. However, that doesn't mean I like him. I do not like him. No way. Not like that. Demon Mina for making me overthink things and making everything awkward. Luckily, our conversations shifted to other topics throughout our break, and once the bell rang, we headed back to class. Sharing water, Mina whispered teasingly. Shut up. I whispered a little louder. That's totally like indirect kissing, you know, she whispered again. What is your problem? I said in a much louder whisper. She laughed. My embarrassment was entertaining for her. Why Bakugou? He's awful to you, I don't get it at all. I don't like him like that, so please just stop. She looked at me, acknowledging the seriousness in my voice. I'm sorry. I was just teasing you. Obviously, you wouldn't like him like that. I have a theory that he's actually a demon. She said, half serious, half terrified. Exactly. I replied, matching her energy. Finally, third PRD started, and it was time to prepare for our training camp, something we were all looking forward to, struggling to contain our excitement. Little did we know, our training camp had already been tainted by the schemes of the League of Villains, and Class 1A would soon reunite with them for a second time. We eagerly took the school coach to our training camp. It was a long ride, but we arrived shortly after noon. Once we got there, the class was introduced to the Pussycats, an awesome group of heroes who instructed us on what was to come. Everyone began to retreat back to the bus once they realized we had to make our way through a dangerous forest, most likely not making it to the other side until late evening. Mineta even clung to my leg, begging me to take him home. I shook him off and lightly tapped him on the head. Dude, get off me. Oh yeah. Brian, you can teleport, right? Can't you just make a gate to the other side? Kirishima asked me. Yeah. This'll be easy. We can all just walk right through to the other end. Kaminari joined in. Oh, this sounds like a great plan. I love it. Hagakure replied. Guys. Sorry to disappoint, but, well, I've never actually been here before, and I can only teleport to places I remember really well. The entire class sighed heavily, rendering me as useless. We had no other choice. After a long, turbulent journey through the woods, we found ourselves exhausted. I honestly believed I might pass out at any moment. The class was then informed we were to make our own dinner. I was surprised to find that Bakugou was actually a really good cook, despite not being able to light a fire. I had to teleport home and back just to pick up a lighter. The evening drew on, and both classes 1A and 1B joined together to partake in a game in the woods to see who could scare each other the most. A lot of the other groups were sent in before us. I paired up with Uraraka and Tsuchan, while Mina and my other friends had extra studying to do after failing their exams. What? They're after Bakugou? I asked Midoriya, who looked pretty beat up. Just moments earlier, Ochako, Tsuchan, and I had encountered a villain ourselves, Himiko Toga. She seemed oddly fascinated by Uraraka, which was unsettling, but thankfully, she managed to escape. Shortly after, we bumped into Deku, Todoroki, and Shoji. They filled us in on everything that had happened with Dark Shadow and how Bakugou was being targeted by the League of Villains. Why would they be after Bakugou-kun? I asked, looking around for him, but he was nowhere to be seen. But Bakugou isn't here. Uraraka pointed out. Tokoyami he isn't either. I noticed. Suddenly, we heard taunting laughter from above. It was Mr. Compress. His hands held 2 silver, pearl-like marbles, and I noted him placing them into his left-hand pocket. Got what we came here for, decided to snag the bird too. It was an impulsive decision, but his power could come in handy nonetheless, he taunted. 2 of my friends had been taken. I liked Tokoyami, he was a good guy. As for Bakugou, they were personally after him, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. I couldn't imagine how he must feel. Without any time to think, we were forced to create a makeshift plan and chase after him. Todoroki created a giant ice wall, hoping to prevent the perpetrator from escaping. Uraraka made Deku weightless, allowing him to plummet through the air, while Todoroki propelled himself forward, not far behind. Frozen with fear, I struggled to move. They had taken Bakugou, and my mind was slow to process the situation. YN, aren't you gonna do something? Ochako shouted, clearly distressed. Todoroki turned to look back, his eyes narrowing as they met mine. I glanced at Uraraka, feeling just as distressed. I don't know what to do. Tears began to well up in my eyes. I had never encountered the League of Villains before. I started UA a little after the sports festival, and that toga girl had scared me enough. I felt unprepared to deal with the rest. YN, we're counting on you. I heard Todoroki's voice in the distance. Tokoyami's counting on you, he paused to take a deep breath. Bakugou's counting on you. His voice echoed through the woods. His words pierced through my doubt and fear. You are weak. I'll never forget when Katsuki told me that, and how crushed I felt. Yet he was right, I always crumbled in the face of a villain. But I would no longer. My body moved at a speed that felt faster than light, and I caught up with Mr. Compress in almost an instant. Todoroki and Deku were mesmerized by my sheer speed. Give them back, I said, my heart pounding, my anxious thoughts trembling, my body shaking, yet my voice sounded calm and collected. I punched the villain as hard as I could, my fist meeting the material of his mask, causing a long crack across it. I knocked him backward, catching him off guard, but it was nowhere near enough. You naughty girl, you've ruined my mask, he shouted, his tone oddly comedic despite the situation. And who might you be? I haven't seen your pretty face before. Interesting. He continued to dance through the sky, making it more difficult for us to catch up. That's when it hit me. I was the only one who hadn't participated in the UA Sports Festival. Therefore, I was the only member from the hero course whose powers hadn't been broadcasted to most of Japan. This meant the League of Villains wasn't aware of who I was or what my quirk was. Worry began to consume me as he taunted the others, swiftly escaping through the air. Then we overheard him in communication with the League. I couldn't hear everything he said, but I caught phrases like acquired the target and meet at the collection point. We had no time to waste. As we wandered through the dense forest, my mind conjured wild speculations about the chaotic events taking place elsewhere. I hoped our other classmates were safe. However, our reality remained firmly rooted in the midst of it all. Katsuki had been forcibly taken, so we exerted every ounce of effort in a quest to rescue him. In the heat of the moment, we formulated an alternative strategy. Tsuyu skillfully enveloped her tongue around Midoriya, Shoji, and Todoroki, while Achiko utilized her quirk to render them weightless. With the weightless trio in Tsuchan's grip, she propelled them toward Mr. Compress. The three of them soared swiftly toward their target together. I then created a gate both in front of them and closer to Compress, allowing the boys to reach him. They smashed Mr. Compress onto the ground, while Uraraka, Tsuchan, and I teleported not far behind. In the dimly lit surroundings, I caught a glimpse of figures gathered in the clearing ahead, where Deku and the others had landed. The distant clamor between the boys and villains reached our ears, but our pace wasn't swift enough to catch up. The final memory etched in my mind was the ominous presence of a purplish aura, composed of swirling dark matter. From within the eerie mist, a sinister individual emerged, his hands creeping around Bakugou's throat as he forcefully pulled him in. "Don't come, Deku," Bakugou said. With his last words, he vanished into the abyss of dark matter, the villains along with him. It seemed that someone among their ranks possessed a quirk similar to mine. The training camp abruptly came to an end that very night. Both classes were evacuated and sent back home. The abduction of an actual UA student had occurred, and the implications were dire. It spelled trouble for the school, for us, and for everyone involved. Fear gripped me tightly. It had been 2 days since Bakugou was taken. I heard that Midoriya and a few others were still recovering in the hospital. In the aftermath, my appetite vanished, sleep eluded me, and I found myself isolating from classmates. The only person I exchanged words with was Mina, and even then, my words were few. But this is Bakugou Katsuki we're talking about. He'll be alright, he's nothing like me. So, he must be scared too? He might be undeniably strong, incredibly strong in fact, and yet being kidnapped by the League of Villains was beyond terrifying. My mind was consumed with thoughts of his whereabouts, his well-being, and the villains' motives. A relentless whirlwind of anxiety churned in the pit of my stomach. I scrolled through my messages, hoping for updates on the situation, but there were no new notifications that made me feel like replying. Feeling disheartened, I lay amongst the various plushies scattered across my bed, gazing blankly at the ceiling, feeling more useless than ever. The sense of helplessness weighed heavily upon me, engulfing my thoughts, when there was a knock on my door. "I'll have to leave for work soon, please make sure you eat something. If you need me, I'm only a phone call away. I love you, sweetie." Although I didn't feel like talking, I managed to muster the effort to reply. "Okay, thanks, Mom. I love you too." She'd been worried sick and was deeply concerned about the recent events. I presumed everyone's parents would share the same worries, but this was the reality of being a hero. This was the path I'd chosen. It was too late now. It was scary, but I couldn't afford to dwell on fear. I just had to accept it and start getting used to it. She left, and not too long after, I received a text from Todoroki. "Hey, we need to talk. I'm coming by your house with some of the others from class. It's important." More anxiety raced through me. I hadn't seen anyone in the past 2 days, and I was unsure of what was going to happen. I didn't like it, and there was no way I could let them see me like this. I decided to get dressed, do my hair, and throw on more appropriate clothes. I needed to look somewhat put together at least. Seated in the living room, I remained attentive when suddenly the doorbell rang. Without hesitation, I hurried to open it, my anticipation reaching its peak. I was met with 3 of my peers, Todoroki, Kirishima and Momo. We need to talk to you, Todoroki stated, looking serious. I hesitated but proceeded to ask, do you want to come in? The group stepped inside and sat among themselves. Todoroki then began to fill me in on a conversation that had taken place at the hospital earlier that day. In the hospital? So we'll be able to use this to possibly find Bakugou? Kirishima asked. Yes. During the training camp incident, Momo had encountered a Nomu deep in the forest. Hastily, she devised a tracking device and managed to attach it to the creature. This development meant there was a chance to trace its whereabouts and potentially uncover Bakugou's location. Do you really think we can do this? Todoroki asked. I don't know, a lot of the class seems against the idea, but... Momo responded. I can't just sit here doing nothing anymore. Kirishima raised his voice. We're heroes, and if I want to rescue my friend, I'm going to. Even Midoriya wants to help, despite his injuries, Todoroki replied softly. Ida doesn't seem too happy about it, Momo reminded them. No, but he's not completely against the idea either. A brief silence enveloped them for a moment until Todoroki began to speak up. I think we should let YN know. YN? About our plan? Yeah. Really? Are you sure? I've always thought. Well, that her and Bakugou don't seem to get along very well, do they? Momo stated awkwardly. Huh? What do you mean? Bakugou and YN are great friends. Oh, it just doesn't seem like it. Her quirk could be useful, but no one's spoken to her for days. She will definitely want to be a part of this. Maybe we could just go to her house? I'll text her and let her know. Okay, so we go to hers, tell her the plan, and then set off to meet Deku outside the hospital tonight? Yeah, that's the plan. Let's go. Back in my house. And that's why we're here. Excitement ignited within me as my eyes brightened with hope. Wait. You guys are planning to save Bakugou? Tonight? Yes. So are you in? They all looked at me fiercely, awaiting an answer. Moment, allowing myself time to process and comprehend all the information I'd just been given. After thinking about it, I was unsure. I don't know if Bakugou would want to be saved by everyone. He might feel humiliated. I questioned whether the plan was worth it or not. I didn't want him to feel embarrassed. Yeah. Uraraka said that too. I know Bakugou. He'll get over it. All that matters is he's back here with us. Kirishima looked at me gently. You're right. I took a breath. I'm in. We set off tonight, meeting Deku outside the hospital at 7 p.m. Wait, Deku's coming? Yeah, he gets discharged today. I'll be there. They departed, leaving a mixture of emotions swirling within my heart, but ultimately, I was thrilled. This mission had a clear objective, to rescue Bakugou quickly and efficiently. Once he was back, everything would be all right. For the first time in days, a wave of relief washed over me. Finally, we were taking action. Yet, if we were to successfully rescue Bakugou, it was crucial that I was prepared to fight in case things took a turn for the worse. I needed a nap. Later that day, I met up with the others. We united with Deku outside the hospital, his hands covered in bandages. Hey. Deku ran up to me. Have you been okay? I hadn't seen or heard from you. I began to get worried. Oh, I've been okay. But your arms. Are you okay, Izuku? I asked. He was always so kind and genuine. I bet he couldn't stop worrying for Bakugou either. Oh, they'll be fine. I can move my fingers now. He gave an awkward laugh. We went over the plan one last time. Ida was completely against everything we were doing but proceeded to join us to keep an eye on Deku and Todoroki. I think I'll be able to take us this far to the location. I pointed to an area on the map on Momo's phone. We'll then have to walk from here to where the tracker is. Okay, good, Momo replied. She then stated that the villains might recognize us once we got closer to their location, so to compensate, we would have to change our appearances. But first, we'll need disguises. She seemed a little too excited. After a small escapade to the nearest bargain store, once the disguises had been acquired, we were finally ready to act out the plan. Although I wasn't entirely sure if I pulled off the bright yellow wig, I felt that we might have looked even more conspicuous. We followed Momo's tracking device, which led us to a large building in Kamino. However, Momo noted that the League of Villains hadn't made any moves yet, so it was possible that Katsuki might not be at the hideout. Shoto then suggested we head toward the back of the building. We helped Ejiro up to see over the wall. Using his binoculars, he managed to spot what looked like a warehouse, but suddenly he began to look seriously panicked. "What's going on? What do you see?" I asked, worry creeping into my voice. Izuku then looked through the night goggles to confirm what Kirishima was seeing. Deku recognized that this was not the League of Villains hideout, but rather a secret warehouse they were using to manufacture a number of Nomu. Tension filled the air as we all felt uncertain about what to do. Unexpectedly, pro-heroes began to arrive, locking in on the Nomu and capturing them before any chance of escalation. "I guess that's what the pros are for," Kirishima said. "We decided things were under control and that Bakugou wasn't there." Feeling disappointed and lost, we thought it was best to head home. As we began to leave, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. Before the pros could react, he broke through best genus restrictions and unleashed a powerful blast at the hideout raid squad, causing destruction all around. Fear struck us all. Who was this man? All for one. He radiated a terrifying aura, and we felt powerless against a villain of such magnitude. I was frozen with fear. Best genus, MT Lady, and Orca managed to survive the blast but were gravely injured. Genist used his fiber powers to lessen the impact on them, leading to a dark and twisted confrontation between him and the villain. Behind the ruins of a wall, the six of us remained paralyzed by All for One's overwhelming presence. Unexpectedly, Katsuki emerged from a dark liquid in front of the villain, catching our attention. I overheard All for One say something. "I'd like to apologize, Katsuki." I couldn't catch the rest of the sentence, but I heard his name. Bakugou was definitely here. Other villains began to emerge from the dark liquid as well. This looked bad. I glanced over to see a look in Deku's eyes. He was piecing things together, likely hatching a plan as he always did. The villains had yet to realize our location. I couldn't help but think of plans of my own. If I could take a quick peek, I could create a mental image and teleport right behind Katsuki. If I could get close enough to touch him, I could get him out of there in an instant. But would the others be okay if I did that? I might end up revealing their location, putting them in danger, and that was risky. I noticed Izuku and Todoroki beginning to move. With Bakugou so close, I couldn't blame them. Ida quickly stepped in, preventing them from escalating the situation without discussion. I found myself starting to move, ready to enact my own plan despite my fear, but Ida shot me a look I had never seen before. With his arms holding Deku and Todoroki back, he didn't have a third to stop me, but I felt a firm grip on my wrist. I looked to my left and met the beautiful black eyes of Momo. "Wait," she whispered, holding me back. Without warning, All Might appeared above All for One and launched a strong attack. However, he wasn't quite fast enough. All for One sensed him upon arrival and blocked the attack. The clash created a shockwave that moved Katsuki, Shigaraki, and the other villains backward. I heard All Might declare that he would save Katsuki and not repeat the same mistake he made 5 years ago. Left alone with the other villains, Bakugou prepared for battle. I was trapped behind a wall, listening to his explosions. They felt so close yet so far away. He was already fighting for his life, unaware that we were there. It was one against however many of them. Anxious thoughts consumed me once again. This was a crisis situation. Suddenly, Deku spoke up. "I've got a plan, and it doesn't involve fighting. There's a way to rescue Katsuki and escape." A glimmer of hope sparked in my eyes. "I truly admired you, Midoriya. If he figured out a way to save Katsuki, this might actually work. Although it might be a bit of a gamble." Midoriya continued to explain the plan. It was down to Kirishima. All we could do was hope that Bakugou would accept him, which I didn't doubt he would. Deku and Ida held onto Kirishima, with Izuku using one for all full cowl and Tenya with his recipro burst. This allowed them to smash through the wall while Kirishima used hardening to protect himself, Ida, and Deku. Shoto then created an ice ramp. Izuku, Tenya, and Ijiro jumped off the ice ramp and soared into the sky above the battle between the League of Villains, Katsuki, All for One, and All Might, leaving me, Momo, and Todoroki behind. As All for One launched his assault, All Might swiftly intercepted, shielding against the attack. Once we created a significant gap between ourselves and the ongoing battlefield, faint echoes reached my ears. It was Kirishima's voice, calling out to Bakugou amidst the chaos. Curiosity piqued, I cautiously peeked around the remnants of the shattered wall, only to witness Bakugou unleashing an enormous explosion, propelling himself through the air. With incredible momentum, he soared toward the trio, firmly grasping Kirishima's outstretched hand. After confirming the mission's success, I seized the opportunity to observe closely, creating a mental picture in my mind. This enabled me to construct a gateway before the group, a portal that would transport them to a distant field, far removed from the chaos of the battleground. Accompanied by Todoroki and Momo, I stepped into another gateway I had placed before us, teleporting ourselves to the exact location to reunite with our friends. Once we arrived, I noticed everyone had crash-landed onto the ground, sprawled out across the field. Sorry about that, guys. The speed and placement of my gates probably didn't help. I felt awkward. Kirishima was laughing, clearly pleased with himself. We did it. Wow. Yeah. I replied with a smile, grabbing his hands to help him up. Bakugou sat up from the ground, his eyes shifting up to catch mine. Hey, you losers didn't do anything, I just didn't want to get in All Might's way and you happen to be the most logical escape route. He huffed. Yeah. Kirishima said, glancing my way with a smile. Bakugou then stood up, turning to face me. Well, don't you need a bit more practice with your quirk? He scoffed. Huh? You could have seriously hurt yourself with that landing, you know. Bakugou yelled, his voice filled with frustration. Oh, how I'd missed that. He looked a little rugged, a bit beat up and disheveled. Crimson eyes glared into mine, his ash-blonde hair shined in the moonlight, illuminating his face. I smiled. Good to see some things don't change, I said, patting him on the head. He rolled his eyes and looked the other way, although I noticed that he didn't push my hand away like I thought he would. Yeah, it seems some things don't change, like the strength of your quirk apparently. He muttered under his breath, then shot me a mischievous smile. I rolled my eyes but couldn't stop smiling either. His jabs at me felt different now. They didn't hurt or upset me, they made me feel closer to him, and he had been far away for far too long. So, where are we exactly? Yeah, what is this place? Momo asked politely. It's Castle Park. It's a bit dark, so I guess it's hard to tell. I figured it was far enough from. Well, you know. I looked to the ground, breaking eye contact with everyone around me. But it's only a short walk to get back into town, I said awkwardly, not wanting to address the terrifying situation we had just escaped. Upon our return to town, a tremendous commotion caught my attention in the town square. Hundreds of people had gathered at the city center, and among the crowd, the news station had become aware of the very situation we had narrowly escaped. They were now broadcasting the live confrontation between All Might and All for One on television. We stopped to join the captivated onlookers and witness the unfolding battle alongside them. As the screen commanded everyone's attention, the fierce clash between All Might and All for One held the entire crowd in a mesmerized grip. The battle was long and turbulent, everyone deeply focused on the intensity of it all. This villain, All for One. I sensed that he wasn't just any criminal, he was dark and dangerous. I won't repeat the mistake I made 5 years ago. That's what All Might had said to him back then. It was clear to me that the pair shared a history. They might have even had this exact battle once before, in a distant past. But how would things turn out this time? In all honesty, it wasn't looking good. All Might's secret had been revealed. It looked as though All for One had beaten him down to a shadow of the hero he once was. He had once stood tall, bulky and strong, radiating a godly energy, wielding a mighty power no other hero could match. But now, he appeared thin and frail, the epitome of weakness. The air went stiff and silent, the entire crowd fell into a state of shock. But it didn't matter, did it? After all, this was All Might. He was able to defeat any villain no matter what. He was the symbol of peace, and to give up on All Might was like giving up on peace itself. I looked at everyone around me. Every single individual present had their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle, their hearts engrossed in the moment. But not me. Amidst the captivated gazes, I found myself focused on Bakugou Katsuki and the expression etched upon his face. I couldn't bear to witness him observe the downfall of the hero he cherished above all else. All Might had to win. I returned my gaze back to the screen. "You can do it, All Might!" I screamed, joining in with the crowd and my friends around me. The air crackled with tension as All Might and All for One faced off in a desolate battlefield. The sky overhead was dark, casting an ominous shadow over the formidable clash about to unfold. All Might's muscles bulged beneath his heroic costume, radiating power and determination. Across from him, All for One's sinister smile revealed his cruel intentions. All Might gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "All for One, your reign of terror ends here. I won't let you harm innocent lives any longer." All for One chuckled darkly. "Oh, All Might, you never learn. Your idealistic notions of justice are futile against my overwhelming power. Prepare to witness true despair." With a flick of his hand, All for One unleashed a wave of destruction. Buildings trembled, and the ground quaked beneath the force of his attack. All Might braced himself, shielding nearby civilians from harm, his muscles straining as he absorbed the impact. Gritting his teeth, All Might pushed back against the onslaught. His eyes burned with determination, fueled by his unwavering belief in the strength of justice. Channeling every ounce of his fading power, he launched himself toward All for One, delivering a series of powerful punches. All for One sneered, dodging and countering with a barrage of attacks. Quirk after quirk was unleashed, testing All Might's resolve. But the symbol of peace stood firm, refusing to yield. He fought with all his might, unleashing a devastating blow that sent All for One crashing into a crumbling skyscraper. As the dust settled, All Might staggered, his body shaking from the strain. His once powerful form trembled, visibly weakened. Despite his victory, the toll on his body was evident. All for One, bloodied and bruised, slowly rose to his feet. "Impressive, All Might. You have bested me. For now. But remember, this victory comes at a cost." All Might's expression turned somber as he looked down at his trembling hands, realizing the truth. His powers had been depleted, leaving him an ordinary man. But his determination remained unbroken. With a weary smile, he replied, "Even without my powers, I will continue to stand for justice. The symbol of peace will never fade, All for One. You cannot extinguish the spirit of heroism." As the battle ended, the world watched in awe and admiration. All Might had prevailed. He held a victory stance with his arm in the air. His sacrifice would forever be etched in the annals of heroism. He did it. All for One was captured and taken away to be institutionalized. I turned to Bakugou, every part of me wanting to comfort him, but he was focused on Midoriya, who seemed to be in tears. This wasn't the right moment. No matter what I said, it wouldn't change anything. So, I did what I do best and slipped away into the crowd, teleporting home without a trace. Chapter 22. All my worries had been set aside. Bakugou was finally reunited with Class 1A. However, I couldn't shake the image of his face from that night when he watched All Might's battle against One for All. I knew how much All Might meant to him. Our project together had made that clear. He admired All Might more than anyone else. Bakugou had been through a lot lately, but he wasn't one to open up about it. I wanted to support him, but honestly, I didn't know how. We had just moved into the UA dorms, which the school claimed was for our safety, and we were all looking forward to it. Mina suggested a bedroom contest, which sounded like fun, but I noticed Bakugou headed to bed early. After a delightful evening of touring everyone's rooms, the contest concluded with Sato winning. His cakes were simply divine, though that had nothing to do with his bedroom. Shortly after, Uraraka asked Deku, Todoroki, Ida, Kirishima, Momo, and me to meet her outside. I was unsure what was happening. We joined Suchan, who opened up about her feelings regarding saving Katsuki. It was a bit awkward. Personally, I struggled to agree with her. She argued that our actions were against the rules and made us seem like criminals, but in my eyes, we were saving a friend from a terrible situation. That act felt more heroic than villainous. Even so, it was hard to see her cry, and we all felt bad. With an apology, we managed to make amends. After heading back inside, Mina suggested we hold a Class 1A movie night to celebrate our new living situation. After preparing popcorn and setting everything up in the living room, half the class gathered to watch a film in our new home. "Isn't Bakugou coming?" Mina asked. "Ah, no." He said the bedroom contest was lame and a movie night sounded even worse, Kirishima replied. "But this is our first night all together in the dorms. It's important." "Kirishima, go get him." "I can't go and get him. It's 8 p.m. He's probably asleep." "At 8 p.m.? I laughed. "I know, right?" He smiled. Kirishima then went upstairs to find him. A few moments later, a very grumpy-looking Bakugou emerged to join us in the living room. "Ah, so you have come to join us?" Mina happily exclaimed. "Only because stupid hair dragged me down here," he yelled, pointing at an awkwardly smiling Kirishima. "Just put the movie on so it can be over and done with." "I want to go back to bed," he huffed. Bakugou moodily slouched into the seat next to me. Jairu glanced at him, smirking at me. I wasn't sure what that was about. I can't remember what film we decided to watch because I was feeling pretty exhausted after the past few days. I finally felt at peace enough to sleep, and within the first few minutes of the movie, I struggled to keep my eyes open, eventually giving in to exhaustion and quickly falling asleep. Unaware of how much time had passed, I was abruptly awakened by the sound of yelling. "Hey! I'm not a pillow, you know." I slowly opened my eyes to the commotion. "What?" Then I realized my head was leaning against Bakugou's shoulder, and I jolted upright. My eyes met his moody glare, a hint of pink dusting his cheeks. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." I teleported to the other side of the room in a reflex of utter embarrassment. "I'm so tired, I should go to bed," I said bashfully. "Well, yeah, that's what beds are for, idiot, not me." Bakugou got up and stormed off upstairs. I teleported straight to my room, too humiliated to speak to anyone. Bakugou POV. Earlier that night, Kirishima had come to his room, begging him to join everyone downstairs. Bakugou argued for a long time until he finally gave in. A movie night with these losers was the last thing he wanted. Then again, it might take his mind off things. They headed downstairs to join the rest of their classmates. There were a couple of seats left, and he chose to sit between YN and Kirishima, the people who annoyed him the least. Halfway through the film, he felt a weight slowly pressing against his shoulder. He glanced down to see YN's head resting softly against him, her silky hair tickling his arm. He felt slightly awkward, but it was nice at the same time. He decided to ignore it and continued watching the movie. After a few minutes, he felt himself relax into it, pressing his head against hers. Kirishima leaned forward slightly, noticing YN sleeping. He smiled and leaned back into the couch. Bakugou began to feel embarrassed and slowly shifted his head back up, staring straight ahead at the movie, not daring to make eye contact with anyone. Mina gradually noticed YN sleeping too. "She hasn't been able to sleep much these past few days," Mina whispered softly to Kirishima. "I know," he smiled. Bakugou overheard and felt an uncomfortable stir within him. She couldn't sleep? But if she was this exhausted, why did she choose to watch this dumb movie instead of getting some rest? These thoughts fueled his anger until he snapped. "Hey! I'm not a pillow, you know," he shouted, drawing everyone's attention. It woke her up. "What?" Suddenly, she jolted away from him. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." She teleported dramatically to the other side of the room. Bakugou felt the warmth rising in his cheeks. "I'm so tired, I should go to bed," she said awkwardly from the corner. "Well, yeah, that's what beds are for, idiot, not me." He got up and stormed off upstairs. Katsuki threw himself into bed, pulling the covers over his head aggressively. He sighed. She couldn't sleep? He had mixed feelings about it, but mainly he was angry. Why couldn't she sleep? Was she worried about him? The idea of her worrying unsettled him. His heart began to feel a surge of anger. Did she really think that little of him? The thought frustrated him. YNPOV. The next day at school, I was able to walk to class with all my friends. I guess that was the best thing about dorms. By the time lunch came around, I found myself alone with Bakugou in the hall. He seemed different lately. I could tell something was on his mind. Hey, you going to lunch? I asked casually. Neither of us brought up last night, and luckily, no one in class did either. I didn't want to think about what people might be saying. I felt really embarrassed. Once again, an awkward silence settled between us. Do you think less of me? Bakugou asked seriously. What? You heard what I said. His voice was low and tense. Bakugou, I would never think that, I replied reassuringly. He glared at me and stormed off in the opposite direction. An uncomfortable feeling stirred in my gut. Katsuki didn't speak much to anyone that day. He was sulkier than usual. Lunchtime flew by without much interaction, but I sensed he wasn't happy about what happened last night. Maybe I should apologize? But it was just an embarrassing accident. Physical training was always our last lesson and by far my favorite. For today's exercise, Aizawa asked the class to get into partners and battle each other one-on-one. We did this often, but usually, our partners were chosen for us. Hey, why? Train with me, Bakugo demanded, bumping into my shoulder with an intense energy. Huh. This was about last night. Was he really that angry? It was an accident. I didn't mean to fall asleep. If this is about last night... He cut me off and grabbed me by the collar. No. His deep voice echoed in my ears. You're being an idiot. His eyes glared into mine as he pushed me back, letting go. This is serious. Now train with me. I hesitated in response. I realized that we've never fought against each other before. My eyes widened. I want to see for myself just how strong you are, he said through gritted teeth. I didn't know what I'd done, but clearly it had upset him. Bakugou ignited his palms, creating powerful explosions that sent shockwaves through the ground. The blasts ripped through the air, leaving a trail of smoke behind. His determined expression revealed his sheer will to win. But I didn't want to win. I didn't even want to fight, yet I knew I had to. I concentrated, feeling the energy of teleportation surge within me. I vanished, leaving behind only a slight distortion in the air. In an instant, I reappeared several meters away, dodging Bakugou's initial attack effortlessly. The explosive force roared past, leaving scorch marks on the ground. Bakugou, undeterred, adjusted his strategy and unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles. The air became a chaotic dance of detonations, each aimed at my previous location. But with my teleportation quirk, I anticipated his moves and teleported away just in time, narrowly avoiding the explosive onslaught. As Bakugou gritted his teeth, frustrated by my elusive nature, I reappeared behind him. Sensing my presence, he turned, his explosive quirk ready. But before he could react, I teleported again, this time appearing above him. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, I activated my teleportation powers rapidly, flickering in and out of existence. I rained down strikes from different angles, appearing and disappearing in a blur of motion. Each time I appeared, I delivered precise punches and kicks, utilizing my speed and agility. Bakugou fought back fiercely, using his explosions to create a defensive barrier. The blasts deflected some of my attacks, but I adapted quickly, teleporting to different vantage points to exploit any weaknesses in his defense. The battle intensified, with the sound of explosions and crackling teleportation filling the air. It became a thrilling display of power and strategy as we matched each other's moves, each trying to outwit the other. However, Bakugou's determination and explosive strength proved formidable. With a mighty blast, he created a massive explosion, engulfing the area in a blinding light. The force of the explosion disrupted my concentration, rendering my teleportation momentarily ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Bakugou closed the gap between us. He unleashed a powerful explosion-enhanced attack directly my way, sending me flying across the training arena. I crashed into a building, creating cracks that rippled through its foundations. I had hurt my head, and now it was bleeding. Bakugo's eyes widened when he saw my state. I teleported back down to ground level, directly opposite him a few meters away. Both of us were breathing heavily, fatigue etched on our faces. We stood in a temporary stalemate. The battle had reached a critical point. He had landed a strong hit on me, and now I was struggling to stand. Yet, despite his flashy moves, he was deliberately trying not to hurt me. I knew just how strong Bakugou was, and this wasn't it he was holding back. I couldn't pinpoint exactly why he was angry with me or what I had done. But I couldn't stop thinking about what he asked me earlier that day. Do you think less of me? How could I ever think less of him? Why would he ever possibly think that? Although I didn't understand it, something about it hurt my heart. If anything, I think more of you, I shouted, breathing heavily. Because Boom. Another explosion sent me flying backward, but I managed to break the impact, forcing my body into a crouching position. I pushed my hand into the ground, enabling me to stand before him. By this point, I had given up on reason. Bakugou was a man of few words who didn't know how to express his feelings, and I knew that. If this boy wanted a fight, then fine. He was going to get one. Forget you, I said, glaring into his eyes. I sprinted toward him as fast as I could. He raised his arms, ready to block my attack, but in the blink of an eye, I disappeared. Bakugou looked around frantically, searching for me in every direction, waiting for me to launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, a multitude of teleportation gates opened, circling all around him. There must have been at least 50, and they were closing in. He tried using explosions, but they had no effect on my gates. I teleported in and out at lightning speed, striking him from different angles. Hell, Bakugou exclaimed as I sent him into another dimension. Keeping all these gates open was exhausting, and I was nearing my limit. You can do stuff like this? His furious voice echoed in the dark void where we began to fight. He shot toward me through the darkness, launching an explosion that pushed me deeper into this dimension. Regret washed over me. I had taken it too far. This place was dangerous, and we shouldn't be fighting here. As the impact of his explosion began to fade, Bakugou appeared as a distant white dot in the infinite void. I used my quirk to teleport in front of him, grabbing his arms and pushing him through a gate I had created behind us. We fell through together and landed on the other side. Awkwardly, Bakugou landed on his back, and I found myself on top of him, still holding onto his arms. We had teleported to a place dear to my heart, beneath a cherry blossom tree on a hill overlooking the city. I struggled to hold back tears. I would never think less of you. Not for a single second, I said, my voice quiet and shaky. You are the strongest person I've ever known. I looked into his eyes, searching for understanding. He stared back at me with a vague expression. His brows furrowed, and his face shifted back to its usual anger. But I'm not, he said, his voice cracking. The anger faded as he processed his own words, something softening within him. Yes, you are, I replied softly. Real strength doesn't come from your quirk. He gazed deeply into my eyes, speechless. In that moment, I punched him lightly in the face, sending him through another teleportation gate back to the training arena. Bakugou landed with a thud, drawing the attention of our classmates who had been wondering where we had disappeared. He stood up with a mischievous grin. "Dai," he yelled, charging toward me with renewed energy. A massive explosion surged toward me, obliterating everything in its path. I had already overused my quirk and felt completely drained, unable to dodge the attack or challenge its force. The last thing I remembered was collapsing to the ground. Bakugou POV. Bakugou unleashed an incredible force of power he hadn't realized he possessed. The air filled with thick clouds of dust and debris, but through the haze he spotted YN's body lying on the ground, bruised and battered. Guilt overwhelmed him. Why did he do this? What was wrong with him? He never wanted to hurt YN. An impending sense of dread filled him. Would she ever speak to him again? YN POV. I woke up in Recovery Girl's office not long after. My body felt achy and sore, but thankfully, nothing was broken. After some time, Recovery Girl patched me up. I guessed Bakugou was pretty upset. As I made my way back to the dorms from the school's nursing office, I bumped into Katsuki, who seemed to have waited for me. "Hey," I heard him call from behind. I turned to face him. "Hey." He approached, and I sensed he had a lot on his mind, thoughts he refused to share with anyone. Part of me was relieved he wouldn't open up to me. I wasn't sure how to comfort him. Yet, I found myself walking toward him, reaching out to pull at his shirt, bringing him closer. My arms wrapped around him. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked, confused. "Please," I hesitated. "Just let me." My voice trembled slightly. His body stiffened, like holding onto a block of stone. He seemed uncomfortable but finally relented. "Fine. I guess only just this once." A silence settled between us until I found the courage to speak. I realized what made him so upset. "You were gone for 2 days, Bakugou." He didn't reply, but I could feel his gaze fixed straight ahead. "I don't know what goes on in your head." I struggled to find the right words. "But in my eyes, you're my friend, Katsuki, and I'm allowed to care about my friends." Slowly, his body softened against mine as his strong arms wrapped around me, holding me back. His grip tightened, as if he didn't want to let go. I felt a dampness on my shoulder. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said, his voice low and muffled. "I know," I replied softly, continuing to hold him. After a longer-than-expected embrace, he pulled away, pushing me back slightly. His crimson glare met my eyes, moody and cold, as he leaned in close, intimidatingly. "If you ever tell a single soul about what just happened, I'll seriously regret it," he threatened. "I won't," I said quietly. "And just so you know, we are never ever doing that again." "I got it." I chuckled a little as he walked ahead of me. "Well, will you hurry up? We should probably head back," he said casually. "Right." We walked back to the UA dorms as if nothing had happened, but my mind was racing with thoughts. His arms were so strong. I had never felt so warm and safe. I was unsure of these developing feelings and didn't necessarily want to explore them, but my mind wouldn't let go of that moment. There was an ache in my chest I didn't understand, but I tried to focus on the positives. Bakugou was back, and we had finally, officially become good friends. I felt that I was learning to understand him more and more, which allowed me to be an even better friend. "Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you," Bakugou said, his tone serious. "Oh, what did you want to ask?" "YN?" Mina cheered, running toward us, with Kirishima, Kaminari, and Jairu a few meters behind. She threw her arm around me. "I was worried you might be dead," she exclaimed dramatically, shaking me playfully. "Bakugou, wait, why are you here?" Kirishima asked. Mina shot me a glance, a mischievous smirk on her face. "Aizawa sent me to go and apologize," Bakugou said coldly. "Oh." I hadn't realized Aizawa had sent him, and he didn't really apologize. Bakugou and the other boys walked ahead to the dorms while Mina, Jairu, and I hung back a little. "So, did you guys really have a fight?" Mina asked. "What do you mean? You were in the class." "Well, yeah, but you both kept disappearing. And after last night, we wanted to ask you something." I could see an excited glint in her eyes. "Yeah, because that's how my quirk works." "Wait, what did you guys want to ask me?" I asked curiously. "Are you guys like secretly dating?" The girl's excitement was palpable. "What? Obviously not. You do realize we practically just fought each other, right?" "Well, we thought maybe that was just for show. But secretly you were disappearing to go on a date," Jaira laughed. "Does everyone think this?" "Hell no. We had a fight, a big one, and it was intense. Bakugou is really strong." "Oh. Well, that's disappointing," Mina exclaimed. "Yeah, we were hoping for juicy gossip," Jaira pouted. "And no, it's just us who thought that. I saw how you fell asleep on him last night. Please don't bring that up. It was an accident and pretty embarrassing, not to mention scary too." I felt my face heat up. "Yeah, I don't blame you. I would be terrified to wake up to a yelling Bakugou." "Exactly." Thankfully, the topic of me and Katsuki secretly dating was dropped, and the girls didn't press me about it much longer. I felt relieved. Typical Mina, always trying to find out the latest gossip about people in class. I love her, but she's a bit crazy and sometimes makes things really awkward, even though most of the time she is just teasing. There was nothing to what she was saying anyway. Me and Bakugou dating in secret? The idea alone was absurd. We made it back to the UA dorms shortly after, greeted by the rest of our classmates. Ida had organized some kind of fajita night. In all honesty, the food was absolutely delicious, and I was hoping it would become a weekly thing. As the evening closed in, we each took ourselves upstairs. It had been a long day. I was feeling pretty drained from physical training and decided to get cozy in bed. Wait, what was Bakugou going to ask me? I'd almost forgotten that he'd mentioned it. I wonder what it was, I thought as I drifted off to sleep. The following day at school, things felt different. I sensed that Bakugou and I shared a peculiar dynamic, one that set us apart from typical friendships. But now, something had changed. It felt like we had grown closer. Although Bakugou's concept of friendship might differ from everyone else's, beneath his hard exterior, I saw glimpses of a good guy. As I reflected on what occurred yesterday, a smile tugged at the corners of my lips. I couldn't help but replay the moment when Bakugou allowed me to hold him, a gesture that felt unexpectedly comforting and meaningful. In that instant, the barriers between us seemed to crumble, and I realized that our bond had shifted. We were more than we had been before we were friends. But my thoughts were interrupted by a memory. Mina's teasing words about Bakugou and me being secretly dating played on my mind. It momentarily made me pause. But it didn't matter, she could tease all she wanted. His friendship meant more to me than romantic gossip. I mean, yes, I thought he was attractive, and yes, sometimes I caught myself staring at him, but it's nothing. I thought a lot of the guys in Class 1A were good-looking. It didn't mean anything, although I was curious about what he wanted to ask me. I then noticed familiar spiky blonde hair not too far ahead. Katsuki-kun, I called out, catching up to him on our way to class. What do you want? He grunted. Have you seen Kiri today? I didn't see him when I left this morning. Oh, we left early to get breakfast before class. That's so wholesome. I whispered. Tisk, shut up, he said moodily. Quick, now's the time to ask. Oh yeah, Bakugou. Why and good morning, Kirishima said, leaning against my shoulder. Bakugou shot Kiri a deadly glance. Kirishima awkwardly smiled in return and began to slowly back away from me. Kirishima. Why is everyone in such a good mood today? Bakugou huffed. Kirishima and I began to do a little dance. You guys are weird, Bakugou grumbled, turning away and continuing to walk ahead to class. Well, isn't he as moody as ever? I smiled. Kirishima looked at me, then back at Bakugou. You really care about Bakugou, don't you? I looked at Kirishima, and it felt like everything had begun to go into slow motion. Yeah. He's our friend, I said, feeling shy. You know, I really didn't like how he used to treat you when you first started here. He always took things too far. Kirishima looked at me as though he felt personally responsible for Bakugou's past actions. But I'm glad you guys were able to become friends, he said with a big toothy grin. Yeah, me too. I smiled back. The pair of us were still staring ahead at Bakugou. Siro and Kaminari came into view, and by the looks of it, they were bothering him. Also, Bakugou would hate if I told you this, but Aizawa never sent him to apologize to you yesterday. He didn't? No. You weren't seriously injured or anything. I'm unsure of what the fight was about or how bad it was. You both disappeared for a long time. But after you were taken to Recovery Girl's office, Bakugou seemed really upset with himself, Kirishima stated. Oh well, I think he was mad at me, I said, scratching my head. I'm also the one person in class he hadn't sparred with yet. It was inevitable, really. Kirishima chuckled. Yeah, a fight with Bakugou is unavoidable, especially once you become friends. Oh yeah, you guys fought against each other during the sports festival. I'm sad I missed out on that. There's always next year. That's true. I beamed. We began to walk, following the others as we made our way to homeroom. Bakugou is a good guy underneath it all. Yeah, he is. He's kind of your best friend, huh? I acknowledged. Demon right, he said with a toothy grin. And he tells me everything. He winked at me, then ran ahead, wrapping an arm around Bakugou's shoulder. I felt my cheeks warm with a blush of embarrassment. It seemed like Kirishima was hinting at something, but I was unsure of what it was. Once we arrived, Aizawa asked the class to settle down in our seats and proceeded to inform us about the next step toward our future, the provisional license exam. Passing was essential. Once I had my license, I would finally be one step closer to my dream. As the day went on, I still couldn't find a moment to ask Bakugou about what he wanted to discuss yesterday. Any time we had alone was interrupted by our friends. I sighed. Guess I'll never know, I thought out loud. It sounded serious and important, but Bakugou seemed to have forgotten already. Maybe it wasn't as big of a deal as I'd thought. Besides, I had bigger things to think about. It was time to take my training seriously. I didn't want to be left behind while my classmates continued to get stronger. I had to give my all to this exam. I woke up early, my heart pounding with a mix of nerves and excitement. Today was the day of the provisional license exam, the next step in my journey to becoming a hero. As I stepped outside, I felt a surge of determination coursing through my veins. This was my chance to prove myself, to showcase the skills and qualities that would make me a worthy hero. The morning air felt crisp against my skin. It didn't take long before Class 1A arrived at the examination destination. As I entered, I was greeted by a sea of aspiring heroes from various schools across Japan, all eager to put their quirks to the test. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation and friendly competition. The examiners spent the first half hour explaining the different trials we would partake in, each designed to push us to our limits. Nervously, we headed inside. Once the exam started, Class 1A was immediately divided. Izuku suggested it would be best for us to work together, but Bakugou and Todoroki seemed to disagree. I couldn't say I was surprised. Katsuki was determined to pass this exam the only way he knew how, by himself, without help from anyone. I respected that. He walked off without saying anything. However, this didn't stop Kirishima and Kaminari from chasing after him. I guess he was going to have help whether he liked it or not. A part of me was disappointed that Todoroki also wanted to work solo, but then I thought, maybe I should too? Within minutes of the exam starting, it felt like Class 1A was being targeted specifically. Other students began chasing us down relentlessly. One boy from another school split the ground in half with what appeared to be an earthquake quirk, separating us all from one another. I guess now I didn't have a choice but to work alone. Which school is she from? I overheard a student nearby, clearly referencing me. I dunno, but she's alone. We should take her out. 4 of them approached 3 boys and a girl. I had no idea what quirks they had, as their appearances didn't give it away. They quickly made their way over, but I teleported instantly before them, tapping the first set of buttons on their costumes as fast as I could. I then teleported back and forth, tapping all the buttons they had between them. It took me less than a minute. I didn't think it would be this easy, I said, gazing back at the 4 students I had managed to take out. They stared at me in awe of the speed I had just demonstrated. I was so fast they struggled to comprehend how they lost so easily, especially since neither of us had even attempted to fight. Are you in Class 1A? One of the boys asked. Yeah, I replied softly. Their eyes widened. But she wasn't at the sports festival, I overheard the girl whispering to him. That's when it clicked for me. No wonder Class 1A was being targeted. I felt thankful I never had the chance to participate in the UA Sports Festival. Not only did the villains know everyone's quirks, but students from other schools did too. I felt extremely lucky and was off to a good start, yet I couldn't help but feel great concern for the rest of my classmates. Being separated didn't help. I teleported away cautiously to another area of the exam hall, trying my hardest to find any familiar faces. Maybe if I could gather enough of us from Class 1A, we could temporarily teleport out of here while we came up with a plan. It would at least buy us some time. But I couldn't find anyone I recognized. The pressure was getting to me and time was limited. I wished them the best, but I had to focus on myself. I teleported in and out of the crowd of heroes, tapping numerous buttons without being detected. It was suspiciously easy. Things were going a little too well, making me feel uncomfortable. I had single-handedly taken out at least 18 other students. It was only a matter of time until I met my match. I wonder how Bakugo's doing? I thought to myself, looking across the exam hall. He was nowhere to be seen. In fact, I couldn't see any other students in this area. Abruptly, an unsettling stillness engulfed the surroundings. It was eerily quiet. "We're the same," a soft murmur emerged from behind me. Instinctively, I searched for the source of the voice, and from the depths of the shadows materialized a mysterious boy. I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was about him, but when our eyes locked, I detected a faint trace of anguish. The intensity with which he gazed into my eyes suggested he perceived something within me, as if he recognized himself. "You want to escape from your past too." His words struck me deeply, for they held undeniable truth. Indeed, it was the very reason I moved to the other side of the world. But how did he know that? "I'm sorry, but I have to do this." "I need to pass too," he said, sounding a little guilty but determined all the same. He got into a stance, preparing to fight. "Wait," I shouted, readying myself for defense. But he didn't wait. He came at me fast and fierce, delivering a powerful kick to my side. My body propelled backward into a nearby wall. It hurt, but after fighting against Bakugou, I felt like this would be a piece of cake. I sprinted towards him, seemingly teleporting to close the distance between us. With my arm drawn back, poised for a powerful punch, I lunged forward. However, to my astonishment, my fist passed straight through him. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, I lost my balance, stumbled forward, and crashed onto the ground. "Oh, you won't be able to land a hit on me. I can promise you that," he said smugly, looking down. This mysterious individual was regarded as one of the finest students at Shiketsu High School. However, he remained largely unnoticed, as if shrouded in perpetual anonymity. No one really acknowledged his existence, not even his teachers. His quirk, Ghost. In an instant, his entire form underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting into a ghostly, spectral entity. Whoa, I couldn't help but stare in awe. "They call me Phantom," he said, staring at me. It was as if his quirk had the ability to momentarily erase his physical form, leaving behind a ghostly void in its place. "What do they call you?" he asked gently. At that moment, a realization dawned upon me. I had never disclosed my hero name to anyone before, and I certainly wasn't about to reveal it to a strange boy I just met. Swiftly, I vanished from his presence, only to reappear close by to Izuku, Uraraka, and several other students from Class 1A. They were in the midst of a fierce battle against what seemed to be every single student participating in the exam. Oh no! I concluded that fighting with Phantom was not the best idea. He promised I wouldn't be able to land a hit on him, and I believed him. Teleporting away was the best option, or so I thought. However, I wasn't prepared for the chaos against UA. Despite having a slight advantage, things here were crazy. There were what felt like thousands of students with all kinds of powers in a whirlwind battle of who could take out the most targets. But I could see the other students from our class coming together, trying their hardest to take down the other schools. No wonder things seemed so eerily quiet. Everyone was here, fighting the real battle royale. I tried my hardest not to panic and partnered up with Deku for a short while. We fought fiercely against hundreds of students, managing to stay in the game. I teleported in and out, targeting opponents much like before, although I found myself moving much faster and more carefully until something grasped at my arm. "Why'd you go?" the mysterious boy spoke. I felt as though he was targeting me specifically. I didn't want to entertain the idea, but I gathered I didn't have a choice. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept around us, causing the debris to swirl around me. I knew it was time to spring into action. With a swift motion, I teleported to the center of where I ended up, scanning my surroundings for any sign of movement. A ghostly figure materialized before me, its translucent form floating just above the ground. It was Phantom. This hero could phase through solid objects and become nearly invisible. He was a formidable opponent. The air grew colder as I braced myself for our impending clash. I vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Phantom, my fists clenched and ready to strike. But before I could land a blow, he dissolved into mist, evading my attack. The mist swirled around me, chilling my skin and making it hard to see. Unexpectedly, I felt a sharp blow to my side. Phantom had reappeared, delivering a punch that sent me crashing into a rock. The impact reverberated through my body, but I refused to let the pain slow me down. I teleported to a higher vantage point, perched on top. From here, I could see him shimmering in and out of existence, blending into the shadows. With a burst of energy, I teleported directly above him, aiming to strike with a powerful kick. But just as my foot was about to make contact, he once again turned incorporeal, causing my attack to pass right through him. Phantom swiftly solidified behind me, his hand extending through my chest. I grit my teeth, feeling a chilling coldness spread through my body. But I wasn't ready to give in. I was determined to figure out a plan. The ghost was his quirk, a form he had to activate, much like how I activate teleportation. This meant I would be able to land a hit, as long as he was in human form. Keeping up this spectral appearance must take a lot of stamina. I felt my mind piecing something together. This implied that there would inevitably come a time, a fleeting moment, when his vigilance falters and he would drop his guard. During that precise instant, I had to seize the opportunity and strike him. I summoned every ounce of strength and teleported away, leaving my opponent grasping at thin air. With a burst of speed, I reappeared behind him, my fists crackling with energy, and unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike connecting with precision and force. As my fists made contact, Phantom's ghostly form flickered, losing its coherence. It was evident that my stamina and ability were disrupting his intangibility, causing him to waver between the realms. I seized the opportunity and teleported once more, reappearing directly in front of him. With a final strike, I delivered a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground, defeated. I took a long, soothing breath and stood over his helpless body, ready to touch the buttons and take him out of the exam. At that instant, he met my gaze, his eyes reflecting a sense of devastation, as though all his cherished dreams had just been abruptly shattered. "Why do you want to be a hero?" I asked softly. "To avenge my parents," he muttered with a noticeable tinge of pain. Phantom loved his parents deeply. Their marriage was a source of joy, as they shared a genuine and unwavering love for one another, the kind of love you see in fairy tales. They exerted every effort to nurture and strengthen their relationship. Welcoming their precious baby boy into their lives only deepened their bond. Phantom was showered with love and care by his doting parents, who dedicated themselves to ensuring he had the finest life imaginable. They wholeheartedly embraced his dreams, pledging their support. Whenever his friends visited, Phantom's mother delighted them with freshly baked cookies, and her delectable dinners remain a cherished childhood memory. Meanwhile, his father had a memorable passion for cars. In the nostalgic corners of Phantom's mind, he held fond memories of his dad tinkering away in the garage, meticulously restoring antique cars and breathing new life into them. If they had the space, he would have become a collector, but his father enjoyed the act of repairing and selling these vehicles to fellow car enthusiasts who shared his profound appreciation. Though cars didn't captivate Phantom's imagination in a world teeming with superheroes and villains, he recognized the significance of his father's hobby. Respectfully, he immersed himself in learning about automobiles, understanding that it was a realm of passion for his dad. This shared interest forged a unique and precious bond between them. Although Phantom was rather young back then, the fond memories of his parents remained vividly etched in his mind, unyielding to the passage of time. Sadly, Phantom's last memory of his parents was a tragic one that left an indelible mark on his life. At the tender age of 5, he was riding in the car with his parents, returning home from a visit to a friend's house. Little did they know that they would become victims of a villain's attack. The malevolent actions of the villain caused a devastating collision, leading to the untimely loss of both his parents. It was on that fateful day that his quirk manifested, transforming him into a ghostly being and sparing him from the fatal impact. As the car crumpled and chaos ensued, Phantom found himself unharmed, the sole survivor of the tragedy. However, what followed would forever haunt him. Through the ethereal lens of his spectral form, Phantom bore witness to an astonishing sight. His grieving heart sank as he watched his parents' spirits rise from their lifeless bodies, ascending into the heavens in a mesmerizing astral projection. They slipped away from the mortal realm, forever beyond his reach. In the aftermath of this heart-wrenching event, Phantom's grandmother embraced the role of his guardian, taking him into her loving care. She became his guiding light and support during the darkest years of his life. As Phantom grew older, an intense passion ignited within him, a passion fueled by an unwavering hatred for villains. He vowed to channel his pain into a purpose, dedicating his life to training and honing his abilities to become a professional hero. Motivated by the tragic loss of his parents, he wanted to ensure nothing like this ever happened to another child again. "Why do you want to be a hero?" I asked softly. "To avenge my parents," he muttered, a noticeable tinge of pain in his voice. His words echoed in my mind, and I dropped him out of shock, beginning to turn away. Something about this mysterious boy made me feel connected to him, as though I understood. Right then and there, a realization struck me. I had the power to take him out of the exam. But as I gazed into his eyes, hearing such heartbreaking words, my perspective changed. I made a decision. I wanted him to succeed in this exam. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a strange inclination, as if perhaps we could possibly become friends. "What are you doing?" he asked quietly. "I'm walking away," I replied softly. He stared at me for a couple of moments, our eyes lingering on one another. "Good luck with the rest of the exam, we only have so much time left." And with that, I vanished once again from his presence, hoping this time he wouldn't come after me. With limited time left, I felt confident and continued to teleport in and out of existence until the last moment, evidently passing the exam. For the next stage, we had to work together in teams, cooperating on rescue missions. It was pretty easy for some, but not so much for others. Yeah, you guessed it, Bakugou definitely struggled. A few hours later, after completing all stages of the exam, we anxiously awaited the arrival of the results on the board. As I scanned the area, my eyes caught sight of familiar figures with a mix of yellow and red hair standing a little distance away. "Kirishima, Kaminari." I cheered, running over to them. "Why and how are you doing? We barely saw you the entire exam." "That's because I was being sneaky." I smirked. "So did you guys pass?" I asked enthusiastically, dying to know the answer. If I'm honest, I figured Kirishima should be okay, and although I knew the boys were with Bakugou, I couldn't help but worry about Kaminari. If anyone was going to fail, it would be him. "We both passed," they exclaimed happily. "That's amazing news." I mirrored their enthusiasm. "I saw your name at the top of the board," Kirishima said, gobsmacked. "Yeah, you got a crazy high score. The highest in our class," Kaminari chimed in. "Wait, what?" I looked up at the top of the board, where my name was placed at number 3 with an incredibly high score. I knew I did well, but wow. "Whoa," I gasped. "I guess that's just because I got really lucky with this specific exam." I smiled awkwardly, scratching my head. "It just happened to complement my quirk perfectly," I replied a little sheepishly. I felt lucky. In the first half of the exam, I'd single-handedly taken out a lot of targets and won my fight with Phantom. Even so, it was definitely a close call, and if I'd lost, I would have failed. Meanwhile, the second half of the exam was easy. Saving civilians was a piece of cake for me. "Have you seen Bakugou?" I asked. He went to the bathroom a couple of minutes ago." "YN?" I heard another now familiar voice calling my name. "Oh," I replied, stumbling over my words. The mysterious boy from the exam stood before me, once again in hero form. He looked far less intimidating now. "Phantom." "Hey," I said a little awkwardly. "Who's this guy?" Kirishima whispered to Denki. "I wanted to thank you," Phantom responded, bowing his head. Now that he was in complete human form, I could truly admire his appearance. He possessed a striking beauty reminiscent of Todoroki's angelic features. There was a serene and captivating quality to his face. His jet-black hair perfectly complemented the deep blue hue of his eyes. Phantom emanated an undeniable handsomeness. You could have taken me out of the exam, but you chose not to, and, well, I passed. He smiled at me. My eyes lit up. You passed? I'm so glad for you. You were incredibly tough to beat, someone truly worthy of becoming a hero. I smiled in response, feeling a connection to his words. How could I have ever thought of taking him out of the exam after hearing something like that? I understood the weight of those feelings all too well. It would be great if we could stay in touch, he said awkwardly, a hint of pink coloring his cheeks. Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, right, Kiri. Denki, this is Phantom. He goes to Shiketsu. Hey man, nice to meet you. Kirishima grinned. I had momentarily forgotten about my two friends, who were watching our interaction with mischievous expressions. It's nice to meet you guys too. Wow, you're all from UA? I saw you on TV. Phantom said enthusiastically. Oh, yeah. I do have social media if that's what you were going to ask. What's your handle? He chuckled, though he seemed a bit shy, his bubbly personality shining through. I'll type it in for you. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind me, filled with aggression. Who is this? I nearly dropped Phantom's phone but managed to catch it just in time. I looked up to see Bakugou, his fierce eyes blazing with that familiar intensity, but this time it wasn't directed at me, it was aimed at Phantom. Bakugou-kun! I exclaimed, rushing over to him. Without thinking, I pulled him into a warm embrace, excited to see him after the exam. My heart swelled at the sight of him, and my eyes sparkled with joy. How did you do in the exam? In an instant, I realized I had my arms around him, and a wave of understanding hit me. I knew how much he disliked physical affection, he really hated it. So I quickly stepped back. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to, I stammered, trying not to blush. Haven't checked yet, he huffed, looking away, still glaring. This is Phantom. We made friends during the exam. I announced. Made friends? In an exam? Bakugou asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, this must be your boyfriend? Phantom said casually. A jolt of shock coursed through me, freezing me in place at his words. It's nice to meet you. Phantom added with a friendly smile, extending his hand for a handshake. However, Bakugou turned away, his face turning bright red, eyes wide with embarrassment. But just as quickly, the blush vanished, and a shadow fell over his expression, concealing his feelings. I tried to ease the tension. But the words wouldn't come. I desperately wanted to say, not my boyfriend, but nothing emerged. Then, Bakugou swatted Phantom's hand away, pushing past him. Out of my way, extra, he growled. Not the friendly type, I guess? Phantom laughed awkwardly. Oh yeah. I chuckled nervously. We should really catch up to him. I'll see you around. I hurried off. Kirishima, Kaminari, and I searched for Katsuki among the other students. I found him staring at the board with a horrified expression. Curious, I looked at the board and realized he had failed the exam. My heart raced. How could this happen? I felt a surge of anger. How could someone as talented as Bakugou fail? But he wasn't the only one. Todoroki had failed too. Looking at Katsuki's face, I saw a shadow cross his eyes, and I knew this wasn't good. Bakugou lashed out at Kirishima and Kaminari, frustrated that they had passed while he had not. I couldn't blame him. It was hard to believe that the two strongest students in our class had failed. However, there was good news ahead. They would have a second chance. Bakugo would get that provisional license in no time, but he didn't seem thrilled about it. Bakug, I called out, but he cut me off. I don't want to talk right now, YN, he mumbled, storming off without a glance back. Later, back at the dorms, Bakugou was noticeably more sullen than usual. I could sense the weight of his exam failure pressing down on him. After dinner, tensions rose when he bumped into Midoriya. Though I couldn't hear their conversation, the atmosphere was thick with tension. It must have really annoyed him that Death had passed while he hadn't. Exhausted from the day's events, We retired to our rooms earlier than usual, craving rest. As I lay in bed, I slowly drifted off to sleep when a thought crossed my mind. My boyfriend. Is that what it looked like? I awoke in the middle of the night to the sound of distant explosions. Peering out the window, I caught a glimpse of bright light. Katsuki, I murmured to myself. It seemed likely that Katsuki was training in the middle of the night. Although I knew this had nothing to do with me, his blasts had woken me, and I thought it best to check it out. I decided to teleport to a nearby area where the commotion was coming from. The blasts grew louder as I cautiously approached the source, and I spotted sage-colored hair. Midoriya? I ducked behind a wall, listening to the muffled conversation between Deku and Bakugou. I teleported a little closer to hear better. When we were kids, we both wanted to be like All Might, but I was the one with the potential. Katsuki paused to catch his breath. Then somehow, a nobody like you was chosen by the person I admired most, and I didn't even realize it. That's why we're here. We're settling this. Right here, right now. I held my breath behind the wall, realizing I shouldn't be there. This was personal, something between Katsuki and Deku. Something I definitely shouldn't be listening to, but I couldn't help but wonder what would be said next. I want to know what made All Might give his power to someone like you. Let me see for myself. Is it because you looked up to him more than I did? And if that's the case, does it mean everything I've done to be like him is wrong? Katsuki shouted, his voice filled with frustration. He had given his power to Deku? Kachin. Deku replied quietly. They continued to fight. Bakugou lunged at Midoriya, who dodged his attacks but refused to retaliate. Should I intervene? But then they'll know I've been listening. What should I do? Bakugou kept charging at Deku, launching blasts from all directions. You were always behind me our whole lives. You were stuck to me, I couldn't get rid of you. No matter how much I tried, you kept coming back. Emotion began to seep into his deep voice. Katsuki continued to press the attack on Midoriya, pushing him back relentlessly. This was different from their previous fights. He wasn't holding back this time. I could see that the more aggressive and powerful he became, the more he struggled emotionally. I wanted to stop it, but maybe this confrontation was necessary. Even so, I didn't want Deku to get hurt. It wouldn't be fair since he hadn't done anything wrong. I lingered for a few more moments, trying to come up with a plan. Midoriya dodged another one of Katsuki's attacks, which forced him to the ground. Kachin, are you okay? Midoriya reached out a hand. Bakugou swatted it away. Don't you dare worry about me. Attack me. Why won't you fight back? His voice trembled. Why did I end up having to chase after someone who was always so far behind me? Why did a small fry like you get strong and become the #1 hero's sidekick his favorite? His voice grew more emotional and bitter. You got so much better. And I destroyed All Might. I admired him so much. His voice wavered, finally breaking. But it's because of me that he ended up losing his power. My heart sank. Tears began to fill my eyes. He thought that All Might's downfall was his fault? I held my breath, trying not to let out an audible cry. I felt so foolish. Why hadn't I noticed this? Katsuki. He took a deep breath. If I'd been stronger, if I hadn't been kidnapped by villains, then it never would have happened. All Might knows it was my fault but hasn't said anything. Everyone has to know though. I can't get it out of my head. It's like it's constantly playing on loop, so what the hell am I supposed to do? He screamed, the pain in his voice evident, as if he couldn't bear the weight of it any longer. Bakugou Katsuki, a boy often seen as cold, harsh, and ruthless, wasn't really any of those things. For the first time, I truly realized that this guy had feelings, very real feelings. He often struggled to express these emotions, resorting to anger. However, beneath the tough exterior that Katsuki put on, there lay a deeply shattered individual. Something I had never really seen before. Something I wasn't supposed to see. I never realized until now that he felt his beloved hero's downfall was the consequence of his own actions. That was an immense weight to bear. As I sat behind the wall, listening to a conversation I wasn't supposed to hear, I envisioned Bakugou alone in his room, tears streaming down his face, much like this very moment, overcome by anxiety and haunted by the fear of being judged by everyone. The thought of blaming him never crossed my mind, not even for a moment. I was utterly clueless that he was silently grappling with such an enormous burden, and I had done nothing. My thoughts were interrupted by the image of Bakugou's face that night when he stood staring at All Might's weakened form. His expression haunted my mind. I saw it differently now. It wasn't the face of someone who lost his favorite hero. It was the face of someone who believed it was their fault. I wanted to reach out and hold him, to promise him that it wasn't his fault. I wanted to find a way to convince him and make everything okay. No wonder he failed his exam with this weighing on his mind. My instincts urged me to get up and run to him, but I had to restrain myself. No, this wasn't my place. I was never supposed to be here. This was a matter between him and Deku. It had nothing to do with me, and I had no desire to witness Bakugou's wrath if he discovered I had been eavesdropping. Witnessing his vulnerability felt sacred. I'd never seen him like this before, and no one had. But in some messed up way, he clearly trusted Midoriya enough to show this side of himself. I hesitated, deciding to teleport away once the fight broke out between them again. I decided to do the only thing I could think of and inform Mr. Aizawa of the situation. After last night's ordeal, I noticed both Katsuki and Midoriya were being punished and placed under house arrest. For the next few days, they would take care of all the chores at UA dorms and miss regular classes. Apparently, we were having a special class with the top students in the third year, something I was eagerly looking forward to. However, my mom informed me that I had a dentist appointment that day. I was fuming, but at least I wasn't the only one missing that class. I returned a little earlier than expected and decided to drop my things back at the dorm. It was there that I came across Bakugou. I hadn't seen him at all since last night, although he didn't know that. I found him cleaning some dishes in the kitchen and taking out the trash by himself, silently. "Bakugou!" I called out to him. "Huh? What the hell are you doing here?" He asked snarkily. Clearly, missing classes and doing chores all day hadn't put him in the best of moods. Still, it was much better than seeing the heartbroken expression he wore last night. I tried to push that thought to the back of my mind, but I couldn't. It was soul-crushing to see him like that, knowing there was nothing I could do. I had a dentist appointment. "Oh," he replied abruptly, pausing for a moment. "Is everything okay, Bakugou?" I asked gently. He turned sharply, glaring at me. "Everything's fine," he said in a low voice. I reached out for his arm. "Get off me," he responded sharply, pushing my arm away. I stepped back a couple of paces. "You're always trying to touch me. It's really annoying." "I'm sorry, Just stop," he interrupted. I froze, stunned by his outburst. "Bakugou," I said, "I'm fine." He huffed, raising his voice as he continued his cleaning tasks with intensity. "I didn't mean to annoy you, it's just what?" He paused, leaning in with a fierce gaze. My heart sank. His unpredictability was genuinely frightening. Tears began to form in my eyes, but I held them back. "You know what?" I felt my own voice rising in response. "I'm really nice to you, Katsuki. Despite how you used to treat me. You were awful to me." My voice trembled. Katsuki stood there in shock, his eyebrows furrowed, concern etched across his face. "You made my fresh start at this new school a living nightmare, and yet I still gave you a second chance, hoping things could improve." I paused to collect myself, trying to stay composed despite feeling shaken. "I just don't get it." "Sure, Midoriya, I understand, your childhood friend, there's a history there, but that's none of my business." I stopped, remembering what had happened between them yesterday. My emotions surged, and I felt tears threatening to spill down my cheeks as our eyes met. I wanted to scream, to shout, to be the one who expressed anger. "But why do you hate me?" I asked, my voice quiet, shaky, and broken. His eyes widened, and his expression softened, revealing guilt. He grabbed my arm and pulled me close. "Please don't cry," he whispered, holding me tightly. "Please." I stood there, caught in his grip. It felt like he wanted to embrace me, yet was holding back. I felt utterly confused. "Let go of me," I replied. He stepped back and took a deep breath. I've never hated you. Bakugou POV. If he hated her, why did he always find himself staring at her? Ever since YN arrived at UA, he felt a tumult of conflicting emotions rise within him. Bakugou often found himself watching the new girl. Her gentle gaze, soft lips, and the way her hair framed her face captivated him. These thoughts flooded his mind and it frustrated him. He had never cared about girls before, and he still didn't want to now. But this girl had a hold on him, and he couldn't understand why. Looking at her face irritated him. He grew bitter and resentful. He often found himself watching her when no one was looking, taking in every aspect of her beauty. It stirred feelings he had never experienced before, feelings he couldn't explain, feelings that made him uneasy. So, he resorted to anger, which he found oddly comforting. Bakugo believed that by treating her with disdain, he could convince himself to hate her. But that approach failed. In fact, things only escalated. His emotions grew. Stronger with each passing day, longing to be near her, to sit beside her, and to protect her from harm. Yet, he couldn't understand why these feelings emerged, and he could never admit them to her. All he knew was that he wanted these feelings to stop. He looked into her soft, teary eyes. "But I don't care about you," he said coldly, continuing to throw rubbish into a large bin bag with force. YNPOV. I had spent so much time caring about Bakugou that I never realized he didn't actually care about me. Ever since he saved me at the arcade, I felt as though I owed my life to him. He didn't understand how much that truly meant to me, and maybe now he never would. Without offering a response, I quietly walked away, my heart in ruins, shattered into a million pieces. From that moment on, I distanced myself entirely from him, severing all connections with the Baku squad. Though I maintained friendships with Mina and Jairu, I expressed my need for space. I knew that confiding in Mina about Bakugou's words would trigger her anger towards him, and I wished to avoid any conflict. Nevertheless, she likely had a strong suspicion about the source of my distress. As the weeks passed, Katsuki and I remained silent, not exchanging a single word since our last encounter. Instead, I found solace in the company of Todoroki, Deku, and Ochako. Spending time with them was refreshing. They helped divert my thoughts and made me feel valued as a friend. I will always cherish and love them for that. I was on my way to our next class after visiting the bathroom when a deep, husky voice called out to me. YN. It beckoned. A swarm of butterflies filled my stomach, and my heart raced as a voice I hadn't heard in weeks reached my ears. I never anticipated that we would speak again. Slowly, I turned around to find myself face to face with the very person who had broken my heart. In that moment, I remained silent, unable to utter a word. "Mina wants to know if you're coming on Friday?" he asked casually. Yes. Mina had mentioned something about going to the arcade again and invited everyone in class. I was feeling hesitant about the whole idea, as you can imagine after last time. "Are you going to be there?" I asked, my irritation rising at his casual tone. "Yeah. Then I'll pass." I adjusted my bag coolly, throwing it over my shoulder and turning to walk away. "Don't be like that," he rolled his eyes. "You're kidding me." My voice began to rise. Bakugou went quiet. I turned to face him. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, gazing down at the floor, looking rather awkward. Everyone wants you to be there. Why are you even talking to me?" I interrupted. "You tell me you don't care about me when I wasted my time caring about you. Do you think I'm stupid, Bakugou? I know the struggles you've been through, and you don't have to pretend with me." "I know," he shouted. I stopped momentarily, surprised by the intensity of his voice. "I know," he said much softer the second time. "Know what?" I replied snarkily. "That you know." I thought to myself, is that why he was so mad? Does he know that I overheard everything? But how? Only Aizawa knew. I can't stand it. I hate it. Sometimes you look at me with eyes full of pity, it makes me sick. He spat and took a deep breath. In a state of shock, I stood there, contemplating whether he was aware of my presence that night or if he simply sensed that I understood him better than anyone else. "But I've been thinking," he continued. "There's something I need to ask you, that I've been wanting to ask for a while. Where was this going? What is it? I said coldly. Who was that villain at the arcade? He asked, gazing daringly into my eyes. Absolutely not. How dare he bring that up after everything he said, claiming he doesn't care about me and ignoring me for weeks? Who does he think he is to have the audacity to ask such a question? Is he intentionally trying to hurt me? I am not talking about that, especially with you. My eyes filled with frustration. You said I made your fresh start a living hell. Why did you need a fresh start in the first place? Why did you even move to Japan? Bakugou, don't. Just. Okay, look. He yelled. I don't know how to express my feelings, ISCK at that. I get that you're mad at me, I really do. Hell, you've ignored me for 2 weeks. Because you were difficult. I raised my voice, edging closer to him. I know. He bellowed, his face inching even closer to mine. Our eyes locked, mine filled with fury, and his mirroring the same rage. However, each time our gazes lingered, his eyes would soften, gradually melting away the anger within. But I don't mean to be, he whispered softly. At least, not to you. I gazed back at him, completely bewildered. What did this guy want from me? I feel bad about what I said? Okay. He looked away. I constantly think about it every day. Well, good. I huffed sarcastically. But in all honesty, I was touched by that. He rolled his eyes and grabbed my arm. I don't want things between us to be like this. His brows furrowed, but his face was soft. You're literally the reason they're like this. I know. I have a lot going on in my head right now. He seemed as though he was on the verge of tears. I thought about the last time I saw him cry, how much pain it caused me, and how I wanted so badly to reach out to him. I realized that, yes, Bakugou could be difficult, but he did have a lot on his mind. Maybe, if I just answered his question, it would be one less thing for him to think about. That villain. I spoke up quietly. His eyes widened as he looked back at me. Is incredibly dangerous. A lone tear escaped my eye, tracing a path down my cheek. What did he do to you? He asked. I shook my head and took a deep breath. Though I never realized it at the time, my mother would rather put herself into immense debt than disappoint me for Christmas. She has always been an incredible parent. Despite growing up in a small, cramped flat, she made sure there was food on the table and that I had nice clothes. I was well taken care of. As I grew older, I began to long for answers about my past, who my father was, why he left. I found myself surrounded by other kids who had loving and caring dads. I felt as though I was missing out and harbored resentment toward my mother, believing she must have been the reason he left. But I didn't know the whole story. During my teenage years, I began to lash out at her, feeling abandoned and neglected, with no one else to blame. Looking back, my mother never deserved that. She was only trying to protect me. I spent countless nights curled up in bed, crying into my pillow, wondering why he had to leave. Was there something wrong with me? I reached a point where I needed answers. No, I was convinced I had to have them. So, I sought answers. Yet everywhere I looked led to dead ends until one day, a letter appeared at our front door. It was supposedly from the very man I had been searching for, my father. I kept it a secret from my mother, fearing she would destroy the letter and continue to keep secrets from me. The letter didn't say much, it only provided a location and time. Inside was the address of where he currently lived and a plea to see me. I wish I had done the right thing and told her, letting her destroy the letter and continue to protect me. But I didn't. I was young, naive, and foolish. A few days passed, and I followed the instructions in the letter. At around 7 p.m. that night, I took a bus to the mysterious address, which led me to a seemingly sketchy neighborhood. I couldn't teleport because I had never been there before. It made me feel uneasy, but my determination for answers overruled my fear. After navigating through rundown streets, I approached a large apartment block. Inside were various apartments, and despite the neighborhood's rough appearance, these apartments felt homey and familiar. I began to feel safer, my mind eased, and my racing heart slowed until I finally reached the apartment number I was searching for. Taking a deep breath, I prepared myself for whatever awaited behind the door. What would it be like? Would it be awkward? Would he welcome me with open arms? I felt the tension rising within me, and I was so anxious I could barely bring myself to knock on the door. But I had traveled all this way, I was here now. There was no turning back. If I did, I might regret it for the rest of my life, or at least that's what I thought. I took a deep breath and raised my hand to the door, knocking gently. I had spent years yearning for this moment, wondering about the man who had been absent from my life since the day I was born. The fantasies of a perfect reunion crumbled in an instant as the door swung open, revealing a man who was supposed to be a stranger but was undeniably my father. He was an ordinary-looking man with a gentle presence. He stood tall, wore glasses, and had a vacant expression on his face. "Dad," I whispered, staring at the man who shared my features. His eyes widened with recognition and surprise, but before any words could escape his lips, a loud crash echoed, and he staggered back. I stood frozen in shock. He coughed, and I could see the panic in his eyes. Time seemed to slow as I watched him struggle to stay upright, and then he collapsed to the ground. That image alone drowned out the world around me. The man who was supposed to be my father, the one I had dreamt about meeting my entire life, was taken away from me in a matter of seconds. In the shadows, a figure loomed ominously, holding something that sent shivers down my spine. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I couldn't ignore the haunting truth that unfolded before me. There were several other bodies scattered across the floor of what used to be a living room. Among them, I noticed 2 young children and a beautiful woman lying there, lifeless, captured in a horrific scene. Blood was splattered across the pictures that decorated the walls' family photos. A sharp pang of disbelief coursed through me as I struggled to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before my eyes. The room felt suffocating as I stood there, paralyzed by the horror that had just occurred. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, the day I finally met my dad for the first time. But now, the euphoria that had filled my heart was replaced with a gaping void of pain and loss. As the reality of the situation sank in, my emotions surged. Anguish, confusion, and anger threatened to consume me entirely. Why did this happen? Why was fate so cruel as to grant me this long-awaited meeting only to snatch it away in the cruelest manner possible? Through tear-blurred vision, I saw a photograph slip from my dad's pocket, fluttering to the floor. It was an old, faded picture of me as a baby, one he must have carried with him all these years, a reminder of the daughter he never got to know. The sight of it crushed me even further, knowing that we had been separated for so long, only to be reunited for mere moments before being torn apart forever. The figure approached me, cloaked in dark clothing, drenched in something that looked like blood. He had the eyes of a maniac, but his voice was calm, collected, and sinister. "Oh, hello, my dear. You must be the missing link," he laughed darkly. His entire demeanor was disturbingly unhinged, and looking at him made me feel sick. His eyes were so dark they seemed to absorb all light, and he wore a wide, toothy smile that might have seemed friendly, if not for the unsettling stains around it. I had no idea what he was talking about, but a deep instinct warned me that this was a trap and that he was the one who had sent the letter. In an instant, I vanished from his presence and teleported back home before he could reach me. I never imagined that life could change so drastically in mere seconds. Everything I had longed to understand was ripped away, leaving me feeling shattered and broken. In a haze of emotions, I stumbled into the kitchen, where my mother was preparing dinner. The weight of my burden felt unbearable, and I could no longer hold it in. With a heart-wrenching scream, I released the fear and pain that had consumed me. My mother turned to me, alarmed by the intensity of my cry. Her hands froze mid-motion, the utensils she held forgotten as her attention focused solely on me. Concern etched her face, her maternal instincts kicking in. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I broke down, desperate to share everything that had happened. To my surprise, instead of anger or disappointment, my mother's expression turned grave and resolute. She listened intently, and without hesitation she made a decision. Her voice was serious and steady as she told me we needed to leave the country immediately. There was no time for second thoughts. My heart raced as I absorbed her words, unsure of what lay ahead but knowing I could trust her judgment. I understood that she would do whatever it took to keep us both safe. The memory of that horrific night remained etched in my mind, haunting me every time I closed my eyes for years to come. In the days that followed, I struggled to make sense of the tragedy, but no answers could bring solace to my shattered heart. Yet, amidst the darkness, I clung to the memories of the brief encounter I had with my dad, no matter how painful they were. In those moments, I felt a connection to him, something that death could never erase. As I stood at the memorial my mother and I created for him, I whispered my final goodbye to the man who had given me life and to the dream of a father-daughter relationship that would never be. I vowed to carry his memory with me, to cherish the brief time we had together, and to find the strength to live on, even after witnessing his tragic end the first and last time we ever met. Throughout my life, the questions remained unanswered, leaving me with a lingering sense of emptiness. Why did he choose to leave and never look back? Why was I denied a birthday card or letter? The absence of his presence created a void. I never had the opportunity to connect with the half-siblings I never knew existed, nor would I ever get to watch them grow up. I never met my stepmother to learn whether her heart was kind or cruel. I never got to ask why he had another family but wanted nothing to do with me. I never even had the chance to hear his voice, and now I never would. The only memory I have is of him dying, one that I will cling to for all time. Well, there you have it. I looked away, not wanting to meet Bakugou's gaze. He stared at me speechless. The villain at the arcade. It was him, I said, my voice heavy with anguish. Bakugou seemed awkward, unsure of how to respond. He leaned in close, pulling me toward him. "Come here," he said softly. He didn't say anything else, but wrapped one arm around me, resting his face against my shoulder. I tried my best not to cry. I had never opened up to anyone about this before, as I never felt ready to revisit the memory. We stood there in silence for a long while, his warmth enveloping me. After sharing my burden, I felt a massive weight lift from my shoulders. Keeping it inside for so long hadn't been good for me. I hoped he would understand how much the night at the arcade meant to me when he saved me. I wanted him to know how much I cared about him and that it was okay to not be okay, as I understood that feeling all too well. We continued to stand together in silence until he spoke. "But you're always smiling," Katsuki said quietly. "I never would have thought someone like you had gone through something so painful." His voice cracked slightly. I inhaled deeply, gathering my thoughts to respond. Everyone goes through something painful at some point in their lives. That's just how it is, I replied, knowing he had faced his own struggles. I looked up and smiled at him through misty eyes, and his crimson gaze met mine softly. The anger I had felt toward him faded. After all, actions speak louder than words. If he truly didn't care about me, why would the villain from the arcade linger in his mind? Why did he save me without hesitation? Why did he pick a fight with me? I realized Bakugou claimed not to care because, in truth, he cared too much. He might be a complicated guy who tries to hide his true feelings, and I didn't know why he was like this. But the way he held me in that moment, I could tell he cared. "I have one more thing I want to ask," he said hesitantly. "What is it?" I was curious, although my heart began to pound. "Do you know why he did that?" I took another deep breath, understanding his curiosity about the villain's motives. To this day, I'm still not sure. But my mom, she told me that he is a dangerous man. A man with dark intent. I hesitated to continue. "Who is most likely after me?" I said seriously. Bakugou pulled away, his arms shaking, his gaze fierce. He stared back at me intently into my eyes. "I'll make certain that he won't dare do anything to you ever again," he promised with a serious look on his face. I appreciated that moment we shared together, the telling of my story. It felt like something I should have done a long time ago, but I had no one to confide in. Katsuki, despite everything, I held a great amount of trust in him. He wasn't one to share my secrets, and I wasn't one to share his. Bakugou POV. The other week, when we argued, "I just wanted you to know that I'm always right here for you," YN said, blushing a little. "Why?" He looked at her gently. "Because we're friends, Bakugou." Something about that made him feel as though his heart had been shattered into a billion pieces. Friends, why did the idea of that hurt so much? He didn't understand. Even then, he felt that he never deserved her friendship, especially after everything he'd done. You deserve better, he said truthfully. A silence fell between them. I gotta get back to Kirishima, we're training after school, Bakugou said. With that, he turned away, and she headed off in the other direction. Every time she touched him, he felt an unexplainable sensation in the pit of his stomach. It frustrated him. That's why he snapped at her. Yet Katsuki longed to hold her. But he tried his hardest to suppress those urges, pushing them deep into the depths of his heart. However, she always found a way to bring them to the surface, a simple touch, a sentence, the way she looked at him. It was the little things that stirred him up inside. But feelings were a weakness, and he felt weak as it was. Yet in this moment, after revealing her past, holding her was the only thing he thought to do. YNPOV. A couple of days went by, and Katsuki was back to having regular classes with the rest of us. He was becoming more like himself again, as though he had finally begun to heal. I think fighting with Deku helped drastically. No one questioned why I hadn't been hanging out with them for the past 2 weeks. Bakugou and I often bickered, so without saying anything, the group was most likely aware it was something to do with an argument between us. We were all sitting together at lunch in our regular booth, discussing absolute nonsense. What I'm saying is, just because you don't name a baby doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Kirishima shouted to Kaminari across the table. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, okay, for example, if we hadn't named a chair, then chairs wouldn't exist. Kaminari responded. You're both idiots, Katsuki rolled his eyes. Mina, Jairu, and Siro were busy laughing hysterically. Bakugo looked to me, shaking his head as if to say, this is what we deal with. I smiled at him. Mineta approached our table, creeping toward me with his messy hair. That boy gave me such an uncomfortable feeling that I instinctively punched him, sending his tiny body flying across the room. Bakugo burst into laughter. That's right, laughter. His smile shone so brightly that everyone at the table was captivated. He caught himself, throwing a hand over his mouth to muffle the sounds out of embarrassment. But he couldn't contain himself. He hated Mineta as much as the next person, and seeing him propelled across the room was funny to everyone. But I never thought I'd see such an expression on Bakugou Katsuki. Mina and Kirishima shared a glance and looked to me, smiling when Todoroki approached our table. Wine, my sister was wondering what you'd like for dinner tonight? He asked casually, showing me a text on his phone. Over the past 2 weeks, I'd been hanging out with Todoroki regularly and often had dinner there since I started at UA. Shoto's siblings were really nice, and considering we're close friends, we all got along really well. Oh, I'm not too fussy. I love everything she makes, I replied softly. Mina shot an excited look my way. Okay, I'll tell her curry or something. He wandered off back to where Midoriya and Ochako were seated. Oh, Todoroki's for dinner? Mina squealed. When are you going to give it a rest? We're just friends, I said, emphasizing the last part. She continued to tease me while the others broke off into separate conversations. I overheard Kirishima talking to Bakugou. Yeah, Crimson Riot is my favorite hero. I'm so excited. Excited for what, Kirishima? I interrupted, wanting to steer Mina's attention away from her obsession with boys and romance. I'm finally going to meet Crimson Riot. He's going to be on a panel for the Superhero Con. Oh, that's exciting. I beamed. Are any other heroes going to be there? Mina asked excitedly. I hope MD Lady is. I'd love to get a picture with her, she sighed. Oh yeah, you don't have a favorite hero, do you, YN? Kaminari asked. Well, even if she doesn't have a favorite, you want to come to the con if we all go, don't you, YN? Mina asked with a pouty expression. Actually, after being at UA, surrounded by such talent and all the training I've done, I've met some incredible heroes. Think, I finally do actually have a favorite, I said a little bashfully. Oh, you found your favorite hero? Mina and Kirishima beamed. Who is it, who is it? Jairu chimed in. Oh, I bet it's that woman from your hero study? Stellar. I thought to myself out loud. I thought she studied with MT Lady? No, it was just at her agency. Interstellar? Kirishima asked. I realized I said her name out loud without meaning to. I hadn't spoken to her for a while, despite promising to stay in touch. I should probably inform her about how well I did in the provisional license exam, especially with our internships coming up. I definitely wanted to work with her again, yet I let her name slip, something I wasn't supposed to do. Sorry, I was thinking out loud, not paying attention. I was thinking of watching Interstellar, you know, the movie. Oh, that's a good movie. Kaminari and Kirishima exclaimed, their faces lighting up. It was incredibly easy to get people to lose track of conversation within this group, especially Kiri and Denki. So, who is your favorite? Bakugou asked, directing the question at me. It's a secret. I winked at him mischievously, not wanting to give anything away. Later, we reunited with Midoriya's group on our way to class. YN has a favorite hero now. Mina exclaimed. Oh, who is it? Ochako beamed. It's a secret, I said, smirking at them both. You and your secrets. Mina playfully nudged me. At least give us a hint. Ochako insisted. I laughed it off, changing the direction of the conversation. So, you're all going to the arcade this weekend? I'd like to join too. Everyone turned to face me dramatically, bewildered, with concerned expressions on their faces. I doubt he'll show up again, Bakugou said reassuringly, acknowledging what everyone was silently thinking. Well, I definitely wouldn't if you punched me into a wall like that, I laughed, breaking the tension. He smirked back at me. So, are you two okay again? Mina whispered to me. You're always arguing, so we all kind of assumed you hadn't been hanging out with us over something, he said. She shot him an annoyed look. Ochako looked to me. She was the only one who kind of knew what went on. Well, I said awkwardly. Kirishima gave him a good talking to, you know. I overheard him. Talking to for what? I laughed. Always being rude to you for no reason. Mina exclaimed. We all really missed you. Every lunchtime was so awkward. Bakugou was extra sulky, ignoring everyone, Jiru stated. Haha, was he now? I said smugly. He was. And when I brought up going to the arcade, he was acting extra weird. Things are fine between us now, so don't worry about it, I said softly. Do you want to walk to mine together after school? Todoroki asked from behind. Oh, Shoto, yeah, sure. I noticed Bakugou glaring at him, and Kirishima nudged him. Dude. Cool it, Kiri whispered. Shut up, Bakugou replied. I sat nervously on the couch, waiting for Todoroki's siblings, Fuyumi and Natsuo as usual. The atmosphere felt a bit tense, knowing that Endeavor would be joining us later. I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. I was wrong. Despite being close friends with Todoroki, I couldn't help but feel uneasy about the situation. You see, his dad really didn't like me. Fuyumi entered the room, greeting me with a warm smile. Hey Wayne. Thanks for coming over again. It's always nice to have you here. Thanks, Fuyumi. I enjoy spending time with you and Natsuo, I smiled. Natsuo walked in, giving me a casual nod. Oh, great, you're here too, he said sarcastically. Hey, Natsuo. As charming as ever, I see, I replied playfully. We exchanged a small laugh, trying to ease the tension. Don't worry about Natsuo, he's always like this. As we continued our conversation, Endeavor's footsteps echoed from the hallway, and the atmosphere instantly changed. He entered the room with a stern expression, making me feel a bit uncomfortable. His presence was intimidating. What a surprise to see you here again, he said coldly. Good evening, Endeavor. Thank you for having me over, I gestured with a respectful bow. Endeavor eyed me suspiciously, he clearly had something against me. You seem to be around my son quite a lot. What are your intentions with him? He asked skeptically. I what? I stumbled over my words. He glared into my eyes, his towering stature making me feel small. What do you mean, my intentions? I responded, confused. My son is far too good for the likes of you, he bellowed, gazing down at me. Oh why yeah, I understand sir. Todoroki-kun and I are just friends. You see, Endeavor disliked me because he was convinced I was trying to date his son. Father please. That's incredibly rude, Shoto said defensively. As long as she knows her place. Endeavor remained unconvinced, but before any more tension could arise, Fuyumi intervened, trying to steer the conversation away from the awkward topic. Well, I made dinner, it should be ready by now, she stated while heading toward the kitchen. Endeavor took his seat at the head of the table, and the rest of us followed, trying our best to enjoy the meal despite the lingering discomfort. As the conversation flowed, I couldn't help but feel the weight of Endeavor's disapproval. So, YN Shoto mentioned that you have some kind of teleportation quirk? Is that right? Endeavor asked coldly. Yes, that's right. I felt awkward and anxious whenever he spoke to me. Sounds useless, Endeavor replied, shoveling food into his mouth. I didn't know how to respond. I was deeply angered by the way he treated me with such disrespect. But this was Shoto's father. I wouldn't dare say anything back to him. Well, actually, she scored really high in the provisional license exam, with the best marks in our class, Todoroki said, defending me. I could feel tensions begin to rise even more. She even has her provisional license while your son does not. Shoto looked him in the eyes, a daring tone present in his voice. Endeavor stared back at him, clearly triggered by his words. Fuyumi interjected, which was probably for the best as I wasn't sure where the sentence I tried to construct was headed. Oh wow. That's amazing, YN. You're both training so hard, I'm certain you'll grow up to be great heroes, she said warmly. I sure hope so. Actually, I feel very lucky to have Todoroki-kun in my class. I've learned a lot from him. He's a strong hero who excels in every aspect. I can only aspire to become just as strong as him someday. Shoto smiled at my comment. That's my brother. Natsuo beamed. We eased up throughout the rest of the dinner. Endeavor actually engaged in a little conversation with us and even asked me questions about my quirk. But I could tell he still disliked me. Yet, I had no interest in his son. Shoto had become one of my closest friends, someone I relied on, looked up to, and highly respected. He was a beautiful soul both inside and out. Yes, he was intelligent, handsome, and popular. I believed any girl would be lucky to be called his. But I didn't feel that way about him. The only love I held for him was in reflection of our friendship. Once dinner was over, I thanked his family again for welcoming me into their home, waving goodbye to his siblings. Shoto walked back with me to the end of the garden while I conjured up a portal to take us back to you. Your dad seriously dislikes me, doesn't he? I said, glancing at Todoroki. My dad dislikes everyone, he replied with a shrug. We stood just outside the front door of the dorms. Oh, I guess that's true. I feel sorry for you when you eventually introduce him to your future girlfriend. Oh, I never thought about that. You should. Your dad is really intimidating. Yeah. He smiled slightly. Just as we were about to head inside, he paused to ask me a question. So, you and Bakugou are okay now? What do you mean? You were hanging out at lunch. Oh. It's fine. I understand. Bakugou. He's a complicated guy. You're not wrong about that. But he is my friend. I don't like it when my friends are at odds, Shoto said innocently. My heart melted. Todoroki was so endearing at times. It warmed my heart to see how much he valued Bakugou as a friend, even though Katsuki often claimed the opposite. He really cares about you, Todoroki stated. What makes you say that? Well, we have our extra classes together for the provisional license training. He did mention you. He did. I felt a bit taken aback by that. Flashback. Todoroki POV. I can't believe I have to do this. Extra classes are ridiculous, Bakugou grumbled. Todoroki maintained his usual calm demeanor. Well, that's just how it is. How can you be so unconcerned? We're clearly falling behind. I think everything will be all right, Shoto replied nonchalantly. Bakugou huffed and rolled his eyes. I saw you with YN earlier. Is she doing okay? He asked hesitantly. YN? Why do you ask? I haven't spoken to her in a while, that's all, Bakugo replied, his tone firm. Did you two have a disagreement? Todoroki inquired. That's none of your business, Katsuki snapped back. Okay. A silence fell between them. Todoroki wasn't one to pry. We had an argument. Didn't she tell you? No, she hasn't mentioned anything, Shoto said softly. I said something really hurtful to her, but I didn't mean it. Todoroki observed Bakugou, who was standing slightly turned away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. He fidgeted with his hands in his pockets. He was never awkward, at least that's what Shoto thought. Yet, when it came to YN, he seemed different. Although Todoroki didn't fully grasp the situation between them, he sensed they were incredibly close friends, and Bakugou cared deeply about her. I'm sure if you just talk to her, you'll be able to sort it out, Shoto suggested gently. Tiesuke, I'm not talking to her. She started it, he huffed. YN was unkind to you? She annoyed me. I don't want to get in the middle of it, but I think you should reach out to her. Whatever. What do you know? You just don't understand. Flash forward. YN POV. He really said that? I've noticed how he treats you differently than others. There's a level of respect in his actions, even if it's not always obvious. That's true. Just be patient with him. We continued to open the door and step inside. The arcade felt different this time. Bakugou stayed by my side throughout the night, and everyone did. I felt a bit anxious about being back after my past experience, but I was glad to be with my friends. We stuck together as one big group, which made me feel much safer. I also remembered Katsuki's promise that he would never let that villain hurt me again, which was comforting. After enjoying all the games the place had to offer, we decided to wrap up the evening with a meal at a nearby restaurant. We all sat together on one side of the restaurant, me, Mina, Jairu, Bakugou, Kirishima, and Kaminari in one booth, while Todoroki, Midoriya, and Ochako occupied another. Momo, Jairu, Tokoyami, and Siro were seated in the last booth. Yes, Tokoyami actually joined us this time. A few of the guys, Tokoyami, Siro, Deku, and Todoroki, went up to the front to order food. Ochako, Momo, and Jairu came to sit in the booth next to us when a group of tall, handsome boys approached our table. One of them spoke to me, hey you with the hair. Mina nudged me. He's talking to you, she whispered. Everyone tensed up, including me, unsure of what was about to happen. Are you single? He asked with a smirk. A what? I replied, blushing and caught off guard. Mina's eyes lit up and Jairu looked intrigued. No. She's not, Bakugou interjected, his tone sharp. Everyone turned to look at him. Oh, sorry man. I didn't. Even if she were, what could someone like you possibly offer? He glared at him, his expression fierce. The guy stammered. I just noticed her across the room and thought. What? Thought you'd take your chances? Just leave, Bakugou shouted through clenched teeth. I'm sorry. The guy said awkwardly and walked off with his friends, who were laughing at him. Bakugou, that was harsh. Mina exclaimed. But, Wine, did you actually want that guy's number? He asked. Well, no, not really, I admitted awkwardly. Exactly. But she's not going to tell him to leave, is she? She's too nice for that, Bakugou rolled his eyes. He was right. I probably would have taken his number out of politeness, even if I never intended to call him. Is that so? Mina looked at me with a mischievous smile. So, are you single, YN? Yes, I am. But, are you thinking of asking me out? I mean, you're cute, but not quite my type, I teased back. Ha, oh wow, thanks. So what is your type then? She pressed. Well, I began to blush. Mina, my best friend, always knew how to push my buttons. No, you just said I wasn't your type, so clearly you have one. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. She's always trying to get some kind of confession out of me. I was joking, I replied, slightly annoyed. Well, if you had to pick someone in our class? She asked playfully. I'm not doing that. Come on. She started laughing. Well, I guess deep down I've always felt that. I took a dramatic breath. Everyone stopped talking, eager to hear my confession. Mineta. He truly is the apple of my eye. I think I'm falling madly in love with him, I said sarcastically. Everyone burst into laughter. Hey, I was being serious. He's beautiful to me. Oh, is that so? Bakugou smirked. Yeah, it is so. I smirked back. Well, I have his number. Want me to ask him to join us so you can confess? Don't you dare. Oh. Kiri and Denki exclaimed with anticipation. Bakugou pulled out his phone, getting up from the table to show me the screen with Mineta's name on it. No, come on, he'll be so thrilled, he teased. Why do you even have his number? I shouted, getting up to snatch the phone from him. Emergencies, he said defensively, pulling it away just out of my reach as he headed for the door. I chased after him as he ran outside, holding the phone high above his head. It started dialing. Bakugou, please don't, I laughed while trying to grab it from him. Hey, Mineta YN's got something she'd like to tell you, he said, grinning down at me. No, I don't. Ignore him. I shouted into the phone. Kaken? Why are you calling me from outside? Midoriya's voice came through. You little rascal. I hit Bakugou playfully. He burst out laughing, hanging up on Izuku. Do I really have Mineta's number? He said with a chuckle. I laughed too. It made sense since he disliked the guy. You're a jerk, you know that? Yeah, I know, Katsuki smiled. So, are you going back to the UA dorms tonight or staying at your mom's? Sometimes I spent weekends with my mom so she wouldn't feel lonely. My mom's tonight, back at UA tomorrow. We both headed back inside. Alright. Is Todoroki going to walk you home? He asked awkwardly while opening the door for me. Nah, Todoroki's at the dorms tonight. Besides, I can teleport, you know, I laughed. Oh, right. I paused. It would be nice actually, to walk home. Like a normal person, I said shyly. Don't you and Todoroki usually walk together when you go to his place? Sometimes. If I teleport everywhere, it'll just make me lazy. Well, Katsuki hesitated. I could walk you if you wanted or whatever, he suggested casually. Yeah, I'd like that. We headed inside to reunite with our friends as all our food orders arrived at the table. After enjoying the meal, it was time for us to head home. Bakugou and I were about to go our separate ways when Denki interrupted us. Bakugou, aren't you coming back to UA with us? Kaminari asked. Well, I was going to walk YN home. It's getting late. But she can just teleport? Kirishima bit his lip while Mina nudged Kaminari in annoyance. Oh yeah, I forgot. Guess we'll see you tomorrow, YN. Bakugou turned to me, his expression saying a last goodbye. Alright, yeah, see you guys tomorrow. I waved to them. I opened a portal and stepped through, closing it behind me. I landed in my bedroom, throwing myself onto the bed. I wanted to walk home with him, and now it was all I could think about. But this felt strange. Why was I daydreaming about it so much? Why was I looking forward to it? Things felt different. We were getting along? Bakugou POV. YN slipped through the portal to her home, closing it behind her. Katsuki turned to Kaminari. You're a total idiot, he said lightly as they walked back to UA. Kaminari stood there, feeling confused about what he did wrong. Kirishima placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry about it, he smiled. Chapter end. Although this may seem like another filler chapter, it's actually a crucial moment in the story. The timeline will diverge from the show since I'm not going to cover the overhaul arc, which is very focused on Deku, and this is YN's story. So, we'll skip ahead to December, which amusingly aligns with when Todoroki and Bakugou finally get their licenses. Secret Santa. Mina always came up with ideas that involved everyone in class, activities for us to do together. With Christmas around the corner, it was no surprise she wanted to do Secret Santa. Many of us were excited, while others were less enthusiastic. This is lame. I don't want anything to do with it. Bakugou, you have to. Otherwise, the numbers will be uneven, and that's not fair. Mina urged. Do I look like I care? Katsuki huffed back. Come on, Bakugou. It's festive. I smiled. Fine, whatever. Okay, great. So does everyone want to do it traditionally or the new way? What's the difference? Well, we can either put our names in a hat and pick them or use an online name generator that will email your secret Santa to you. Mina suggested. Traditional, Bakugou shouted. The email thing sounds kind of cool, Kiri added. No. It sounds silly. Just throw our names in a hat and get it over with already, Katsuki insisted. Okay. Mina and I wrote down everyone's names on slips of paper and tossed them into a hat. Everyone gathered in the lounge area, ready to find out who their secret Santa would be. We let everyone else go first. It was only fair. When it was my turn, I picked a slip and unfolded it. Tokoyami Fumikage was written on it. So, who did you get? I asked Mina immediately. It's a secret, that's the whole point. A secret from the person you got, not your best friend. I urged her. I got Ochako. I'm so excited, she sang happily. Oh, that's a good one. I know. I feel so lucky, I know exactly what to get her. Who did you get? Tokoyami. Do you think that means I have to get a gift for Dark Shadow as well? I said, rubbing my chin. Shoji overheard us. You got Fumikage? He asked. Oh, please don't tell him. Could we maybe swap? He asked hesitantly. You want to swap? Why? Shoji unfolded his slip, revealing the name to me and Mina. Bakugou Katsuki. We both burst out laughing. Well, we always knew whoever got his name would struggle, Mina chuckled. I know Fumikage really well, and I have a great idea for what to get him, Shoji said, looking at me with sincerity. Hey, sure. I'll swap with you. Really? You're going to swap with him? Mina was taken aback. Yeah. I mean, I like Fumikage, but it seems Shoji has his heart set on it. Besides, maybe Katsuki won't react so harshly to a gift from me. No offense, Shoji. No, that's okay. I understand. I have no clue what I should get for Bakugou. Okay, well, as the mediator of Secret Santa, I'll allow it. But let's keep it between us, okay? Mina winked at us. We headed up to Kaminari's room where he, Kirishima, and Jairu were hanging out. So, spill the beans on Secret Santa. I asked eagerly. Isn't it supposed to be a secret? Kaminari replied. Do I really have to explain this again? I looked at Mina. A secret from the person you got, not from us. Well, I got Zero, so no one tell him, Kirishima said. I'm still keeping mine a secret, Jairu added. They must be in this room, Mina whispered to me. I got Ida, Kaminari told us. And you guys? Ochako-chan. Bakugou. Oh, you got Bakugou? Yeah. Well, if you need any ideas, I've got plenty. Kiri beamed. He could use some new skateboard parts, training equipment, protein shakes, that kind of thing. Actually, I think I already have an idea. Thank you, though, I smiled back at him. You do? What are you going to get him? Mina asked excitedly. Now that's the part one will keep secret, I replied smugly. Later that night, I scoured the internet searching for the perfect gift for Katsuki. I had something in mind. It was just a matter of finding a trustworthy website that could deliver. I searched long and hard, feeling hopeless until I came across an Etsy seller. It was a little over the Secret Santa budget, but I thought it was worth the risk. I messaged them with the design and a picture for reference. They got back to me quickly, letting me know it was possible but would take 1 to 2 weeks to ship. Luckily, that was just the right amount of time. 2 weeks later, once the gift arrived, I checked to make sure everything was intact. When I opened the box, I was thrilled. It was perfect, exactly as I imagined. Underneath the gift was even a miniature keyring version of what I had gotten him and a thank you card. I decided to keep the keyring for myself. I couldn't contain my excitement. I wanted to give it to him right away but had to hold out until the Secret Santa exchange. Katsuki looked down at the little slip of paper he held in his hand. Todoroki Shoto. Are you kidding me? Why did he have to get icy hot for Secret Santa? Katsuki wasn't exactly thrilled about it. Hey Deku, he shouted. Who did you get for Secret Santa? Oh Kaken. Izuku was stunned by Bakugou's question. Actually, I got YN, he said shyly. You did? Bakugou glared at him, feeling jealous that Deku got someone so easy to pick for Secret Santa. He let out a big sigh. Who did you get, Kaken? Half and half, Bakugou replied through gritted teeth. Well, if you need any ideas, I'm happy to help, Midoriya offered with an awkward smile. Bakugou huffed. Actually, do you have any ideas of what I could get for YN? Izuku asked politely. Huh, that's easy. Get her something cute, she loves that kind of stuff. Something cute? Like what? Sanrio plushies, a girly stationery set, bows for her hair. You've got it easy. Bakugou rolled his eyes. You know YN pretty well, huh, Kaken? Midoriya smiled. No. Most girls like cute stuff. Seriously, Deku, you should know that. An awkward silence fell between them. Any ideas for Todoroki-kun? No, he'll be lucky if I get him anything. Christmas was approaching, and with only a couple more nights at the dorms together, Mina arranged for us all to gather in the lounge for the Secret Santa exchange. I was so eager to give my gift to Bakugou that I completely forgot I also had my own Secret Santa, who happened to be Midoriya. He did an incredible job, handing me a bright pink box completed with a beautiful red bow. Inside were a packet of my favorite chocolates, a cute stationery set, and a small Sanrio plushie. My heart melted after opening the gift. I knew Midoriya was a sweetheart, yet he still managed to blow me away. Izuku! This is wow, oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. No problem, YN. You deserve it. Actually, I did ask for a little help to pick you something you liked. He blushed, looking sheepishly at the floor. I waited to give Bakugou his gift. Although the anticipation was killing me, I wasn't sure if he'd be comfortable opening gifts in front of people. I tend to overthink when it comes to Katsuki. Because sometimes I don't understand him at all. Why do? But it's complicated. He stormed into the room with a poorly wrapped gift, plunking it on the table in front of Todoroki. Here, he said through gritted teeth, slipping his hands into his pockets and slinking off toward the kitchen. Todoroki unfolded the gift with care, discovering a black, red, and blue denim jacket adorned with a design that subtly reflected his quirk. Eagerly, he slipped it on, and to his delight, the jacket fit him flawlessly. It looked cool and he looked good in it. Bakugou. Thank you, Shoto said with a small smile. Whatever. I noticed him leave after giving his gift to Shoto. Now was my chance to give him his. I caught up to him just outside his bedroom door. Katsuki, I called out. He turned to look at me with his usual moody gaze but didn't say anything. From your Secret Santa, I said with an uplifting tone. I presented him with a box wrapped in sage, decorated with an orange bow. I knew Bakugou wasn't the bow kind of guy, but I hoped he would at least appreciate the effort. Oh, he responded, clearly taken aback. I began to feel nervous. Maybe he'll hate it. It was definitely a gamble, something he might find silly, but I risked it anyway. Open it then, I said, half excited, half terrified. Okay, he grunted. His eyes held a gentle glimmer upon discovering its contents, though he appeared somewhat puzzled. So basically, I stuttered trying to explain. God, please just let me get the words out. I figured one day. When you're the #1 hero, the shops will be full of these. So I thought it would be kind of cool to own the first ever original one. I stopped talking, gazing at him, waiting for a reply. I began to feel so stupid. Why would he ever want this? The box contained a plushie of himself wearing his hero costume, meticulously crafted with all the intricate details of his gauntlets and superhero attire. He stared at it for a moment, then looked me in the eyes. His facial expression was calm and soft. Thank you, he said simply. He turned around, holding onto the gift, and headed into his bedroom. Did he like it? I couldn't tell. I didn't know what to think. I couldn't tell if he hated it but was trying to be polite since it was Christmas, or if maybe he thought it was cool. I guess I'll never know. Bakugou POV. When you're the #1 hero, the shops will be full of these. That sentence lingered in his mind and made his heart swell. She really believed in him. It was the best gift he had ever received, coming from the girl he never expected. He placed the small plushie on his desk, beside another he already owned of All Might. As the new year began, it was time to return to UA after the Christmas break, and I couldn't wait. I moved back into the dorms with my UA classmates, each of us sharing stories about our Christmas experiences. I felt blessed to be reunited with my friends, listening to their festive tales. Kirishima had gone to Rome for Christmas this year, and amusingly, so did Mina with her family. At the exact same city and hotel. What a coincidence! Mina was shuffling through pictures on her phone, showing me the beautiful architecture Rome had to offer. Denki spent Christmas with his grandparents in the countryside, while Jairu spent it at home with her family, as she did every year. In the middle of our conversation, the front door swung open with a loud bang. Katsuki appeared behind it, clearly having kicked it open, while holding a large box of his belongings to put back in his room. I quickly got up to hold the door open for him. He walked straight through the living room, down the corridor, and to his bedroom, ignoring everyone. He dropped the box just outside his room with a huff, mumbling something about sorting it later, and came back to the lounge where the rest of the Baku squad was gathered. Our group and a couple of others seemed to be the first back on UA campus. "Bakugou, nice to see you're back," Kirishima said, walking over to him and wrapping his arm around his shoulder. "Bakugou, our homeboy, did you miss us?" Kaminari joined Kirishima on Bakugou's other side, wrapping his arm around the opposite shoulder. "Both of you, get off me. Stop smothering me." Bakugou shook them off, huffing and rolling his eyes. "How was your Christmas break, Bakugo-kun?" Mina asked. "It was fine." "Come on, give us more than that." "I got cards, I got money, I got presents, and had a nice dinner." "Better," he replied snarkily and slumped onto the sofa next to Jairu. "Well, why, and that leaves just you. What did you get up to for Christmas?" Mina asked. I had already closed the door after Bakugou's entrance and took a seat on the floor around the kabuki table. Same thing really. Every year we watch the Harry Potter movies throughout the holidays. It's kind of a tradition. "Ooh, I love Harry Potter," Mina exclaimed. We continued to engage in excited conversation about the new year to come and our hero studies, although I was feeling a bit nervous about it all. "Well, I heard this time we'll be fighting against real villains," Mina stated. "Really? That's so cool. So much better than last time," Kiri replied. I began shifting in my seat, feeling uncomfortable. I had never really fought against actual villains before. I was starting to feel anxious. What if I realized I wasn't cut out to be a hero? Sure, I did well in my license exam and was a top student, at least in most of my classes. But what if I wasn't good enough to be a hero? Shortly after reuniting with everyone for the evening, the night came to an end, and I headed off to bed, but I just couldn't sleep. I lay there tossing and turning, playing soft sleepy music, but nothing worked. I continued to stare up at the ceiling. Why couldn't I sleep? What was this feeling? I picked up my phone and stared at it, debating in my head until I decided to text Katsuki. He had given me his number just before Christmas break, although we hadn't texted much. I sent him a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and he responded with the same, but that was pretty much it. "Are you awake?" I sent. A fresh sense of anticipation started to surface. This time, it wasn't tinged with worry. In fact, it felt kind of exciting, like butterflies. Not long after, he actually replied. "Yeah. Why?" He was so short with me all the time. "I can't sleep." "What do you want me to do about it?" I laughed. "I mean, nothing really. I guess I was feeling lonely." I wondered if texting him this late at night was an annoyance. Maybe I woke him up and he was annoyed. "I'm surprised you're still awake, to be honest." So, several minutes went by without a response. Maybe he had fallen back asleep, or maybe he really was annoyed. I started to get a little worried and began typing. "I'm sorry if I woke you up." "I can't sleep either," he texted back. I deleted the text I was about to send. He couldn't sleep either? I didn't know how to reply. I wondered why Bakugou struggled to sleep. Did things bother his mind at night too? I wondered what kind of things could keep someone like Katsuki up at night. I lay there in bed for a while, unsure of what to say. I didn't want to pry. Katsuki hated that. A few moments later, there was a gentle knock on my door. I got up to open it. Katsuki stood there, a pillow in one hand and a blanket in the other. Would it help if I slept here? He asked softly. I opened the door and gestured for him to come in, quickly checking to see if anyone was around to witness, then closed the door behind him. He threw the pillow on the floor next to my bed and wrapped himself in the blanket. Will you be okay on the floor? The floor's fine. I can sleep anywhere. But I thought you just said you couldn't sleep? I couldn't help but smile at the playful banter. Swiftly turning around, he wrapped himself in the blanket, resembling a cozy burrito. Shut up, he whispered sharply. I chuckled softly. You look like a burrito. He sat up quickly, catching his reflection in the mirror, and let out a soft laugh. Shut up and go to sleep, he said gently, a slight smile on his face as he turned away to settle back down. I laid back down in bed, my gaze lingering for a moment on the ash-blonde spikes peeking from the top of his blanket before I turned to face the other way. Good night, Katsuki, I whispered softly. About 30 seconds passed. Good night, YN, he whispered back. Shortly after, we were both soundly asleep. The next morning, I woke up, shuffling comfortably in bed. I glanced over to where Katsuki had slept, only to find his pillow and blanket missing. Had last night even been real? I reached for my phone to check the time. It was 8:20 a.m., and I needed to start getting ready. Today marked the beginning of my hero studies. I quickly checked my texts, hoping to confirm that my memories weren't just a dream, and the messages were still there. After putting on my hero suit, I hurried downstairs for a quick breakfast. A few of my classmates were already eating Kiri, Mina, Shoto, and Katsuki. Everyone else was dressed in their hero outfits, preparing for the big day ahead. There was an open seat next to Shoto, so I made a couple of pieces of toast and joined them. So, Todoroki, it's pretty cool that Aizawa spoke to the principal, allowing you guys to join the hero studies. I said, gesturing to Bakugou as well. Yeah, he replied with a soft grin. Bakugou shot him a look of disdain. How are the extra lessons going? They're going pretty well, actually. It's nice to have a friend along, Shoto said, a hint of warmth in his voice. I couldn't help but smile at his innocence. Huh? We're not friends, idiot. Bakugou shouted aggressively, slamming his hands onto the table. Oh yeah, Bakugou, do you have that book I lent you for the mock exam? I need it for revision tonight, Todoroki said, completely unfazed. Bakugou gritted his teeth. Dunno what book you're talking about, he spat, crossing his arms. The one I gave you on Tuesday? We were in the library. Okay. I'll give it back to you later, he shouted once more. Mina and I exchanged amused glances. Maybe they were friends after all? It would be nice if my two closest friends got along. Well, I'm heading down to MT Ladies Agency. Wish me luck, guys. I stood up from the table, slipping on my shoes before heading out. Good luck. Mina and Kiri cheered. Good luck to you too, guys. I waved back at them. Good luck, YN, Todoroki called out just before I closed the door. I wasn't sure if Bakugou wished me luck too. Did things feel awkward between us now? It was hard to tell. Considering last night, it felt strange that we hadn't really talked at breakfast. Or maybe I was just overthinking it. I felt a little disappointed to wake up and find he was no longer there. Yet, perhaps it was less awkward this way. As I made my way to MT Ladies Agency, the building loomed impressively large over me. Once inside, a security guard approached and guided me into a nearby office, where I was met by Interstellar. Greetings, my dear. It is a pleasure to see you're doing well, she said with a bow. It's good to see you again, I smiled back. The assignment ahead will not be easy. I hope you have come prepared, for you shall encounter much greater challenges than last time. I hesitated to ask, will I be fighting real villains this time? Indeed, my darling. Nonetheless, many heroes shall stand beside us. As she rose from a chair behind the desk, a remarkable transformation enveloped the world around us. Interstellar had the ability to travel to extraordinary realms akin to mine, but many of the places she could access lay beyond human comprehension. The walls turned dark, distant monitor screens softly materialized, a large round conference table appeared before us, and a warm glow emanated from a bright light. The gentle sounds of human chatter filled the air. She had brought me back to her agency, a place known only to a select few, shrouded in secrecy and guarded from common knowledge. Interstellar typically organized meetings and personally escorted individuals to her agency, as she had just done with me. The precise location and methods of entering or exiting the building remained closely guarded secrets, known only to a handful of her closest colleagues. There were many heroes present this time, even some I recognized. Time Twister, Rift Runner, Thingy Lady, and Hagakure? I was filled with surprise. Toru and I weren't exactly close, but she was good friends with Mina and got along with everyone. She had always been friendly with me, but I noticed she kept to herself a lot. Maybe living your entire life being invisible made you that way. Even so, it was a shock to see her here. She stood with Yuroi Masha, the number 8 hero. I found myself walking toward her. Hagakure. YN. You're partnering with this agency too? She exclaimed with excitement. Oh, I'm interning at MT Lady's agency. I replied, feeling a bit awkward. What did she mean by partnering? Oh wow, that's amazing. There are a few agencies here working on a partnership for a top-secret mission. Oh really? I asked, intrigued. Interstellar hadn't mentioned anything about this yet. I thought about it. Maybe it wasn't that surprising to see someone like Toru here. After all, she was invisible. It made perfect sense for her to work undercover. Who are you having your hero studies with? I asked out of curiosity. Yuroi Masha. That's why I'm here, actually. He was personally invited today. Oh wow. Hagakure, come with me, Yuroi interrupted. There's someone I'd like to introduce you to. Well, I better get going. Toru waved goodbye. Although it was a surprise, it was kind of cool knowing I wasn't here alone. I looked around for Interstellar, wondering where she had gone, when I spotted Best Jeanist standing across from me, on the other side of the room. Best Jeanist? Why was he here? What was going on exactly? Why hadn't Interstellar mentioned anything before bringing me here? Hold on, Bakugou. His spiky blonde hair caught my immediate attention. There he was, dressed in his hero suit, standing sulkily in the corner next to Best Jeanist. I forgot to mention, we have partnered with multiple other agencies, Interstellar said, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Best Jeanist is an old friend of mine. He mentioned taking on a student from your class too, she spoke softly. What's going on? I had many questions, but I figured we could start from here. I shall call a meeting soon that will hold the answers to all your questions, she replied gently. If you'd like, you should get yourself acquainted with the rest of the guests first. She smiled and floated away. I hesitated but decided to walk over to Bakugou, curious as to why he was here and if he knew I was. To be honest, I was incredibly glad to see him here at first, but then I remembered this morning. There was some kind of awkward tension and I could sense it. Yet I just couldn't ignore him in a place like this. I felt intimidated and uneasy in a room full of professional heroes by myself, but seeing some familiar faces helped, even if only a little. Katsuki-kun? YN? Bakugou questioned softly, looking at me with utter shock. I wasn't expecting you to be here. So MT Lady's working with this agency too? He asked, surprised. Awaya. He stared at me. I can't believe you're here too, he said awkwardly. Well, it was just as surprising to see you here. A silence fell between us. Oh. You'll never guess who else is here. I spoke with sudden excitement, breaking the tension. Who? Toru. The invisible girl? Yeah. No way. His eyes widened slightly. Neither of us had much of a clue what was going on, but I guessed we were about to find out soon. It's nice seeing a familiar face around here. I blushed slightly while fidgeting with my thumbs. Why yeah. A hint of pink graced his cheeks as he averted his gaze. You must be Best Jeanist student. Interstellar suddenly appeared, asking him softly. What? Yeah. Bakugou stumbled over his words, which was a rare occurrence for him. Interstellar stood in front of him, the very embodiment of beauty. She exuded an otherworldly aura, making anyone in her vicinity feel as though they were in the company of a goddess. The blonde with crimson eyes, she spoke ominously, meeting my gaze. "You two are very close indeed, are you not?" she asked me. "Well, we're classmates, so—" "Yeah," I responded awkwardly, stumbling over my words but trying my best to get the sentence out quickly. "I see." She smiled at me. "Do you know her?" Bakugou whispered to me. "A destiny awaits you, dear boy." She gazed into his eyes. "Destiny?" He looked back at her, bewildered. "Anyway, come gather." Her tone changed abruptly from mystical to stern. "It is time to discuss the important matters of this mission." She floated away toward the conference table where the other heroes gathered. "What do you think she's on about? Destiny? And why does she talk like that?" Bakugou asked, confused. "I'm sure it's not a bad thing. She's always saying strange things, to be honest." I shrugged and smiled, not thinking much of it. Interstellar was rather eccentric. "So you do know her?" he asked. I withheld an answer as the meeting had just begun. We joined the rest of the guests, finding seats next to one another. Once the heroes settled down around the conference table, Interstellar, Best Jeanist, and Time Twister began unraveling the details of the mission. Interstellar cleared her throat, commanding attention from the guests around the table. Best Jeanist arranged his immaculate suit and nodded in acknowledgement. The room fell silent, all eyes focused on the dynamic duo. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering here today. We have an urgent mission ahead of us involving the League of Villains," Interstellar stated, a quiet air filling the room. "We will be assigning specific individuals to carry out tasks and gather intel in order to specifically target 3 of their key members, Dobby, Mr. Compress, and Spinner," Best Jeanist added. I looked at the professional heroes gathered around me. They held an unwavering determination in their gaze as though they were prepared for anything. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Things were getting serious. I had chosen this life to become a hero. After my father's death, I realized this world needed more heroes, and what better hero is there than the one who always makes it on time? I wanted to be that hero. The gift of teleportation was my power, and I didn't want there to ever be another child wishing, if only someone had gotten there sooner. But now here I was, a high school student in training, feeling rooted to the spot, terrified. I still didn't feel strong enough, no matter how hard I trained. I had my provisional license, but I was nothing like the people I admired. They were always so strong, always knew how to hold it together. When I thought back to the night my father died, the night Bakugou was taken, the night we got him back, I realized that I felt useless and brought nothing significant to the table. My leg began to jitter restlessly due to my nervousness. Feeling uneasy, a gentle hand placed itself above my knee to comfort me. When I glanced over, I saw Katsuki. He wasn't looking in my direction, his attention focused on Interstellar, with his head resting in the palm of his hand. Yet the gesture somehow managed to soothe me. I paused to observe him in return. He cast a quick, "Look back at me." "Your shaking was annoying me," he mumbled. "Oh, sorry," I whispered, readjusting my legs to stop trembling. I felt quite embarrassed, but then he gave me a light squeeze. I glanced at him and noticed a faint blush on his cheeks. Interstellar continued to discuss the instructions for our assignment. "Why those 3 villains in particular?" a hero from a couple of rows away asked. "Mr. Compress, Dobby, and Spinner are current members of the League of Villains and the only members we have the least amount of information on," Best Jeanist answered. "Going forward, we believe it's in our best interest to gather as much information as possible on these specific villains," Time Twister stated in response. "In order to find the intel we desire, we shall create a formation of multiple squads, each allocated to a specific role." Interstellar gestured toward a PowerPoint. On the board lay a selection of the squad leaders and names of heroes they would be working with underneath. Why should Time Twister be considered a squad leader for such a mission? A loud, deep voice resonated from the other corner of the room. "Endeavor, it's nice that you decided to join us," Interstellar remarked, casting him a glance. "Endeavor?" I turned to the side and spotted Todoroki. "Wow, they're here too." "In response to your question, the squad leaders are not set in stone. If you wish to argue your case, please go ahead, she gestured for him to speak. Endeavor proceeded to present his ideas for a better squad matchup, and honestly, they seemed fair. After a lengthy discussion, it appeared everyone had reached an agreement on how to proceed. Firstly, we have the attack squad. Best Genist, Bakugou, Dark Shadow. These heroes will play a crucial role in the primary assault, attack, and defense. Alongside them is the flank squad, Endeavor, Burnin, Lady. These heroes will support the attack squad by exploiting weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. The recon squad, Yuramush, Invisibility Girl, Ectoplasm. This squad's members aim to avoid confrontation and gather intelligence. The defense squad, Interstellar, Time Twister, Blink. These heroes will bolster their comrades' defenses, providing communication and updates across all squad teams. After receiving our squad assignments, the mission objective was clear: gather information on the 3 specified villains. I wondered where we would start. The meeting concluded, and everyone around us began to engage in serious conversation. Your name wasn't on the board, Bakugou said, his brows furrowed as he looked at me. Yeah, it was. I started, then realized I hadn't told him my hero name yet. I hadn't shared it with anyone because it felt more like a temporary title. I often forgot to mention it. I believed that someday, when I truly felt like a hero, I would discover my real hero name. Until then, for now, I'm Blink. Oh, that's your hero name? Yeah. Why Blink? It seems kind of plain. A pang of disappointment hit me. Plain? He thinks I'm plain? It felt as though my spirit was slowly drifting away from me. Well, it's a bit silly, but my childhood best friend came up with it, I said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, you're gone, I quoted. He looked back at me, then down at the floor with a soft smile. And hey, it might be plain, but it's a lot easier to say than King Lord Explosion Murder. I teased. He smirked. Blink is cool, he said, averting his gaze. Todoroki approached us. It's strange to see you both here. Todoroki, I'm so glad you're here. This is so cool. We're all able to work together, I exclaimed, unable to contain my excitement. Bakugou huffed. Endeavor strode over to us. Ah, Wyan. Being rather friendly with my Shoto, I see. His voice boomed from behind me. I gently pushed Shoto away from me. Endeavor, it's nice to see you again, I said, bowing slightly. I'd prefer if you kept your distance from my son. Father, I've told you. What did you just say? Bakugou interrupted, storming toward Endeavor. The likes of what? Are you referring to exactly? Bakugou growled. HM? It's you. Endeavor looked down at him. Shoto, why do you keep such company? They are my friends, Shoto replied, glaring back at his father. We're not friends. Bakugou snapped. Katsuki, you shouldn't, I said, grabbing his arm in an attempt to pull him away. Don't disrespect her like that again, Bakugou warned darkly. Or I'll make you regret it, he added, his tone serious. Todoroki glanced between his father and Bakugou, a smirk appearing on his face. I stood there in shock at Bakugou's boldness toward the number 1 hero, Todoroki's father. I continued to hold Bakugou's arm, feeling a blush rise to my cheeks. Endeavor's eyes widened and oddly enough, he offered a soft smile of relief. I see. Come Shoto. We must head back to the agency to inform the others about the brief. See you later. See you later, Todoroki. I called after him. A silence fell between us. Katsuki, you shouldn't let him talk to you like that. What? Is he always that rude to you? Yeah. I chuckled awkwardly. Yeah. Well, he hates me. What? Bakugou glared at me. How could anyone ever hate you? My heart melted a little. What makes you say that? I tried to contain a smile. Huh? Well, what are you insinuating? Oh, nothing. I began to blush. Tisk. He shook his head, embarrassed. Thanks for sticking up for me, though. Losers like you need it, he said snarkily. Shortly after that whole ordeal, Tokoyami approached us. Fumikage. It's odd to find both of you here. Seems like a few of us from Class 1A will be working together. Bakugo glared at him. Yeah. Do you think Dark Shadow will be okay fighting alongside Bakugou? I asked curiously. I know during the sports festival it wasn't the best matchup. The brighter the light, the stronger the shadow, Tokoyami replied ominously. Perhaps working together instead of against each other would create an interesting partnership. Bakugou smirked in response. Bring it on, bird boy, he said, crossing his arms smugly. It looked like things were about to get exciting. After heading back to the office with Interstellar, she informed me that the mission ahead would be difficult. For now, I would face the true essence of being a hero. Cooperation would be key. Interstellar. Yes, my dear. You know how strong I am. Now that I have my provisional license. I've worked hard, but there's something I need to ask you. Hesitated. What's wrong? She floated beside me, coming to a halt and gazing down softly at me. Do you think I'm good enough to do this? I asked nervously. She paused before replying. Of course I do. She placed a hand on my shoulder to comfort me. You're a strong woman, Wyan. You need to learn to believe in yourself more, my dear. I looked back at her, wide-eyed. It was inspiring to know that a hero I admired and respected believed in me. If someone as amazing as her thought I was good enough, maybe it was true. Besides, there will be other heroes there fighting alongside us. If the mission goes better than expected, we may not have to fight at all. So rest easy, little dove. I nodded in agreement and began to make my way back to the UA dorms, teleporting back to campus swiftly. As I reached the front door of our accommodation building, I encountered Bakugou once more. YN. Bakugou earlier was pretty crazy. Interstellar. He interrupted. Gazing at me with intensity, working with Interstellar had always been my hidden secret. Now, however, other classmates were also collaborating with her agency, which meant the truth would eventually come out. You know her, don't you? Katsuki asked. My obvious discomfort caught his attention. There's something you can't tell me, is there? I hated that. Katsuki was the one I confided in. I had shared NTMT moments with him and revealed my past. He had become someone I trusted more deeply than anyone else, and it bothered me that there was something I couldn't share with him. It's all right, he murmured softly. Katsuki's intellect was sharp, nothing escaped his notice. I sensed he already had an inkling of the truth. When All Might lost his powers, it messed me up. I felt a sudden stillness. Was he opening up to me? I never mentioned it to you, yet even so, you stood by my side through it all, he conveyed, his tone carrying a weight of sincerity. I couldn't find it within me to tell him I was there that night, a silent observer of his emotional unraveling. I was an unintended witness, never meant to intrude on his privacy. Yet, in this moment he stood before me, willingly showing his vulnerability. His gaze locked onto mine. So, it's all right if there are things you can't tell me, I'll still be here. I gently moved toward him, feeling an inner urge to reach out. I started to bring my hand up, but just as I did, the front door swung open, causing both Bakugou and me to startle. Oh, you guys back from hero studies? Mina and Kirishima appeared from behind it. I quickly brought my hand back down, hoping no one noticed. Yeah. I learned some cool stuff today. I replied with a smile. Me too. Mina gestured a little spin and winked at us. We weren't interrupting you guys, were we? Kirishima asked. No, Bakugou glared at them. We headed inside as Mina and Kirishima left. What a strange day. I was shocked to find multiple classmates at the meeting. However, something about that was comforting. I felt stronger knowing we were all in this together. It was a shame Bakugou and Todoroki would only be there once a week. From then on, it was my job to inform them of important details I discovered, especially leading up to the day we enacted the plan. In just a few days, time had passed, and Interstellar had already unearthed a couple of promising leads. Her squad consisted of covert off-grid heroes, each possessing intriguing abilities. However, the standout among them was the agency's hacker, a true virtuoso named despite lacking superpowers in a world teeming with them, 707 wielded extraordinary prowess in the realm of computers. With unparalleled expertise, he infiltrated databases across the globe. He holds the power to initiate World War III within mere seconds if he chose to, Interstellar solemnly declared. I gazed at him in wonder. In spite of the unsettling claims made by Interstellar, he appeared friendly and didn't look much older than myself. I'd caught snippets of conversation suggesting he was a child prodigy by the age of. There were even rumors about his IQ soaring above. This guy was serious. His red hair had a wonderfully soft and fluffy appearance, complemented by a pair of sleek yellow and black trimmed glasses that adorned his face, alongside a gentle, welcoming smile. Reaching out, he accessed the laptop positioned before him, displaying a screen that showed a network of webcams scattered across the city. These webcams had been strategically positioned in areas where the League of Villains had frequently been sighted. I believe it would be wise to deploy the recon squad to this location initially, 707 suggested in a hushed, soothing tone, while opening up a tab to a specific webcam channel. Agreed. That's a solid plan. We'll dispatch the recon squad to scout this designated area. If they manage to locate one of the targets, we follow them. Flash forward to UA dorms. So that's the plan going forward so far, I explained to the boys. Say we do find one of the villains and we follow them. What then? Todoroki asked, intrigued. I'm not sure. Bakugou and Todoroki looked back and forth at one another, then back at me. We're still in the process of finding out more information. I'll keep you both updated. They nodded seriously at me in return. How are the extra classes going? Bakugou rolled his eyes. They're fine. It's not too long now until you retake the exam, right? 2 weeks, he mumbled. It's only in 2 weeks? That's amazing news. My excitement seemed to catch them off guard. Just think, in 2 weeks' time, you'll both have your licenses. I smiled. Tiesuke. Of course we will. Bakugou slumped back into the couch. Once we have our licenses, we'll be able to do our hero studies properly, Todoroki said, a longing gaze in his eyes. Exactly. Well, I'm gonna take my soba upstairs and read some manga. Todoroki got up, leaving the room quietly. Bakugou and I continued to sit in the lounge opposite each other. So, are you two getting along? I asked gently. Katsuki huffed. No. He still annoys me. What? Yeah, I guess that. But less than he used to, right? No, he grunted. I felt a bit disheartened. Why do you want me to like him so much? His tone of voice became confrontational. I began to blush, feeling a little startled. Why did I want them to get along so much? Because they were both my closest friends. Todoroki thought highly of Bakugou, and I liked that. I just wanted Katsuki to feel the same. I hoped that if he could manage to befriend Shoto, maybe there would be a chance for him and Deku to work through their issues along the way. Do you have a crush on him or something? A crush? On Todoroki? What? I uttered in shock. Where the hell do you get that idea? You clearly don't hide it very well, he glared at me. But I don't. Look, I get that you like him, he interrupted. And even that used to annoy me, but I respect that's how you feel, he sighed. Our eyes met for a brief moment until he fixed his gaze down toward the floor. Katsuki. Wait, why would me being friends with Todoroki upset you? I said it used to. He snapped, jumping up from the couch. Tension began to fill the air, creating an uncomfortably heated atmosphere. Okay. Well, I just thought it would be nice if you guys could get along. Todoroki always speaks so highly of you, it would. He does. He looked at me, questioning. Well, yeah. To you? Yeah. A silence fell between us. Okay. He interrupted, his voice sharp. I'll try to get along with him. He sighed, leaning back into the couch. Really? Yeah. He pouted. Bakugou POV. Bakugou found it irritating how YN seemed so determined for him to get along with Todoroki. Why did it matter so much to her? He understood that she admired Todoroki. It was clear she had some sort of crush on him. But why did he have to get along with him too? Regardless of the reason, it frustrated him, yet he pushed those feelings aside. Deep down, all Bakugo wanted was to see her smile. Though he hated to admit it, YN had become a close friend, someone he trusted almost as much as Kiri. The thought of losing her was unbearable. If getting along with Todoroki was all it took, he would have to give it a shot. But it means a lot that you're willing to try. She spoke softly, looking up at him, her eyes sparkling with hope. Whatever. He grunted, still annoyed about the situation. YN rolled her eyes. And Katsuki, seriously? You think I have a crush on Todoroki? That's ridiculous. There's no way you're that clueless. Bakugou crossed his arms. Well, it's not like it's impossible. You've always been bugging me about getting along with him. Yes. Like I said, because it would be nice if my friends could stand each other, not because I have some secret crush agenda. Bakugou narrowed his eyes. You sure about that? Yes, I'm sure. Todoroki is great, but I don't have a crush on him. He is not my type at all, we're just friends. She stated seriously. Bakugou's doubt lingered, his eyes fixed on YN. Despite her confident words, a nagging uncertainty tickled the back of his mind. Their eyes connected, and he continued to gaze at her for a few moments before realizing she was sincere. It dawned on him that whether YN had feelings for Todoroki or not was none of his business. Still, a peculiar sensation washed over him, an unexpected sense of relief. Well, if you say so. It's not like I really care either way. He said casually, looking deep into her eyes. Chapter end. He didn't care? Why did that sting? There was a silence in the room. Oh. Anyway, it's been a long day, I should head off to bed. I vanished before him, teleporting to my room quickly, not giving him a chance to say anything else. Bakugou POV. An awkward silence settled between them. Oh. Anyway, it's been a long day, I should head off to bed, she said, breaking the silence. Bakugou leaned forward slightly, preparing to respond, but she disappeared before his eyes. He hated when she did that. She always vanished whenever things got too awkward or heated. He didn't even get the chance to wish her good night. That frustrated him. He pulled out his phone and texted her. Good night then. So he lay back on the couch, arms behind his head, with his phone resting on his chest. Bakugou felt that maybe their conversation had escalated more than it should have, but he had every right to feel the way he did. He was aware of his difficulty in forming friendships and trusting others, which made the few friendships he had incredibly meaningful. Real friendships shouldn't be forced. Although, perhaps YN was right, Todoroki wasn't as bad as he initially thought. Over time, Bakugou's animosity toward him had diminished considerably. Todoroki's calm demeanor set him apart from the others, sparing Bakugou much of the annoyance he often felt. Even so, his steady presence still managed to irritate him sometimes. Did he not have any emotions to show? Why was he so calm all the time? Todoroki always talks so highly of you. The idea lingered in his mind. Katsuki had always assumed Todoroki might have been speaking poorly of him to YN behind his back, but perhaps he was mistaken. Still, even if he were to become friends with Todoroki, what then? He couldn't be friends with the guy who might potentially date the girl that Katsuki himself was. No, he didn't dare complete that thought. It was irrational. His phone dinged. It was a text from YN. Good night, Katsuki love. She added a heart. Seeing the heart emoji caused a slight blush to creep onto his cheeks, and his heart began to race. It was just a text emoji. Why did it make him feel this way? He hesitated whether to reply. YN POV. After teleporting back to my bedroom, I changed into some comfy clothes, ready for bed. The notification sound went off on my phone. I'd left it charging on my desk. It was probably just a text from Domino's. Hungry for some flavor? 50% off pizza with no minimum spend only on the app. Use, go get 50%. Freaking Domino's. Always texting me. I lay there trying to fall asleep, but something inside nagged at me. I huffed, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed to retrieve my phone from the other side of the room. Collision Katsuki collision. Good night then. Oh no. My heart sank. I did just kind of leave. Was that impolite? Is he upset with me? Why the questioning tone? I sensed his irritation. I cautiously crafted a reply, unsure whether to hit send. It was unbelievable that he thought I had feelings for Todoroki. Didn't he get it? Was he completely clueless? Emotions began to overwhelm me. Some truths weren't yet ready to be confessed, but Katsuki always had a keen understanding of me. Good night, Katsuki love. Said, I've never used a heart like that before. Maybe I'm reading too much into it? I wondered if he would respond. But really, what could he even say? What if he just found it weird? Collision, Katsuki, collision. Love. He texted back. A deep blush spread across my cheeks. It could be a minor thing. Maybe I was overthinking it too much. What if he sent hearts to all the girls he texted? Maybe that idea was a bit ridiculous, but I didn't know. Yet, to me, it meant something. I lay back down in bed, staring up at the ceiling for a couple more minutes before looking back at Katsuki's last text. A sinking feeling washed over me. Was I falling for him? I wasn't sure, but shortly after that, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I headed to Interstellar's agency for updates on the assignment. We've already sent the recon squad in. Wyan, you hold a significant part in the next step, 707 stated. My heart began to race. 707 will keep track of their position via the webcam network. However, my dear, if anything goes wrong or they call for backup, I'd like you to do your best to utilize your powers to help. But how? I've never been there before. I don't think I'll be able to teleport, I replied, feeling useless. I understand that, but I think you should try. I looked at her questioningly. You must have a clear picture of the place in your mind in order to do so, am I right? She asked softly. Yeah. Well, perhaps after looking at an image of a place for long enough, you may be able to achieve the same results. I'd used photographs in my training as a way to visualize places. However, they were pictures I'd taken myself at places I'd been to before. Still, it was worth a try. I'll do my best, I said with determination. Hagakure, Yoroi, and Ectoplasm were already scouting the designated area. Yoroi and Ectoplasm were fully clothed in remarkable disguises. Toru used her invisibility alongside them. She didn't show up on the cameras. We watched with anticipation, still in contact with the squad via radio. We believe we have acquired one of the targets, Yoroi informed us, his voice breaking slightly over the static. Which one? 707 asked. Inner. His voice continued to break up. Looks like the distance between the radios is causing the signal to falter, 707 stated. YN. Interstellar looked to me and handed me a radio of my own. I knew what I had to do. My gaze fixated on the image displayed on 707's laptop screen. The 4K resolution from his cameras lent exceptional clarity to the picture before me. If anything goes wrong, my dear, you bring everyone back here, okay? Okay. I devoted a substantial amount of time to studying it, absorbing every minute detail: the road's markings, the signs on neighboring structures, the street's nameplate, the meticulously parked cars, house numbers, and the peculiar yellow residence with its garden, resembling more of a scrapyard. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes, immersing myself mentally, focusing intently, straining to concentrate. As I opened them, I found myself there. I did it. I took in my surroundings, making sure I'd transported myself to the right place. There was the bright yellow house. I was truly there. After tracking the movements of the recon squad, I knew which direction they headed in. The flickering neon lights cast an eerie glow on the graffiti-covered walls. The distant hum of the city night filled the air. Just moments later, the scout team emerged from the shadows, their expressions a mix of surprise and relief at the reunion. YN, you made it, Ectoplasm whispered, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Yeah, just about. Well, I'm glad you're here too, YN. I overheard Hagakure's voice from behind, although I couldn't see her. Spinner's a slippery one. We've been tracking him for the past couple of days, but he always manages to slip away, Yoroi stated. My eyes narrowed as I glanced around the darkened alley. We need to stay focused. Any lead on his location? Yoroi nodded. Latest reports place him near the abandoned warehouse district. Rumor has it he's meeting with some shady contacts. I realized I didn't have a clue what Yoroi's quirk was, but his tall, strong stature and armor gave off an undeniable look of strength. Ectoplasm leaned in, his voice barely audible. Our best shot is to tail him discreetly. If we can gather evidence of his plans, we might finally have an advantage for the next step of our assignment. Got it. We kept strolling along the dimly lit streets, exploring the nearby deserted warehouse structures. Unfortunately, our discoveries were limited to dilapidated furniture, disintegrated boxes, and a few spiders. Abruptly, the distant sound of a man's voice reached my ears. We paused, straining to catch the words, but the voice remained too distant to discern. I could try to get closer? Hagakure whispered quietly. The professional heroes nodded, advising her to be careful and give us a signal if she needed us. My heart filled with concern for her. Venturing alone into potential danger showcased her remarkable bravery. The night air was thick with tension as we waited in the dimly lit alley. We held our positions, our eyes focused on the entrance, ready for any sign of trouble. Minutes turned into what felt like an eternity, the silence only broken by the distant sounds of the city. Ectoplasm glanced at his watch, his impatience barely concealed beneath his stern demeanor. Yoroi's grip tightened on his weapon, his jaw set in determination. Beside them, I shifted on my feet, nerves coiled like a spring, waiting for whatever might come next. We waited in hushed anticipation when suddenly, a crackle of static erupted from the radio that had been resting on a crate beside us. The radio's static began to intensify. Hagakure's voice cut through the airwaves, tense and urgent. "Master Yoroi." We all continued to listen intently. "I've been able to track the target down to a specific warehouse. It's about 4 rows away from the building of your current location." "This is amazing, Toru. You have done well, young hero. There's 6 of them." The radio signal continued to break up. "Is everything okay, Toru?" Yoroi's voice grew with worry. Hold on. "Some things I think they've found." Before she could finish her sentence, her words were abruptly silenced, replaced by the crackling static of a disconnected line. An eerie silence hung in the air like a heavy fog. I exchanged a worried glance with Ectoplasm and Yoroi, their shared concern etched on their faces. Yoroi's voice was laced with tension as he spoke into his own radio. "Hagakure, can you hear us? What's going on?" The response was a chilling silence, broken only by a faint rustling sound that sent a shiver down my spine. Ectoplasm's eyes narrowed as he motioned for me and Yoroi to stay quiet, his senses on high alert. "What do we do?" asked in a panicked whisper. Seconds ticked by, and just as the unease settled in, the sound of a distant, chilling scream echoed throughout the building, unmistakably that of a young girl. My heart raced as I exchanged worried glances with the others. Ectoplasm's voice was serious as he instructed, "We need to move now. Stay alert and close together." Yoroi shot him a determined look, bracing himself for what lay ahead. I followed the pair into the shadows, inching closer to where the scream had come from. As we hurried down the alley, urgency filled each step, and the realization hit me that something had gone terribly wrong. Hagakure was in danger, and the fear in her voice painted a grim picture. We followed the path we believed she had taken, the tension thick in the air as we approached the unknown. A sense of unease washed over me, as if danger lurked just ahead. I remained vigilant, scanning the environment for any signs of movement or unexpected sounds. The warehouse loomed ominously, its darkness casting a somber atmosphere, with only shattered windows allowing a faint glimmer of light. Our senses heightened as we searched for any sign of Hagakure or the villain, Spinner. The surroundings felt stifling, the shadows closing in around us as we moved forward. A couple of hushed voices became audible from a few feet away. They were low, male voices. "What was that?" one man whispered to another. "Look, over there," Ectoplasm urged us, pointing to the figures lurking in the shadows not far from where we stood. My heart tightened at the sight, worry swelling within me. Ectoplasm's voice was steady yet tense as he gave his orders. "Yoroi, move in from the left. Wine, you cover the right. I'll go straight ahead." Without a word, we split up, each of us moving with caution and purpose. The tension was palpable, the air charged with anticipation. As we closed in on the group of men, the situation became clearer. Hagakure was there, an invisible force on the ground, struggling against Spinner, who towered over her with a menacing grin. Yoroi's strong voice rang out, "Let her go," echoing throughout the desolate warehouse. Spinner's laughter followed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Or what? You heroes can't save her now," he taunted. "You heroes are all the same, trying to stomp out our ideals." Spinner shouted, tossing Hagakure aside as if she were a mere object. Twice emerged from the shadows, a manic grin on his face, ready to unleash chaos. "Let's give him a show." As if on cue, Mr. Compress leaped onto a crate, his top hat tilted jauntily. "Ladies, gentlemen heroes, behold the grand spectacle of your downfall." The battle erupted in a whirlwind of chaos. I darted through the shadows, positioning myself for surprise attacks. Ectoplasm multiplied into several versions of himself, their fists flying as they engaged in combat against twice-multiplying doubles. Yoroi moved swiftly, searching for Hagakure. I noticed droplets of something suspended in the air and teleported toward them. "Hagakure?" I called out. I'm right here," she replied, tapping me on the shoulder as Yoroi joined us. "Toru, are you hurt?" I asked, concern evident in my voice. "My arm. I think it might be broken," she winced, pain clear in her tone. But the League of Villains pressed on, relentless in their pursuit. Spinner's sword clashed with Ectoplasm's clones, while twice duplicates flooded the battlefield, creating a chaotic scene reminiscent of a war zone. Mr. Compress dodged a charged attack from Yoroi with theatrical flair, making it difficult for us to anticipate his movements. Yet we fought with determination, using our abilities to counter the League's unpredictable tactics. I teleported back and forth amidst the chaos, my invisible strikes catching Spinner off guard, momentarily immobilizing him. Ectoplasm's clones fought fiercely against twice duplicates, cornering the real twice and limiting his ability to create more. As the battle raged on, sparks flew, shadows danced, and the clash of ideals echoed in the night. The warehouse transformed into a battleground where powers collided, and determination fueled both sides. Who would emerge victorious? Only time would tell, as the clash of heroes and villains pushed us all to our limits. "Why are you there?" Interstellar's static voice suddenly cut through the radio. "Interstellar," I rushed to grab my radio, signaling her back. "Stealth is no longer an option, we have to engage in combat." I shouted over the chaos, teleporting in and out to evade twice duplicates that relentlessly pursued me. "Do you think you can get everybody out of there?" she asked firmly. Surveying the scene, I saw the once united group of heroes scattered throughout the room, each engaged in their own fierce battle against Mr. Compress, Twice, or Spinner. The escalating tensions weighed heavily on me, and I couldn't help but wonder if I could truly orchestrate an escape for us all. Doubt gnawed at me, and my confidence wavered. Could I really get everyone out safely? "I can try," I replied, determination in my voice. I materialized in the heart of the turmoil, teleporting swiftly as I launched a powerful punch at Twice's face, sending him backward into a crate. My teleportations continued in rapid succession, transforming me into an unstoppable whirlwind around him. With unwavering resolve, I unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, watching as his duplicates grew weaker and his ability to create them diminished. Suddenly, Spinner sprang into a surprise attack, vaulting off a wall and catching me off guard, sending me stumbling backward. A cry escaped my lips as pain shot through my leg, but I gritted my teeth and pressed on, refusing to give in. Spinner smirked maliciously at my struggle. As my reflexes kicked in, I vanished in an instant, reappearing a few feet away. Spinner's attacks missed, leaving him momentarily disoriented. But before I could catch my breath, Mr. Compress made his entrance, his theatrical flair evident in every move.